Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. So what better way to welcome than a handsome little super chat by Ayo. So thank you, Ayo. Anybody that wants to follow the example of Ayo, and anybody that wants to follow the example of Ayo, please do that. I'm not going to stop you. If you want to follow Ayo's example, I am not going to stop you. So thank you, Ayo. Thank you, Ayo, and good day to you. Good day to you, my friends. How are you? How have you been? I've been all right. I've been good. My little boy has been playing off recently, so I've been having fun with him. So, yeah. So, how are you? So we are, halfway through the weekend now. A Saturday, a more relaxed day, but a more relaxed day. But is it relaxed in the news? It's going to be, because it's somewhat of a slow news cycle today, so we are going to be meandering through whatever comes through in the news cycle. There was this clip that I wanted to run by you to invite your thoughts on. It was Ojukwu's brother. He appeared on the Rice TV, and he said a lot of things. Some of it I've said on this platform severally. Some of it new to the conversational space, but I will be going through now that clip together just to see what we're making of it. So we'll be doing a reaction to the Ojukwu's brother, his immediate younger brother. We'll be doing a reaction to his appearance on the Rice TV to see what we're making of what he has to say. I wanted to do that yesterday, but the window did not open, so we'll do that today. And then we'll be clearing up the debris of this Samosa girl from Anambra State. So we'll be clearing up the debris of the narrative of that the Samosa girl from the we'll be clearing up the debris of the Samosa girl from Anambra State. Let me bring it up on your screen. So let me bring it up so you see what I'm talking about. So EJIKEME Samosa, the girl from Anambra State. So we'll be clearing up that debris. So I falsified my 2023 UTME result unaided. Mmesoma, so not Mmesoma. So whatever her name is, tells Anambra Pro Panel. Mmesoma is not whatever her name is. Mmesoma. So we must have rehearsed that. So we'll be clearing up the debris of that. I falsified my 2023 UTM result unaided. Mmesoma tells Anambra Probe team. Anybody that knew when that story broke and we brought it on this platform, my immediate reaction, I did not have too much of a thought about it to immediately conclude that it was a quick case of fraud. Yes, I didn't have too much of a thought.
One man, Mmesoma. Mmesoma.
Not
yes,
samosa.
that is
Not
samosa.
no.
You kidnap the name. Mmesoma.
All right.
Mmesoma.
All right. Yeah. Not samosa, but Mmesoma. All right. Okay. All right. So Mmesoma. So not Mmesoma, not samosa. So that's the correction right there. So Mmesoma then. So we'll be going through the debris of that. When that story broke, I immediately concluded that it was a case of fraud because all of the indications were, because INEC already, not INEC, because we've got INEC on our head, Jamb, they already told us that they changed the format for the presentation of that thing. They told us that the watermark on what she was showing us was different from the watermark that INEC was, Jamb was now using. So it was 2 years out of date. Photographs are on the latest one, photographs not on hers. So it was pretty obvious just from the immediacy that it was a case of fraud. And Jamb also told us that there were some information on her forgery that could not have been there unless she was in collusion. So immediately I knew it was a case of fraud. But then of course, you know how things play out. As Nisuru now, we've all got a neck on our head. That's why that's how you're mocking me in the comment section. You lost my thoughts. You lost my thought for me then. So it was pretty obvious that it was a clear case of fraud. Essentially, is what it is. And there's no equivocation about it. So, but then of course, very quickly, as everything does within the Nigerian space, it turned very quickly ethnic. People were asking for forensic probe of our Jamb results. That was how far it went, a forensic probe of our Jamb results, which just visually is a clear case of a very poor forgery. So now the girl has now done this, hands up, and she's now made this confessional statement. But even with this confessional statement, I wonder how the space would digest it. So what sort of exemptions are they still going to attempt to give her? So we'll be clearing up the debris of that space. I falsified my 2023 UTM result unaided. Mmesoma tells Anambra Probe team. So good old boy Charles Soludo. And Charles Soludo, you know, I've always highlighted Charles Soludo as a standout from the Southeast. Anybody that has spent more than a minute with this platform, I've always highlighted Charles Soludo as a standout from the Southeast. So if you look at the trajectory, Peter Obi very quickly leapt to the defense of this girl and did the ethnic saber rattling. Madam Obi or Ipobi, as Reno Omokri calls her, Madam Obi or Ipobi, as Reno Omokri calls her, Ezekwesili, she very quickly started to saber rattle ethnically behind this girl. But Soludo, being a man of science and a man of figures, he simply composed a panel to say, go find out exactly what happened there. They came back and the girl folded very quickly. And then she's now made this confessional statement. So that is the quality of Soludo, which is what I've always tried to highlight. So a sense of victory and a sense of relief, a sense of victory and a sense of relief. Jamb vindicated as Anambra schoolgirl, Mmesoma EJIKEME confesses she forged her UTM result to Soludo's panel. So we'll be spending a bit of time with that just to round off that space. So we'll be spending a bit of time with that just to round off that space, and very quickly the card starts to fall. The card starts to fall. Innocent Vehicle Company withdraws 3 million scholarship to Mmesoma EJIKEME over UTME result forgery. So there it is right there. And a lot of people trying to give this young lady a pass, because I say young lady because curiously they are trying to describe her as a girl. She's 1 year out of coming out of teenage. She's a 19-year-old young woman, you know. So she's not some unknowing, unwitting 13-year-old, 14-year-old. She's a 19-year-old young woman. So don't call her a girl, you know. So she's a 19-year-old young woman. So Innocent, they withdraw their 3 million scholarship to Mmesoma EJIKEME over UTM result forgery. So we spend time with that just to clear up the debris of that space. So we clear up the debris of that space, and still in that cleansing mode, we clear up the debris of this space as well. Why we cancelled Yoruba cultural ceremony, Isheshe Festival, EMIR of ILORIN. So now this is a story that we touched on, and we went hours back and forth. Of course, this is the practice. If you look to the side, if you look to your left, that is the EMIR of ILORIN right there. If you look to your right, that is the Yoruba tradition right there. So the Yoruba tradition now is an enemist sort of a cultural base, and we are deity worshipping people. So now the EMIR of ILORIN now, an adherent of the of one of the strands of the Abrahamic faith, is now superimposing then that the traditional deity worshipping practices of the Yoruba people, who are the indigenes of ILORIN, is no longer allowed. So he tells us then why he has formed this thought and asserted this authority. Why we cancelled the Yoruba cultural ceremony, Isheshe Festival, EMIR of ILORIN. So we find out just exactly what propelled the EMIR in that direction. A bit more on the EJIKEME space, because that seems to be the story of the day. Mmesoma, father apologizes. So we have a clip of the father apologizing. We may well play that at some point or not. So we may well play that at some point or not. And then where is that video? I thought I had it lined up. Yes, and then yes, I tried to bring you this video yesterday, so I'll definitely be playing it to you today. It may well even be the first thing. Well, it's not may well be. It will certainly be the first thing. Before we go to the Mmesoma storyline, we'll be watching this video and reacting to it. So important. Ojukwu, most Igbos do not believe in Biafra. So what drew me to that clip was that exactly, oh, sorry, I've got your super chat covering the headline. So yes, what drew me to that clip was exactly the title of the clip, because I've always insisted, and I continue to insist, that there's no one single Igbo person born of a woman that wants to leave the Nigerian state. The whole of the agitations in the Southeast has always been to me a narrative of marginalization and lack of a sense of being included. more than anything else. There's no one single Igbo person. I feel that they feel that they've been relegated to a second-class sort of a citizenry within the Nigerian state, and that is what the agitation is. So the agitation in the Southeast is for relevance, not for secession. And the person that birthed that agitation, his brother, concurs. Most Igbos do not believe in Biafra. So quite how he lands on that point, we'll watch this and then we'll find out. So a lot to go through, and in the course of people will be sending in things for us to react to. So if you have anything that you'd like us to discuss in the course of the session as well, send them in. You all have my handle. So there it is. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button just exactly, not a moment later, just exactly as you're coming in, just be clicking on the like button. Let me be seeing that like button going up, go up at a rapid rate. So click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. If you haven't subscribed, then please correct that as well. Hyperlink that says StreamYard. This is the link that has brought you all of the delightful voices that you've heard in the course of. We've been having almost a new person a day. Yeah, I think it was yesterday that we didn't have a new person, but then the session was a lot shorter, so that's probably why. So if you want to be the new person of the day, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, then come join us on the screen. We are forever talent hunting, and you could be the talent spot of the day. Because that's the purpose of all of this, of course. It's the conversation, isn't it? It's just because if I wanted to talk at you, I'll just do a video can and I'll pop it up on the internet, and then you can watch it at your leisure. But I want to talk with you, not at you. And for me to talk with you, you have to be here with me. So if you are that new voice, I want to hear from you. I'm canvassing, forever canvassing for new voice. So you'll be the voice of the day. And the link that says buy your host cups of coffee, make sure you use that. That's not had too many takers recently. It's pinned on the comment section. So please make sure you use that. And of course, what's the of course? Yes, the $sign, use that as well. The example being what Ayo has just put on your screen, getting highlighted as a supporter of the platform. So support the platform with the $sign. Do all those. So do all those. As you set about the tasks that I've set you, let me provide you with a little bit of a musical inducement to set you on your way to clicking on like, subscribe, and the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Do you have your calabash ready? They're coming. Okay, guys.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right, so there it is. Ikuko Neriwagbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. So Ikuko Neriwagbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. So now I'm going to be playing you this video clip, as I said. It's about 20-something minutes long. So rather than, so I'll just put the people that are already here on the screen to join me. And then, of course, the space are there for others to join as well. So if you want to come join, come join. So now, this video clip is quite, anyway, let me not trail it so much. This is Ojukwu's brother telling us then that the Southeasterners, they don't really want Biafra nation. But then, of course, we always knew that the Southeasterners do not really want a Biafra nation. So now let's now watch together and then react to this.
The renewed resistance against the Monday sit-at-home in the southeast is gaining momentum in the present administration of President Bola Tinubu. The horrible ordeal Southeasterners undergo in order to live a normal lifestyle has become horrible. First, it was a call by the governor of Enugu State to sanction workers who failed to turn up for work on a Monday, yet with no adequate security measure. Likewise, the senator representing Anambra South Senatorial District, Senator Ifeoba, sent a strong warning to Simon Ekpa, who hails from Ebonyi State. But Ekpa is a diehard campaigner in the southeast, with Anambra State as his major stronghold. Joining us now is Lotana's brother to late Chukwuemeka Odimegu Ojukwu. Good morning, and thank you very much for joining us on the show.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Abati.
Well, sir. Yeah. Well, Mr. Ojukwu, she already posed a question. What do you think of this sit-at-home every Monday in the East? And now the attempt by some of the governors, stakeholders, and lawmakers to say no, allow peace to reign in the Southeast. What are your thoughts? IPOB is even saying we have no hand in it.
Yes. In fact, this is why I've asked to come on this show, to take the opportunity to appeal to President Tinubu to step into this matter. 1/5 of the company is being held hostage. People are not able to go about their business. Children are being flogged. Teachers, they can't go to work. Economy, it affects the morality of anybody who is aware of what that the president has stated, that he wants to tackle security in Nigeria. Well, they are not, they did not kill the school children, but people have been killed for coming out to do business. And it is a very, very terrible shame. I believe that the security situation is the low-hanging fruit for President Tinubu, who has proven himself as a man who wants to attend urgently to certain pressing issues. I believe that when 1/5 of your country is being prevented from performing their day-to-day livelihood activities, it is something that you must attend to urgently.
All right, Mr. Ojukwu, thank you so much for stating that. The sit-at-home order has been on since August 2021, was introduced then. And for close to 2 years now, they haven't been able to address this, contain this. I know now you're appealing to the current president, but what lessons can we learn from the previous administration? In your estimation, why have they not been able to contain, this order by people whom, for the residents, are not all inclined to do so, but they are forced to do so? They are killed or their shops attacked if they don't comply. Why has it been difficult to manage this situation? And going forward, recommendations or perhaps advice would you give to the president?
Well, the people carrying out these atrocities say that they want Peter Obi to be released. I'm sorry. I have Peter Obi on my mind. They want Nnamdi Kanu to be released. President Tinubu has said he's a law-abiding president, and the courts have said that Nnamdi Kanu should be released. I would like Tinubu to talk with Nnamdi Kanu, also use diplomatic channels to talk to Britain and to talk to Finland. Why I mention these two countries is because Nnamdi Kanu comes from, has a dual nationality, and one of them is Britain. He lives there for a long time. Ekpa, who is actually more intransigent than Nnamdi Kanu.
Let me just pause it there for a moment. I'm a little bit surprised that Ojukwu's brother is still adopting this language that the panacea to the insecurity in the Southeast is the release of Nnamdi Kanu. I think we've discussed, and it has been discussed endlessly, that the release of Nnamdi Kanu will have no movement of the needle in terms of the insecurity in the Southeast. The insecurity in the Southeast can only really be addressed as a law and order issue. And Nnamdi Kanu should face the fullness of the court process, and hopefully if it goes in his direction, then it gets to work free. But if they release Nnamdi Kanu, the unknown gunmen are not going to sheath their swords. They are not going to stop kidnapping people and requesting for 100 million naira, etc. None of that will stop. And then Simon Ekpa also, he would not stop his agitation. He will not stop the sit at home still. He will move that sit at home from an Nnamdi Kanu narrative to a Peter Obi narrative. He will say that Peter Obi has been denied his rightful whatever, and until that is corrected, they will continue to sit at home. So he will move from demanding the release of Nnamdi Kanu to the installment of Peter Obi as the president. So Nnamdi Kanu is nothing to do with the unrest in the Southeast. It started as the theme that they packed that narrative under, but it has now transmuted into something else. It has grown into a monster with a multifaceted fate, and it has to be addressed as a law and order issue. So I'm surprised that Ojukwu's brother is still leveraging that as a narrative, but let's listen on.
And I say shelter with deep concern. I would like the federal government, we do not have a minister for foreign affairs, but the federal government through the PERMSEC or whoever is in charge should put diplomatic effort to reach arrangement with these two countries and see what can be done so that the outrageous comments and encouragement being given from Finland by Ekpa is stopped once and for all. Why I'm suggesting that he should speak to Britain is prior to the release of Nnamdi Kanu to reach certain arrangements that will not allow Nnamdi Kanu, after he is released, to continue to pour shame and verbal abuse on the nation of Nigeria.
Okay, so let me pause it right there. So what are the Ojukwu man, the Ojukwu younger is just describing now is exactly how it is impracticable, almost impossible for Nnamdi Kanu to be released. So he's saying then that there should be assurances that that Nnamdi Kanu would not rage against the Nigerian state. So Nnamdi Kanu cannot give that assurance. I think we all know that, because that would be that would be a credibility suicide on his part. It loses everything if it denounces Biafra. But then if it does not denounce Biafra, then what incentive is there for the Nigerian state to release him? So do you say, Thomas, did you want to come in? Do you disagree?
Yes, I want to come in. One man, I'm almost entering church now, but something is still tickling me.
Yeah,
that guy is calling Tinubu President Tinubu. President Tinubu. What are you saying in that donation? Is that level of acceptance?
No. I think it's somewhat soft gloving Tinubu in order to get what he desires from him. And by the way, I don't think he is not an obedient, I suspect. So he doesn't really care for whatever it is that they are doing. He has to refer to him as President Tinubu now, because the Nigerian state has sworn him in as the president. So what else could he say? He has to refer to him as President Tinubu.
No, but what I'm seeing in his voice is like a acceptability that he accepts Tinubu as president. That is just what I can deduct from that. So because he can be saying Tinubu, you will know that he's having some doubt about his presidency.
Yes, Thomas. There's a definite soft pedaling, and you're going to see it with increased speed. There's a soft pedaling that is now happening in the Southeast now, because the guy has been sworn in. Their case is already documented. But this Mmesoma thing, it negatively impacts on the Peter Obi. How do you pronounce her name again?
Mmesoma.
So this Mmesoma case, it negatively impacts on the Peter Obi case, because it very much mirrors the Peter Obi narrative. This is a girl that came middle of the road in an exam, and then she, through some forgery, declared herself as the winner of the exam, and then she packed ethnicity behind it, and they started to agitate against the Nigerian state. What does that remind you of?
One man. Let's all move forward, one man.
No, but that is that not the exact replica of the Peter Obi storyline?
There's no difference, one man. Stolen mandate, marginalization, everything compared together. Everything.
So with this girl now being exposed as a fraud, it further highlights the fraudulency of the whole Peter Obi narrative, because it's the exact same thing, and they are now soft pedaling now.
There's no difference. There's no difference. And Peter Obi came. It's a fortunate thing that Peter Obi cannot even use his wisdom, even weigh on this matter. One man, we said it on this platform. This lady is a fraud. We said it. People came at us, calling us sort of name.
Thomas, you are saying Peter Obi, it's unfortunate Peter Obi did not use his wisdom, but this is not the first time that we've questioned both his decision-making, his leadership prowess, and his capacity. Remember, what was the instance that he needed to make a decision, and then the Wale Soyinka incident, when they were raging and riling against the prof, rather than him to come out and condemn them frontally, he said it was not the obedience, that it was another group. Only for
APC people. He said that.
Only for him to then sneak behind the corner to go and be apologizing to the prof. So countless examples of him not being able to make the right decision or show leadership. So it continues to be exposed. But let's continue with this Ojukwu thing. Because it gets to the point when he tells us that the Southeasterners do not really want Biafra, which is what a lot of people actually believe.
Every Nigerian is troubled. Some of the comments. Brother was head of state of Biafra. The war is over. Personally, I believe Nigeria is by far a better and larger theater for the Igbo man who loves to travel, to trade, and to carry on his enterprise. We don't want to be restricted solely to the 5 states of the Southeast. We want to be free to travel the world and to be part of the world. The Igbo man is...
all right, I'll bring you back in a moment.
The killing and the pogrom that took place that saw 80,000 people killed in 1966 left my brother no choice. The people, the National Assembly of Chiefs and Elders within the Eastern region convened and demanded of him that he declare the state of Biafra or that he secede. That is really what led to Biafra coming into reality. Today, we still are, Igbos still feel that they are marginalized. They feel that they are not given an equal opportunity.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. And that is essentially what it is. So it is nothing at all about anybody wanting to live. Imagine, nobody enjoys the fat of the land in Nigeria more than the Southeasterner. They straddle the whole of the country as though they own it, which they do. It's their country. You know, I was watching a clip earlier, and I'll play you the clip again. It's in Zamfara. I'll play you the clip probably after this one. It was in Zamfara state. They were talking about how bandits were looting the gold there. There's more gold actually in Zamfara than there is in Ghana. So they were talking about how the bandits were looting the gold there. And one of the people that were interviewed was one of the people that's a government concession license to mine gold in Zamfara. Guess who that person was? An Igbo man. So they don't want to leave Nigeria. Of course they don't. But they want that sense of inclusiveness. And that sense of inclusiveness is that at some point, the country has to experience an Igbo president. Because that seems to be a glass ceiling that the country has set for the... So they allow, make all of the money that you want, own half of Abuja. You know, a good 30% of Abuja is owned by the Southeasterners because they were the first to have confidence in the place and start to put investment in when Abuja was still a virginal land. So they own a lot. Lagos as well. They own what? A good 20%, I suspect, of Lagos. So they are heavily invested. But the one bar that seems to continue to elude them, which they feel marginalizes them, is that presidency. So that's the glass ceiling. So that's really what the fight is. So the fight is for relevance and not wanting any ridiculous Biafra nonsense. But don't take my word for it, or take the word of Ojukwu. This is Ojukwu speaking, via his brother.
Chiefs and elders within the Eastern region convened and demanded of him that he declare the state of Biafra or that he secede. That is really what led to Biafra coming to it. They still are Igbo, that they are marginalized. they feel that they are not given in Nigeria. And this is what Nnamdi Kanu fed on, and this is what EPA is feeding on today. And this is at the root of the problems we're having. So I would like Tinubu to keep these things in perspective and see that releasing Nnamdi Kanu will go a long way to bring down the pressure or the appeal of these two characters that want to lure Igbo from the body of Nigeria, where most of them want to belong.
Okay, you've said so much. Prior to this time, there was a meeting with the last administration, which a lot of people thought was going to yield results. Nothing. And since the administration came in, we've not really had, those conversations. I'd like to ask you one. What would be your idea about sort of like a team that can have this conversation with people in the place? We can't continue to allow losing lives. The Southeast, we can't continue to lose revenue for businesses. What would you like, the team to be made up of? And secondly, apart from the release Nnamdi Kanu conversation, what will be other requests that you probably think will be good, for the Igbo people to put at the doorstep of President Tinubu?
There are so many things. I think the governors should be part of the team that will talk to the president. All the governors are affected by what we are suffering, directly affected.
All the governors in Nigeria?
No, all the governors in the Southeast.
Okay.
It's a Southeastern phenomenon that I'm talking about. And there are a few other bodies. If I'm invited, I would love to participate. But a body like Ohaneze should be invited. But I was at a meeting yesterday of Ohaneze, just behind your premises here. And I raised this point that security is the most urgent factor affecting the lives and livelihoods of Igbo in the southeastern states. And the President General told me that there is insecurity all over Nigeria, which is a fact. So I don't know what priority accords to our peculiar situation. If the governors are sincere in wanting what I am pleading for, that is to reduce the demand, to take the carpet from under the feet of EPA by releasing Nnamdi Kanu, because he has often voiced that this is what he's after. If the governors are sincere, they are enough to be able to talk to the president and achieve the results we are seeking. The most important fact is that the court has said Nnamdi Kanu should be released.
But the government has also gone to court.
Yes, we know that Buhari did not have much favor towards the Igbos. He called us a spot, a red spot or something somewhere. So really, I never believed Buhari was going to release Nnamdi Kanu. And I've said any people asked my opinion. But I believe Tinubu is a different person. He does not carry.
The thing is, Tinubu will release Nnamdi Kanu at some point, but it's not going to be anytime immediate. It's almost likely not going to be anytime this year, because Nnamdi Kanu, as we've said on this platform severally, is of too much political value just to be released. Nnamdi Kanu, let's just look at the timeline. Nnamdi Kanu cannot be released in the course of all of this legal goings on with the elections, because that would be too obvious, and it wouldn't even really serve any purpose. If the court declares that Peter Obi is the president, then he can jolly well go and release Nnamdi Kanu. But if Tinubu releases him now, it doesn't add anything in his favor. You know, so the legal case has to run its course. So once that is out of the way, then Nnamdi Kanu then becomes a political prize that can be leveraged towards the politics that plays out in the Southeast. So he's not going to release him pre the tribunal, and then if he goes on to the Supreme Court. So you can park that to one side. That's not going to happen. So forget that. And then he's unlikely to release him. It has to be politically expedient for him to. Do you understand? It has to be politically expedient for him to release him. And that's the price of Nnamdi Kanu, because Nnamdi Kanu, he straddles two spaces. He straddles a criminal space, which he has to account for all of his atrocities raging against the state and some of the killings as well. So he has to account for that. But his greater value is political. And that is really where he's going to play out. So Tinubu is many things. I don't think even his most virulent critic will call him an idiot. And he will have to be an idiot just to release Nnamdi Kanu, because Ojukwu's brother is on the Rise TV talking in placid tones, or some bunch of governors come to his office to say, give us our boy. Of course he's not. And by the way, that is one of the reasons why all of the Southeastern governors have not converged, either to go and meet Buhari or by extension to go and meet now Tinubu, because they know the political expediency, the political value of Nnamdi Kanu is not, listen again, he's not going to be released until and unless it is politically expedient to do so. And that's just the reality of it. It's nothing personal now. It's just politics.
The same baggage as Buhari appears to carry regarding the Igbo people. And I would like to see the Yorubas and the Igbos have a better understanding and love for each other's ethnic group. And this singular act will go a very long way to appreciate that Tinubu is somebody they can trust to look at their sentiments of marginalization in a different light to the last administration.
Okay, so what are those things specifically, apart from them, the Kanu, what are those other asks you'd like to ask the government for the Igbos?
I will go back as far as state creation, the number of states that have been created. I don't think that the South.
All right, so we're getting to ludicrous spaces now. I think we've discussed this because we covered the Nigerian space so much. There's very little that we've not discussed on this platform. You know, it's also there. He is Lotana Ojukwu, third son of Sir Louis Odumegu Ojukwu. So it's as true blood as you can get. That's Southeastern royalty right there that you're looking at. But this narrative of a 6th state in the Southeast, it's time for them to abandon it. Because of course, the purpose of the state, the main purpose of creating a state is to bring governance. Hold on, let me just do something. Hold on. Let me just do something because I tire of having to hear this. Let me just do this. In fact, it's I won't say it's irritating, but it's something that needs to be knocked on the head. Let me just do something. Hold on 1 second. I want to show you a screen. Okay, I want to show you this screen. So we'll get back to listening to Ojukwu the younger in a moment. But the purpose of creating a state is not so much to satiate some ethnic malaise. It's really to bring. Let me remove your super chat. So I'm still expecting the super chats to be coming in. It's not Ayo's burden to carry by itself. The purpose of the purpose of creating a state is not so much to satiate some ethnic sentimentality. Is to bring governance closer to the people, so that if there's a vast land, look at the Nigerian map now. So let's say the whole of Nigeria is just one state. So clear out all of the states that you can see. Let's say that the whole of Nigeria is just one state, and then you have just one person governing that state. That would be an impossibility, would it not? So they had to break it up into states just because of the geographical mass that is Nigeria. So they had to break it up into states and give those states some autonomy so that they can manage the geographical mass of their space. So now, that is the main purpose, is to bring governance closer to the people. So if you are looking at that as the main argument for creating a state, then there is absolutely categorically no argument for creating an additional state in the Southeast. In fact, the argument more so is the convergence of some of the states, because there's too many. Look at Imo State right there. How can that even be a state? It's no more than half a local government in Plateau State. That is a whole state right there. So how can you, what more are you going to cut out of Imo State to create a state? Is it Enugu that you speak into too? So there's no real substantial argument for an additional state in the Southeast. So none whatsoever. So the Ojukwu guy, I think, is talking out a turn. But let's get back to him. Let's get back to
Teachers, they can go to work. The morality of anybody who is of what happened in Nigeria. Well, they are not they did not kill the school. It is a very, very terrible shame. I believe that the security situation is the low for President Tinubu, who has proven himself to one states that their population demands. When I say state creation, state everything in Nigeria, particularly the legislature. Revenue is based on the number of states you have. So it's a great inequity for them to feel shortchanged in the number of states or governments.
Okay, so that is an argument, but that is not an that is not an argument for creation of more states. That is an argument for proportional representation. So that's not an argument for creation, and it's a valid argument, by the way, that that Mr. Ojukwu is making. that because of the configuration of the Nigerian state, the amount of legislation or legislators that you have impacts on the sort of goodies that you get from the central space. So that is an argument for a recalibration so that it's proportional representation rather than by numbers. But that is not an argument for an additional southeastern state.
That they have speaking on their behalf. That also goes hand in hand with local government administrative units as a whole. These are the main things. The other things that threaten, like we had during the elections, people threatening that they will take Igbo man's properties and this and that. And I would like to see the government, President Tinubu, to come out and say once and for all that certain acts by Olumo.
That's Olumo, by the way, not Olumo. But you know, the elections have come and gone. That's one. But whatever is going on in Lagos State, it's a matter for the chief executive of that state, not for the presidency. So because some rebel rouser is rebel rousing in Abakaliki, it's not a matter then that Tinubu has to fly into Abakaliki and make a national presidential pronouncement. It's a matter for whoever the governor is of wherever Abakaliki is. So if he has a gripe against MC Oluomo, he can just petition Sanwo-Olu, who is the chief executive of that state, and invite him to take action. So what is Tinubu's business with the minutiae of the administration of Lagos State? Is he not busy enough?
Or certain pronouncements by the Speaker of the Lagos House of Assembly are unpatriotic, that they go against the law of the Federation of Nigeria. He should come out, even if they are members of his party. Having for now been sworn in as the president of this country, he must come out and say, no, these acts should not occur anymore.
But the president has made it clear that he's committed to national unity. And he said that again and again. Let me ask this. Yes, it would be nice if people, the Igbo elite, again, pay a visit to President Tinubu. But every Nigerian president says, oh, Nigeria will not be divided under my watch. I have a responsibility to keep Nigeria one. That's what every president says. Will you recommend that if the government of Nigeria says, look, the condition for releasing Nnamdi Kanu will be that there will be no more talk about secession? Will you support that idea? Personally, because I don't imagine that the president will just say, okay, let him go. We think he should go for peace to reign. There's certain concessions may be extracted. You think?
All right. Before Mr. Ojukwu answers, so there it is right there. They say great mind. They say great mind think alike. So there it is. Ruben Abati said exactly what I've always said. They cannot release Nnamdi Kanu pro bono, free of charge. So I think everybody knows that. Even people that are subsumed with emotions, I think they know that. So they cannot release Nnamdi Kanu without extracting some sort of concession from him. So he has to give something in order for him to take something, which is his liberty. So they cannot release him just pro bono and say, oh, there's unrest in the Southeast, therefore we release him. No, they have to get some concessions from him. But what sort of concessions would the government get from Nnamdi Kanu? So that's really where the question is. And what sort of concessions can Nnamdi Kanu give the Nigerian state that is of value? That's where the question is. And those two questions, all the questions around the concession, they point in one direction, and that is to the Biafran narrative. The only thing that Nnamdi Kanu has to offer the Nigerian state is the Biafran narrative. But then that is his most potent as a thing. So do you see? It's impossible for them to release Nnamdi Kanu, because for them to release him, he has to sheathe on Biafra, and that is the one thing that he will never do. Biafra till I die, he tells us all the time.
That concession can be given?
You see, the governors cannot speak for Nnamdi Kanu. I cannot speak for Nnamdi Kanu or EPA. But I'm an Igbo man. I have a forum that I established many years ago on that, and I talk to Igbo intellectuals. Most Igbos do not believe in Biafra. Most Igbos do not believe in Biafra. What they are talking about, what they want is an...
all right, and there it is right there. So there it is right there, and that is the totality of all of it. So the main reason why I am playing this 20-something minute long video for you is those pronouncements that you just heard from that gentleman right there. So the gentleman on your screen, the man that you're seeing on your screen, his name is Lotana Ojukwu. His name is Lotana Ojukwu. He's the third son of Sir Louis Ojukwu. So that's the third son of Sir Louis Ojukwu. The first son of Sir Louis Ojukwu, of course, the Ikemba of Nnewi Odumegwu Ojukwu himself. So that's Ojukwu's younger brother right there. And what he has just told you now is that they don't want Biafra. So the people that actually birthed the narrative are now telling you categorically that this is not what they want. So David, if you have ever wondered what the horse's mouth looks like, so those pronouncements now, that's the horse's mouth now speaking. Most of us don't want Biafra. This is what it's telling you. But the people, of course, are dollaring out on that narrative. They'll just call him names.
But I'm an Igbo man. I have a forum that I established many years ago on WhatsApp, and I talk to Igbo intellectuals. Most Igbos do not believe in Biafra. Most Igbos do not believe in Biafra. What they are talking about, what they want, is an equal playing field in Nigeria. People are using the fact that the Igbo man does not feel he gets a fair share, does not feel that he is being treated equally. They're using that to paint Nigeria as not good for the Igbo man. If we love being back, Abuja, plying their trade, we like to travel, we like to be free to engage in our businesses all over Africa. Personally, when I was doing my master's, it was just shortly after ECOWAS was created in the mid-70s. And the theme of one of the papers I wrote was very excitedly all about what we were going to be able to achieve within ECOWAS. The fact that ECOWAS is going to allow West Africa to grow exponentially. And this same idea goes on with the current African Union, the free trade for African Union. The other day, I think it was your station that interviewed the director of Exim Bank, and he was talking about a common currency, but that they were going to approach it through financial clearing house. You know, there are things that will create wealth for the continent of Africa, will give us the opportunity to catch up with the rest of the world.
Well, on that note, we'd like to thank you very much, Mr. Lieutenant Ojukwu, for joining us on the morning show today. And thank you for your insight.
Okay. So there it is, right there. Actually, let me. I want to
self.
Hold on. All right. Let me pause it right there so that the character that we're speaking about, he's on the screen. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Quite an instructive little piece by the Ojukwu Younger. Let's welcome Olajide Oriade to the session. He's our talent of the day. He's our new debutant of the day. So Olajide, unmute and speak to us. Speak to us about what we've just heard from Ojukwu's younger brother. Olajide, good to meet you. Unmute. Jide? No, press the unmute button, Jide. All right. Yeah, good to meet you. Hello? Jide? You have to say something, my man.
Woman, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now. Yes. Good to meet you. Is this your first time here?
No. This is my second time, actually. I joined one.
All right. Did you join during my session, or are you one of Thomas's fan club?
No, I joined during your section. Yeah.
All right. Good to meet you again. Then, I've been seeing your comments, by the way, on some of the videos. You missed out on the discussions around religion, which was quite illuminating. In fact, it was so good. I had to clip it out and repost it. It was so, we have sometimes we just happen on some brilliant conversations here that it's just so it just blows your mind. But to this now, Ojukwu, let's hear from you.
All right. Good evening to everyone from Nigeria. I want to say a very big thank you once again for having me on the show. Well, I want to say the problem of the Igbos in Nigeria are the Igbos themselves. And I don't see...
hold on, before you go on, don't make it too ethnic, because you know 60% of my followers are Igbos. No,
it's not with me. The fact has to be stated. Now, if we go back to the genesis of whatever is happening in Nigeria, it started probably before the Civil War, and the first coup that was executed. That was where all this problem started from. And I remember very well, I watched a video of Sir Ahmadu Bello saying some few things about the Igbos in particular. And even during amalgamation, what the British said about Nigeria in terms of forming, as in merging the three major tribes together, in terms of how they described their personalities, I think those people were right in their judgment of the Igbos. Now, this man comes on live TV pleading that Nnamdi Kanu should be released. If we go back to during the EndSARS, remember very well what Nnamdi Kanu did, what he said during the EndSARS, how he incited people is against the so-called president now, Mr. President. How he said they should burn down his properties, they should burn down Lagos and things like that on air. You don't say you are my friend, go back, bite me, and come back and smile again and say you're still my friend. These are the issues. They want Biafra, they want presidency. They want Biafra, they want inclusion.
Sorry, Jide, narrow it to what Latona Ojukwu said, because hold on, because you are going to the wider Igbo space, but I'm really wanting the conversation around what the Latona, because what he said, the one thing he said, he was inviting that they release Nnamdi Kanu as a pathway to peace in the southeast. So do you see Jafar, I will let him speak, but we've had so many of those conversations, and it usually ends up almost as an attack on an ethnic grouping. That's why okay, carry on. I think the audience wants to hear from you. I'm being bullied by Jafar. Carry on.
So, one man, what I'm trying to say, I'm not against them. I'm just saying the truth. You want inclusion in a country where you are not ready to play the politics that will give you the inclusion. You want out of a country and you come back and say, yes, we are not, all of us, we are not in it together to go out of the country. The leaders, the so-called leaders of the Igbos, their representative are not even in line with the Biafra thing. I mean, majority of their governors and those people that are actually benefiting from Nigeria, they are sharing the national cake together. So see, I think it is a state of dilemma that they find themselves.
Hold on, Jide. Sorry. You are saying the governors are not really in line with the Biafran narrative, which I agree with, but to the mass of the southeastern population, do you think they are on board with the Biafran narrative? Because what Latona is inviting us is that they don't want Biafra, they just want to feel a sense of inclusiveness. So do you think the mass, the average Igbo person, do you think he wants Biafra, or he just wants to feel a sense of belonging within the country?
Well, all right, one man, I feel for you to judge that, you do something they call a sample test. I've had discussions with Igbo people at my workplace, in the market, and every core Igbo man has it at the back of his mind that he's not a Nigerian and they want Biafra. Except we want to lie. We want to lie to ourselves. But the truth of the matter is this: they want Nnamdi Kanu released because they want peace in the southeast. But what I want to say is this: if Nnamdi Kanu is released, what guarantee is it, or do we have any guarantee that peace will return to the southeast?
Speculate to that.
That is the problem, because a man's ideology, is psychological belief, is what actually dictates his actions and reactions. Nnamdi Kanu has said with his own mouth that in Biafra he believes until he dies. In Biafra he believes. So I don't see the kind of negotiation. If you remember very well, Nnamdi Kanu has been charged to court once, and they gave him some guidelines. He should not do this, he did not do that. He was released, but he went back to it. So this is not a case of releasing Nnamdi Kanu for the East to have peace. It is a case of the East deciding, oh, we want to stay in Nigeria, play the inclusiveness, play the politics.
Hold on, Jide. If Nnamdi Kanu was released, how do you think that will impact on peace in the Southeast? Of course, nobody has the expectation that it will end the totality of everything, but how much impact would this release have on somewhat calming the nerves in the Southeast? How impactful do you think it can be if it was released?
Okay, I feel if he was released, if he is to be released today, it would not have any impact on what is happening in the Southeast.
Why?
Yes, because for now, we already have factions. There is a faction from Finland, which is the EPA other guy. There is Nnamdi Kanu, and those are the two noticeable factions.
Are the unknown gunmen, are they a faction too?
They are also a faction because one man, if you look at it, he started from Masob. I think Masob broke into IPOB. IPOB and Masob, they are two different people. And before you know it, they start having different factions and different leaders. So this thing has gone beyond releasing Nnamdi Kanu to calm whatever is happening in the Southeast. If somebody in Finland decides that there should be no market on a Monday, and everybody in the Southeast obeys, even before this unknown government thing started, if all of them obey and stay in their house, so it is not a matter of those guys leading it. It is a matter of the people supporting it, deciding this is where we want to go. The same, and I say something because we are all students of history. When this country was, there was a clause to split the amalgamation at a point in time. And I believe, from what I read, Awo pushed for it at a point that, okay, every region should stand on its own. But Nnamdi Azikiwe used the word one Nigeria. In Nigeria, we believe. In Nigeria, we stand. So now that it has now come to the point where Igbos are shouting for marginalization, which I really don't believe in, because these people are well represented in government.
Hold on. You don't believe that the Igbos are marginalized?
I don't believe. I want to tell you the truth. I don't believe. The truth is,
I think that's an unfair statement. There is
all right.
a sense.
All right. One man. I would explain it. I would explain myself. They all have governments. Every of their state is represented. Senatorial district is represented at the federal level. When ministers are being given out, they have ministers, even prominent ones for that matter. The last CBN governor was from that region. Now, if we start looking at it, under Obasanjo, we know how many Senate presidents came from the Southeast. From Ayim, Pius Ayim, and the likes. So it is not like they are really being marginalized. The only positions that has not been held by an Igbo man is the presidency and the vice presidency.
Okay. Why is
very
that?
Good. Very good. And that position, the two positions that we are talking about, has to do with somebody that is ready to see himself as a part of Nigeria. Somebody that can stretch his network and his connection down to every nook and cranny in Nigeria.
Sorry, woman. My brother, Ekabo, I greet you, working you.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you said that they have never been. There was EJIKEME. I mean, you said that.
No, that's what I said. I said they've been.
Yeah, there was a president also. Hold on, I think it was the president. You know what I'm saying? So,
yes,
right on.
was the president. I know.
Yeah,
I
so,
know.
And EJIKEME was also vice president. So it is now left for those political gladiators that you described there as a prominent to find their way to the center to see what they can do.
to play the game to get to the center. You cannot say, you see, there was something that went viral on TikTok.
Sorry, apologies, Jide. You
Yes.
said to play. You said to play the game to get to the center, but
Yes.
there is a sense that there is a collusion, especially between the southwest and the north, to gang up to permanently exclude the southeast from the levers of power. And we saw that play out in the PDP primaries. We also saw it play out in the elections. So there's a sense that a glass ceiling has been set for the southeast, and what played out in 2023, it almost confirmed that they will let them go so far and no further.
Okay, woman, I believe this is how politics is being played. As the Igbos now, if let's forget what has happened in the past. Let's start from this regime. Now, if the Igbos gave 100% support to Tinubu this time around, when he was coming in, and they have an agreement that, okay, we are giving you all your support, because the major problem with Nigeria is we divide into two regions, the northern region and the southern region. And in those two regions, we have several other regions. So it means that there should be a consensus, an agreement, before you can always present a candidate. All right. If they are giving Tinubu the support this time, and the agreement was for the next, by the time he's coming back to the south, we Igbos want to present a presidency. And there is this agreement. Just like what the South are playing. When this man was stepping down for Tinubu at the primaries, they must have agreed on him becoming the Senate president. And that was why the presidency had to step in to say, okay, no, this is the way it should go. This is how politics is being played. You don't come and say you want to have it your way and you are begging for inclusion. It does not work that way in politics. Nobody is setting an imaginary glass ceiling above the Igbos. I want an Igbo president if he's going to perform. But what I'm saying is this: they are not willing to play the politics. You even now, let's if we ask ourselves the question, name one Igbo politician that you know has the clout to win votes in the corners. They don't play that way. They don't play their politics that way. They don't. And that is the problem. It is not.
Hold on. Name one Yoruba person outside of Tinubu that has the clout to win elections in the core north.
Okay, sir. I want to say something about the Yorubas. We might not, at every point in time, except this period, might not really have somebody that is the front runner. But all other people that have those political power would give the person that they finally choose the backup. For instance, if tomorrow it happens that it is this guy from the African Development Bank that was picked for presidency, and it comes out, fine. The likes of Tinubu and Co will give him their connections and their support. That is how it works. If Oshibajo was to come out tomorrow, he has the network even down to the north. But who among the Igbos is that person that has his connection down to the north, that the north can trust, that the southwest, even let's not even talk about the north, let's talk about the southwest that is closer to them. And the way Nigeria is run.
If you look on your screen, there's a name there.
Okorocha. Yeah. Okorocha has played his politics. Okorocha tried stretching his arm to every look and crying of Nigeria. Very good. But the problem of Okorocha is actually the Igbos themselves. Because they are not really pushing this man. They are not really behind this man. That is the problem. I want you to know that, sir, the Ikemba of Inewi went for presidential election in the southeast. Still did not get all the votes. His wife went for senatorial seat in his state. In that same state, they had to tell the wife that you are not from this state. The woman had to go.
But she won now. Is she not a senator, Bianca? She was once upon a time a senator.
Went back to her own constituency to compete from there. From where her husband was born, she could not get the senatorial seat. She could not represent them because they had to tell her the stories of how she came to be. And in the Yoruba aspect of it, we have somebody now that has been a senator in Lagos for 20 years, or almost 20 years, and now is now a senator in Ogun State. We have people from Osun State becoming whatever in Lagos, and they come back to their state. And nobody will have to say, yo, you have been there in Lagos before. You have now come back here to be. No, everybody sees it as like, oh, we are one. Even amongst the Igbos, you cannot have somebody from Ebonyi go and become a principal officer in Anambra. These are facts. So they really don't play that politics. And that is the problem. We need to speak to the problem, not
all right, just to manage the time. And did they hang around? Because I want to hear your thoughts on other issues, because it looks as though you're a thinking person, and it's thinking people that we invite here. But just to manage the time, let me move you back to Nnamdi Kanu, who was mentioned by the Ojukwu younger brother. So you're now saying releasing Nnamdi Kanu would not bring peace to the Southeast. But what value would you place on the release of Nnamdi Kanu? How does Tinubu play Nnamdi Kanu, who is a jewel, a real potent thing that he has? But how would you if you were Tinubu, how would you play the Nnamdi Kanu narrative?
All right, woman, if I was first thing I know, Tinubu knows that he cannot get Nnamdi Kanu to change his mind. That is for a fact. It is a known fact that Nnamdi Kanu is not going to change his mind on pushing for Biafra. So, in that case, I see Tinubu leaving that man there for another 4 years. That is the highest that Tinubu can do. If he releases him, well, I can't say he won't release him because, well, when it comes to politics, and probably he sees that he's losing influence in the north, he can release it to gain influence from the east, because when it comes to politics, politicians do anything. So, but if we are to look at it from what happened, even what happened during the NSAS alone will teach him a lesson that if we release this man and he's not going to go back on his beliefs and his on the movement for Biafra, then at the end of the day I've caused more problems to the system. So I believe he would not release Nnamdi Kanu. He might release him for campaign purposes, probably when they are close to campaigns. But the truth of the matter is, he's not going to release Nnamdi Kanu. If we see what happened in Lagos, they even to the house of the Oba, going into a sacred palace and vandalizing those places. I'm not saying it's only the Igbos that did it. Yes, Yorubas might be among them, and they were among them, all these scouts. But what the man said, calling for it, saying they should destroy Tinubu's property, then Tinubu too would not forget those things easily. So that's what we need to understand. When, like báwọn àbáṣe máa ń sọ, ẹni tó bá ju kò sí ọjà ó lè bára lé ìgbà téèyàn bá dẹ̀ ń sọ̀rọ̀ ó mọ̀ pé ẹni lòun. When it comes out you cannot say I didn't say it again. So all these people begging for Nnamdi Kanu, well, I just see like they are just trying to put something on the table to get the man out of where he is, because you already see from the body language of the government that the government might not be releasing him anytime soon, and they are not going to get Nnamdi Kanu out by what they are doing. What they need to do is come to the table, discuss with Nigeria as a country. We are ready to be part of it and play the game of being part of the people, not play a game of stand alone and you don't want people to embrace you. And meanwhile, I don't see why Nigeria is like this. Sorry, Roman, before I just drop it. We have how many tribes in Nigeria? And the noise has always been about just these three people. How about the people from Benue? How about the people from Kogi? How about the people from different parts of Nigeria that don't even have they don't have more than the senators representing them? So I don't see why we stress this Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa thing too much. If they want to become presidency and vice president, which means to be a president means you are the father of the nation, they must play the politics of becoming the father of a nation.
You know, I stepped away from my computer for a moment, but I'm glad that I came back to hear that last comment you just made. You see, that's the thing right there. So you cannot be ethnic and national at the same time. So that's just what it is. Stay there, because I want to hear from you about the Mimosa's girl, and then I want to hear about from you about the goings on in ILORIN. But we have quite big voices on the screen who I want to invite their thoughts on Ojukwu's commentary as well. So let's hear from Ogbeni who joins us. So Ogbeni, good to have you. Hopefully you heard the full clip of Ojukwu who came out into the media space to speak to the goings on in the Southeast. A lot of things he said, releasing Nnamdi Kanu to satiate, to soothe rather the nerves in the Southeast. So a lot of conversations have been had around that, and not everybody is convinced that that is the answer. But the bombshell that it landed was that nobody in the Southeast actually wants Biafra. And that was really why I brought the clip, you know, because of course, the people who birthed the Biafra narrative is his family. And he's coming here to tell us that nobody in the Southeast wants Biafra. So what are you then making then of the commentaries of Lotana Ojukwu?
Thank you, one man, for opportunity giving, and I greet every other members of the panel. Yes, it's a year of mixed feelings for me. You know, I've said it here before that the marginalization, if you go to the eastern part of the country, it's obvious, and I don't think it's something that anybody could debate whether they've been fairly treated in Nigeria. I don't think my answer will always be no. But at the same time, I always like to put a caveat to it. And the caveat is that every tribe in Nigeria, every person, every tribe you pick in Nigeria also suffer marginalization. And the Igbos are not the most marginalized in Nigeria.
Sorry to interject you, but Ogbeni. But I don't think there's an argument to say the Yorubas have been marginalized in Nigeria. I think the fat of the land on the Nigerian state has essentially been carved out by the Yorubas. They've gotten the most out of everybody out of the Nigerian state. I don't think the Yoruba person can claim marginalization though.
Well, why do you think so, one man? The reason why probably you will not think so is because you are not your man. And because you think Lagos 100% belongs to the Yorubas. See, the wealth of Lagos, which is most time people will refer to Lagos, the wealth of the city called Lagos is not really in the hands of the Yorubas, who are the owners of Lagos. The wealth of Lagos, it's a national space. And the Igbos have their fair deal in the wealth of Lagos. So remove Lagos first, and
No,
let's
no,
deal with other.
sorry, I don't want to be pedantic, Ogbeni, but the wealth of Lagos actually belongs in the hands of the Yorubas because we've done
Why
the
do you
wealth,
think so?
yeah, because we've done the wealth chart in Lagos before. So the wealthiest people, the wealth in Lagos is mainly in the north, but then is northern wealth. But then that is somewhat of a skewed thing because if you removed Dangote and the guy that owns BAU, then there's no northern wealth in Lagos. So the second wealthiest people in Lagos are the Yorubas who are vastly wealthy, telecoms, everything they own it. And then the third wealthiest are the people from the south, and then round about the fourth wealthiest are the southeasterners. So we've done the wealth chart on this space before using our Naira matrix. So maybe you're not 100% on that, but carry on. Sorry, carry on.
It depends on the parameter you guys are looking at. I don't know. I wasn't there, so I wouldn't have known the parameters you guys are looking at. Because when you pick somebody like Dangote and you're analyzing Dangote, you can't analyze Dangote as people holding the wealth of Lagos. What is Dangote holding in Lagos? The refinery Dangote is building in Lagos has not even kickstarted. So what wealth of Lagos is Dangote holding that you guys are analyzing? I don't know. I know Dangote's major factories as we speak today lies majorly in the middle belt. Nasarawa, Edo State, and that space. That's where you find his major factories. And that is where they will be he will be paying his tax as it is today. So Dangote's wealth, how does it lie in Lagos? I don't know. Now, but this is mine. My own is that when you pick Yoruba state, for instance, an average Oyo man may say, oh, Yoruba have a fair share deal, okay, maybe because you have Ibadan. Come to my state and come and tell me the federal presence you find in Ekiti state. You don't even know that federal government exists in Ekiti. Because we don't even have anything. What's the federal presence you find in Ondo State? Ondo State have the same resources that you can find in Port Harcourt and Lagos, but the federal government refused to develop it. Ondo State have a riverine area. Ondo State have a coastal region, very large coastal region in Ondo. Ondo State have bitumen, the second largest or so in the world. Ondo State has a lot. But what's the federal government developing? Babangida refused to develop it back in those days because he wanted to shit on the people and they voted against it. So if you come to the interland, or is it Oshun? Where is the federal presence in Oshun? By the time you remove the federal university from Oshun, what's the presence you find in Oshun? But so this is where I'm going. So when you pick a particular region and you think, oh, you are the most marginalized, you don't need to be selfish. You need to look at others. What exactly are others also sharing from this thing? So as far as I'm concerned, every space, the only thing that makes the Yoruba people a bit stands out is that they, like the last speaker said, they know how to play their politics back to the center of power and get a little fair share of their own due. For instance, the Yoruba practically kicked Jonathan out of the office because they believe he marginalized them. In terms of sharing power, Jonathan marginalized them and put mostly the Southeasterners in key positions in his government and the South guys in his government. Not until close to when it was already late for Jonathan, he went to Lagos and started sharing money inside Molue. But people collected his money and still voted against him and kick him out of the office. And lo and behold, after that, you find the Ibadan-Lagos Expressway being done. You find federal government supporting Blue Race and all these. You find federal government supporting Lekki, Free Trade Zone, and a lot of things are happening in Yoruba land. But without the interland yet. Oshun, Ekiti, Ondo, where do you place them in Yoruba land? I still keep talking about it. So, but that's by the way. Now, I've made my point. My first point is that we are all being marginalized. Okay, sometimes when my Igbo friends, when they come and talk all this marginalization, I ask them, I say, do you know there's a tribe that is the fourth largest in Nigeria and they don't have a state to themselves? So what do you talk about then? See, if you have original conversations of these Awolowo, Nnamdi Azikiwe, mostly Awolowo and Nnamdi Azikiwe, the northern folks they didn't really involve in also all those interactions back then. But if you go to the political thought and socio-economic thought of Awo and Nnamdi Azikiwe on how Nigeria should be structured, you will come back to realize that those folks realized the complexities in the tribal division of Nigeria. They realized that the Ijaws needed their own states. You go back to Awolowo Hold, I'm talking of all those books. I will send some to you. I had access to some recently of Awolowo's original thoughts and Nnamdi Azikiwe. You see them brainstorming on, they have different, all these zim they used to describe their political thought. And they realized that Nigeria, if you have to allay the fear of minority, if you have to distribute things at least relatively, equal, you need to understand all these. And they didn't just make it Yoruba outside Igbo, those old folks of 60s, 50s, 60s. They didn't. They recognized other tribes. The Ijaws, are they not the fourth largest? They have a territory or a space they occupy. But what did we do? What did Nigeria do to them? We shared them among states. Share parts to this, share part to Delta, share part to those states, share part to, and we just break them like that. And lo and behold, you have a tribe who still have 5 states in the country, and they have their own, and yet we don't. I don't understand how to put it. Yes. But I agree. Lotta say Yoruba dominate the word, but they don't. Weight of where? Weight of where? Do you know that many Yorubas that you find in that Lagos, their investment is not even in Lagos? I know many people are very rich in Lagos and their investment is in Okeogun, in Oyo State. Many property owners you see in Lagos, all those big ones, they are not Yorubas. They're in Lagos. When you see the Yorubas that are selling properties in Lagos, they are not where the money really is in Lagos. So sometimes when you're analyzing these things and you say west of Lagos, people go to Lagos sometimes to rest, but their investment is not in Lagos. So many people, So that's the way I see it. But let me go back to this man, this Ojukwu man. I respect that man, for coming out to speak what many people would be whispering and they will refuse to. But I still see hypocrisy lying in what the man said, with due respect to the man. And why am I saying this? I could recall when Buhari deployed Operation Crocodiles, if you remember Crocodile Tear, to Igbo land, the Igbos, because when he deployed that thing, they gave them a time of reference. And what was the time of reference? Very clear. They first declared IPOB a terrorist group, and they said clear every insecurity in Igbo land. The Igbo started coming on here and started, believing that particular group. Oh, Crocodile Tear is to kill us. It's another, you want to kill Biafra, you want to kill our people, you are killing our people. They blacklist that particular group. Military intervention. They don't want in the southeast. But yet, you are calling the same president to come and do what now? That's the question I keep asking. Okay, IPOB, Samuel Hepa, all of them, they declared this. I know many of my Igbo friends that immediately after Peter Obi lost election, they started showing their sympathy again for Samuel Hepa. Same Samuel Hepa that during election, when the man said election must not hold, they started cursing him. Why will he not hold? Why will he not? Because they were hopeful that somebody from that extraction will become a president. But when the man from that extraction now lost the presidential election, you start having sympathy back. So you can't be approbating and reprobating. You have to stay in a lane and then play the politics. I always tell my friend from that space that, see, Nigeria is bigger than one tribe. On record, they say Nigeria have 300 and something major tribes, right? So Nigeria is bigger than that. I listened to a man who was talking about why Nnamdi Azikiwe did not, a professor from somewhere in the US, was talking about why Nnamdi Azikiwe did not join Awolowo. And he was referring to Festus Okotie-Eboh, all those politicians of the Midwest in those days, that the reason why Nnamdi Azikiwe was not able to join Awolowo to form that First Republic government, and he had to go for Tafawa Balewa, was because the so-called minority tribes that you think they are minorities, that if they come together, because they came together and became a major force, and that they were the major force that killed that particular thing and forced Nnamdi Azikiwe to strike a deal with Tafawa Balewa. What am I saying? What I'm saying is this: you think they are minor, so we think we are the only one in that space. But when all those minors cooperate together and come together, they can frustrate the effort of the majors. So here, you are calling Tinubu to come and intervene. But when the federal government intervened under Buhari, you said they are killing your people. So if today now, Tinubu deploys soldiers to the eastern space, and I know the same man will come to airspace if there's one or two skirmishes to come and say, oh, Tinubu is killing our people. Oh, we know he hates us. Oh, we know he's sending people now to our place. But look at what these guys are doing in that space. They are beating children, flogging children. Can you imagine? 21st century, a space that's supposed to be, when you are talking about exposure, in terms of people who have international exposure in Nigeria, at least the Igbos are still one of that you can really pick in Nigeria and say, these ones, they've gone wide, they've gone to so many spaces. There's hardly anywhere you won't find them in the world. But see what the group is doing there. And you know, the hypocrisy I find within my brothers from the Southeast is when you now ask them, who are the people doing this? No, we don't know them. They are not our brothers. Oh, they are people, we don't know them. You go and ask federal government. Those ones that break prison, they are not our people. But, and I keep asking, if they are not your people, then push them out. After all, you say you have ESN in that place, and we've seen video of ESN, we've seen the large number of that group. Then push them out. Okay, EPA will declare public holiday on it. So, IPOB, the fashion of IPOB now will say, no, we don't agree with you yet. You can't file EPA, who is not even in the country. That sit at home is happening. The thing will manifest. But you just come to here and say, oh, we are not supporting it. So, and I wonder, okay, traders can work. It affects their economy and Nigerian economy by extension. It's affecting our economy. It's affecting people's collective values and even spiritual life. I was listening to one of the priests of Catholic Church the other time, and he was talking about how they're beginning to be having low turnout now in churches. So what exactly do people in that space want? That's the question I keep asking. People have been killed on this issue, and you are laying everything now in the feet of Tinubu. To do what now? To send army to that space, and you will say, oh, Tinubu is killing your people. That's my second point. My third point, which is the last point on this issue, is release Nnamdi Kanu. And I keep asking, I said, for what and on what terms? Yes, I'm a lawyer. People may say, oh, but you're a lawyer, but the court said they should free. Oh, well. The court said they should free. That's court of appeal. The case is in Supreme Court. So if the case is in Supreme Court and they are staying execution of that matter, forget what Michael EJIKEME will come out to be telling you. Those ones they like going on the TV to talk on the TV. After all, he defended Olisametu. Where is that Olisametu today? So he's a lawyer. He's just practicing and collecting his own money. You may be listening to that and don't feed too much on what is. Feed more on what he says in court, because he understands that the lawyers on the other side are also equal. So he will measure what he says in court. But when it comes to the TV, it's Yoruba, we say Asoro Magbesi. You talk, you don't get answer, and you don't get people to question you. That's what TV and radios are. So don't bother yourself. Bother yourself more on what's it called. So my point is, the case is in Supreme Court, yes, and it's an issue that involves national interest and security. The kind of issue is not issue you can just talk with simplicity. It's issue that is very complicated. This man utterances alone, this man discipleship alone, it controls many souls and minds in Nigeria. So sometimes government feel if you want peace in this space, just keep this guy. Yes, the human rights activist will be there and say, oh, human rights, human rights, human rights. Let me tell you, even in the Western world.
Let me ask you a question, Ogweni. Actually, two questions. Do you think the release of Nnamdi Kanu, do you think it will soothe the excesses in the Southeast, or do you think it will escalate it? So that's the first question. Do you think it would douse the excesses that we're seeing in the Southeast, or do you think it will escalate it? So that's the first question.
My answer is that it depends on the terms they have with Nnamdi Kanu before you release him. If you are releasing Nnamdi Kanu on the terms that quietly leave Nigeria or stay within Nigeria but without making noise of secession, fine. He's going to douse everything down. He will be the man outside there to start preaching, no, don't worry. After all, when Ojukwu came back to Nigeria, there was a term, it was based on a term. And he kept to that terms throughout his lifetime. And Ojukwu became major person speaking against war, at least civil war in Nigeria, till he died. They kept asking the man in different interviews, do you think that should be said? Never. Never. You can settle everything on a round table. At least I've listened to one or two of his interviews like that the man said never. Go on the round table. Why do you have to waste people's life? Although they said, did you regret? He said he never regretted. Which, yeah, any military man, why would you regret war? War is like a puzzle, you're playing a game, assuming they won. So won't they have their state and believe they have their own, So, yes, he didn't regret it, but at the same time, he started pushing against it. Why? Because there was a terms and condition that allowed him to enter Nigeria back, reside in Nigeria, got his properties back in Lagos and some other space, but although he couldn't get some in some space, but he got Lagos and some other spaces and got his life settled back, remarried, and, enjoyed his life till, his death. Even participated in our politics. He contested 2003. Under Abga and in that space. So it is not too late for Nnamdi Kanu also. Yes, somebody fought a war, people killed by his command under him, and he came back on terms and they allowed him to live peacefully in the space. So you have not even declared any war, you have not even started any war. It's just your utterances and the tribal hatred. Because why somebody like me, why is it that I used to like Nnamdi Kanu because I used to listen to iPop radio a lot. But at a point in time, he started missing it. He started attacking my tribe. If you attack my tribe, you don't expect me to respect you or like you. I won't. You call Yoruba this, Efulefu, you call them this, you say they are cowards, they are lily livers, they are slaves to Fulani, they are different kind of sort of names, and you pick the next tribe, you call them anyhow and call you call and you want to curry their sympathy. Why must somebody want me to sympathize with you? Why? For what? So that's my own saying.
Are we allowed to interject?
No, I'm doing it in this sequence. When he finishes his delivery, I'll go to Zita, then Mike, then you, Pansat, just to yin and yang.
Can I interject him though right now from what he said until it's my turn?
No,
you say you can interject.
Don't turn it violent.
No, I'm not.
Don't turn it violent.
You don't need those kind of admonitions with me. You don't.
But I do now.
You should be cool. Relax.
All right, interject, but don't turn it violent. Yeah.
Thank you very much. By the way, Obeni, thank you again for coming today.
Pansa.
Yes, sir. I'm doing pretty good. Well, thank God. But you started off very well, and I was quite impressed with what you in your remarks in the beginning, and then you at the end there, you just went flat, right? So as a learned person who is an attorney, and we are talking about the issues in the country. Yeah. Just like any other country, when you talk about politics, we're looking at activities associated with governance of a country. The debates, conflicts, individuals, parties take shape in a country. It's supposed to be very big. It's a big thing, right? So, but when you're looking at Nigeria and you are looking at activities of
an activist, political activist. People who have you've been to courtrooms and you see people jailed. You know that people like Obasanjo was jailed, Buhari was jailed for activism, right?
Buhari was not jailed.
Yes, he was. But
Buhari,
maybe they didn't put him physically in custody of prisons, but he was at least under house arrest.
okay.
When he was deposed
When they took over from his government,
Babangida, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Put a position to Ogbeni, have him address it, and then let him continue with his thoughts. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. I just want to build it around I have a question for him at the end.
Okay.
So when you speak, people like you, younger generation who are coming up and they want to talk and want to hear them talk about our economy, our health care, our education, right? National safety and security, big ball. So you when you speak, you keep looking at that tripartite situation of your tribe, Yoruba, Igbos, and Hausas. Yeah, you did mention that there are other ethnic groups, and everything shouldn't center around these people here. And that's true. But what I'm saying is that when you're speaking and you say that Igbos do not know how to play politics, how can you say that, knowing that the world has moved on? When Igbos play the politics you're talking about, that the Yorubas are playing, trying to correlate themselves with the Northerners, right? So, do you understand what I mean? So Igbos have played that already. Probably the first to play it when the Igbos aligned themselves with Northerners against the Yorubas, right? And then you come to the middle, let's say in the 90s, when the Yorubas were crying of marginalization. Because
sorry, Pansat, put a position to Ogbeni, let him address it, and then continue with his thoughts.
Okay, so are you aware that in the 90s, 80s, and 90s, the Yorubas were crying of marginalization, right?
I'm listening.
Pardon?
I'm listening to you.
Yeah. So I could, what I would do, let me just go ahead and post an article, and I want then one man, in order for me to stop talking right now, I'm gonna post this article so that Sanusi Lamido Sanusi would adumbrate the Yoruba crying of marginalization. I just posted it on the private chat. You could also click it on yourself and read, because he itemized it. So these are foolish politics. The Yorubas played it. You're accusing of Igbos of playing it. It has nothing to do with Igbos. We're supposed to talk.
Sorry, Pansat, put a position to Ogbeni, have him address it, and then so that he can carry on with his thoughts.
Okay, so I will deal with this again when it's my turn, because it's very important, because I was very, very happy when you started speaking and you were really trying to tell your own people, because it's much better when you tell your people other than somebody condescending and telling them. So are you aware that in different times, different tribes have cried of marginalization? In different times, different tribes have risen up there and captured the center. It has nothing to do with a tribe, their genes or whatever. It's just Nigeria.
But those were actual marginalization. But the one you guys are doing now is fake marginalization. So there's a difference between an actual marginalization
he didn't
and fake
he
marginalization.
didn't get permission to interrupt.
All right. Sorry, Mike. Put the position because it's now getting a bit. Put the position.
Could you then please play? Do you see the link I have in the private chat? One man.
You brought it to the fore before, but I put
let's deal with it today, because it would then bring that history. It's recent history. It's important.
Sorry, Pansat, put a position to Ogbeni, have him address it so that he can continue with his thoughts. Then I go to Zita, then Mike, then you.
Okay, so my question to you is, would you ask one man to play that clip that I have on the private session? Please. Ask him to play it so that you can be aware of those marginalizations.
What you have there is an article. It's not.
It's a very short article. It's a very short article. Could you ask?
Not that short, too.
Could you have him to read it at least from the middle?
All right, thank you, Pansat. So pick it up from wherever you understood what Pansat said to you, then go back to your thoughts, and then I want to ask you one question more, and then round off your thoughts, then we go to Zita, Mike, and then Pansat. Back to you, Benny.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, maybe with time, when you read that article, maybe we can join you also on that. First and foremost, let me say, Lamido Sanusi Lamido is not an authority I defer to. Right? You may think that I'm a small boy. I'm not. I may sound like that. I'm not. And I don't defer to Lamido Sanusi Lamido. I don't know.
He's erudite and he's a very smart guy.
Yes, people think he's. Yes, people say he's erudite. And I'm in academics. I'm a researcher. And if you want to know my profile, you can go back to check my profile. I don't defer to his authority. If you go back to what he studied, I know what he studies, and I don't see anyone that relate to political economy or history. So in his field, probably Islamic banking, that's what he did in masters. In his Islamic banking, he may be an expert. But when it comes to political issues and history, I don't see him as an expert. Let me make that point first. Now, let me go further. You see, Nnamdi Kanu issue for me is not just political issue. You call it political issue, is not. Nnamdi Kanu issue is beyond that. Nnamdi Kanu issue for the Nigerian government, as you speak, has to do a lot with the sovereignty. It's a threat on the sovereignty of Nigeria. Secondly, Nnamdi Kanu is leading a group that has been branded terrorist group by a competent court in Nigeria. That's a legal area now. You're a leader of a group that a competent court is in Nigeria has declared. And
which he has in common with, let's say, Nelson Mandela, right? So I don't know what your point is there.
Sorry, no, hold on, Benny. Haven't been here with us 2 years solid, Pansat. You are the last person that should be set into the back. Or Benny, continue with your thoughts.
Okay, so if you want to compare to Nelson Mandela, yes, why? Nelson Mandela at a point in time also was declared a terrorist, and we know how many years he also spent in prison. And I don't think Nnamdi Kanu has spent 1/10 of the years the man spent in prison. So, and then secondly,
what is that? What does that mean?
Sorry, carry on, Owen.
So, then thirdly, it has to do with coexistence or continued existence of Nigeria. Why do you think Russia invaded Ukraine? And why do you think Putin didn't know when he wanted to invade Ukraine that he's breaching so many of international laws, bilateral laws, multilateral laws, treaty, conventions, and others? Treaty understood that he will be breaching those things. But Putin plays the sovereignty of Russia and threat on continued existence of Russia first. And that is why he took what in law you can call extra-legal or non-legal action against Ukraine. So it takes me back to the legal issue I've been telling you. You see, sometimes we claim we know law even when we don't know jack about law. Here, you think, oh, a court has released Nnamdi Kanu. And my point is this: Nnamdi Kanu case is beyond that issue in court that you think you're talking about.
I disagree with you. So let's have a debate.
You want to have a debate within 5 minutes? You can't
carry on, Ogwene. Carry on, Ogwene.
Right. So the point is, when a government considers all this, that government takes some extra legal decision, okay, to do whatever they want to do and to keep peace in that particular space. And that is the only thing, the point you have made today. The second point I think you have been able to make today is that in the 90s, the Yorubas were marginalized. Yes. Don't even say it's the 90s. Who told you that it's only 90s the Yorubas were marginalized? During our whole time, they were marginalized. If you understand Nigerian history very well, go back to history and check. Yorubas always been marginalized in the country. But the point is that because they don't come out to make noise, like my brothers in the South make noise, doesn't mean they are not being marginalized. That's my point. I remember 90s that you were talking about. What happened? What led to the 90s agitation in the 90s that you find Nadeko and others? It was because the Yoruba man, M. Abiola, contested the election. When the man contested the election, he almost won the election. An Igbo man went to court to go and get injunction to truncate the military, the outside military guys used the guy who happened to be an Igbo man to truncate the what they call the fairest election. Although my dad will always say it's not the fairest election, they still rig in their election. But at least in African context, let's say the fairest election. To truncate the so-called fairest election. At the same time, the Igbos never voted for that man. Go and check the report. I've said it here before. Go and check the result of that election. The only space in Nigeria where that man lost woefully is Igbo land. They didn't. They went for Tofa.
Do you want to know why?
They went to Bashir.
Okay, I'm just going to leave you at the back now. Okay, just carry on, Ogbeni man. It's unbelievable.
They went for Bashir Tofa. I'm just trying to explain to him the 90s agitation when you say Yoruba is marginalized. And after the whole thing, the Yorubas feel like, okay, let's start fighting for this, because how can somebody from our space contested free and fair election? So why would you? And they started agitating. So you want to compare the agitation to Nnamdi Kanu agitation? On what basis? What's your parameter? You know, to compare those things. And mind you, do you know people that are from Nadeko? Do you know that so many Igbo people there? My God, go and check members, the founding fathers of Nadeko. There's so many Igbo guys there who felt, what? Why would? And they started fighting military. They all fought military together. So I've read part of what Lamido Sanusi, and that's why I told you Lamido Sanusi is not an authority as far as I'm concerned when it comes to Nigerian history. He's not. He has even some tainted record too. That if you come to the space, you can debate it on what happened in Kano and when he left Nigeria for South Sudan and all those things, and his relationship with a lot of things. So the point is, when it comes to intellectual gathering, let's subject issues to objective debates. Don't subject issues to the our beer parlor talk, our usual beer parlor talk, where the uneducated should sit and, you know, oh, in the night, oh, the Igbos. So here I've praised the Igbos, but my own is that each tribe in Nigeria has been marginalized, and then when you pick each space, try as much as possible in each space to project whatever is wrong with you without. Nnamdi Kanu can fight his war without talking rubbish about Yorubas. Nnamdi Kanu can fight his war without calling the Fulanis the killer and the Ayara and this. He can fight his war without fighting against the government. We all have a common enemy. And let me tell you, the Igbo land common enemy is not even the federal government they fight. By my own estimation, it's their own leaders.
Fight your own. Let him fight his own. It's okay.
That is it. So don't call my people Efulefu and call my people bastard cowards and co. And you want me to support you? You want people from my space to support you? It doesn't happen that way. Fight your war. Look, Zita and my Mama Zita has enlightened me on something before, and I really appreciate that. And in every space I get to, I always say this. I say there's a woman on a platform where I go to. She enlightened me on why the other, the old eastern region, which they call as Biafra Republic, was not only limited to Igbos. There are other tribes there, and the reason why those tribes at a point in time started fighting the Igbos was because the Igbos started marginalizing them even within a state that you have not even actualized. And those ones started.
Sorry, hold on, Ogbeni. Rational mind, your mic is not hooking up, so your system is not connecting properly. So sort that out. Sorry, carry on, Ogbeni.
Okay, and according to Mama Sita, he said at the end of the day, those ones now started fighting the Igbos. That if we have not actualized this state and you are treating us like that, what of if we now actualize the state? You won't treat us well. And they started fighting them. And so the people that really fought Biafra eventually were the foot soldiers in the areas, which the so-called minority tribe that we always like to treat as insignificant. They are significant. So that's my point. Fight your war, leave others. Don't fight and be...
All right. Let me ask you this question, Ogbeni, and then I'll move on to Zita. But I'd like you to hang around because I want to hear from you about this Mmesoma narrative, which has now pivoted into a different space. And I think that's why Kenneth turned up as well. But the question is, in Nnamdi Kanu, how does the government play it? So now, by my estimation, his release would not really significantly impact on the violence in the southeast. It might peter it out somewhat, but those violent people, they've tasted blood, and I don't think Nnamdi Kanu's being released will satiate it. How does the government play it? Do they let Nnamdi Kanu play out in court as a law and order narrative, or do they play him as a political tool towards the Southeast? And if they are going to play him as a political tool towards the Southeast, how do they leverage that? How do they leverage him as a political tool, or do they just surrender him? If you were the president, how would you play it? Let him play out law and order, or play him as a political tool, and how? So just briefly on that, and then we go on to Zita.
Woman, you know, when I started this, and even before on this platform, I think I've had argued with Madam Sita before on the fact that I believe Southeasterners have been marginalized. You hardly see federal presence in their area. That day we talked, you know, extensively on train, and I said, how can rail system, a viable, effective rail system, will not get to Aba? At least, if it doesn't get to anywhere in Nigeria, Aba or 4 spaces, or Inewi or 4 spaces. I've been to those spaces. I understand what their industry is. So why won't you get something like that? That should even go straight to Lagos. Lagos, Port Harcourt, you should be traveling straight and be functioning every day. Then I escalated to tell you that every state has been marginalized. My state, there is no single train. In all their train they are planning now, they don't plan my state. My state is not part of it. They will plan their airport, they don't plan. They don't care about us in the hinterland. They don't do all those spaces. We don't exist as far as they are concerned. So now about releasing Nnamdi Kanu or not. So my point is this: if I were the president, let me tell you, if I was the president, the moment I get my judgment finally in the Supreme Court that because my problem now is Obi with all his case and the distraction and noise on the media, questioning my legitimacy everywhere. The moment they hand all those things and all those things, I will seek to meet Nnamdi Kanu personally, and I will ask Nnamdi Kanu what exactly does he need. Let me tell you, what Nnamdi Kanu needs, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think it's the Biafra Republic. I'm not sure the guy is ready for it. I'm not sure the guy even have any white paper or blue paper ready to form any political thing anywhere. I believe that what he's asking for is what I've talked about here, the fair share of their own also from Nigeria. And so he should define it. If he defines it, I will show him, see, this is my own blueprint. This is what we're going to achieve. And I don't want any noise. Next time I get a noise, if you enter this space again, you're not going to come out. Then release the man and let the man go. Because you see, if you are fighting from different ends, sometimes it distracts you from even achieving what you want to achieve. You fight this and that, this and that, this and that. So eventually for me, I think, I don't know what Tinubu is going to do with the guy. Tinubu may keep the guy there. But for me, I think the best for this government is to just use the guy as a political, what do you call it? Is this score now, or mark, you know, or point, to make a political point. Once this whole thing dies down and the Obi is out from the space and the Igbo still feel they are being marginalized because they lost the election and they lost again in court and all this, that, just release the guy and let the guy go, but not without terms, because his case has to do with Nigerian sovereignty. This case has to do with a designated terrorist group that is leading. His case has to do with continued existence of Nigeria.
He has been exonerated.
I'm going to remove you completely now.
Why are you removing me?
Enough
Why?
of this now. I've told you already. What's all this nonsense now?
I'm done.
Don't badger the guy. What's all this now? What's all this?
I'm done.
Sorry, thank you, Ogbeni. You've disrupted the flow. It was a nice listening experience. You chopped it up, chopped it off. I told you stop, and you continue. You're a grown-up adult. Zita, you're up next.
Hey, everybody on the platform and those in the comment section. How are they?
Hey,
so
we
one
do.
man, actually, I've not listened to the man. I've been very busy, as you know. Is there any way you can play the man's.
What I could do is to give you the highlights of what he said. So what
Okay.
is yeah? And by the way, this is let me remove the let me remove the super chat so that you can. So this is Lotana Ojukwu, and this is really is because of that name that is the subject of discussion. So he has invited himself because he actually said he asked to come on. So he has invited himself to Arise TV to speak on matters germane to his region. And some of the highlights that came out was that he feels that Nnamdi Kanu should be released to douse the tension of the violence in the Southeast. So he was pleading for that. That was one of his pleas that under Buhari there was no chance of Nnamdi Kanu being released because Buhari had no countenance for the Southeast, but Tinubu a different sort of animal, and he of course he has relationships with the Southeast, especially when he was governor of Lagos State. So he's a more all-encompassing person. So he feels that under Tinubu, Nnamdi Kanu can be negotiated out of detention to help douse the violence in the Southeast. But we've been having conversations around if Nnamdi Kanu's release will actually have that impact. So that was one of the highlights. But the biggest reason that I brought him up for discussion was that he said, and I'll scroll it back as he was talking to see if I can land that point. He said that the abundance of the Southeast, if not every one of them, they don't really want Biafra. They don't want Biafra at all. But what they want is a fairer slice of the cake. It's a sense of belonging with the country. So now, the name Ojukwu, who is the progenitor of the whole Biafran narrative, now coming to the central national space to tell us that this is not actually the want and will of the people. So, and I concur with him as well, that I've never had the sense that any Igbo person wants to secede, to come and form some obscure country that has no meaning. What they really want is more of a sense of participation within the Nigerian space. So also those were some of the controversial things that he said that we're discussing, Zita.
Okay, let me start with what he said about Igbos not wanting Biafra. He's wrong on that. When something is happening in a region and the people that are portraying it or pushing it have accolades, they are heavily supported to the extent it's taking their life. You won't say they don't want it. He might say the way they are going about it, maybe most Igbos don't want it to go that way. They don't want the process they are using to agitate for it. If he said that, yeah, most Igbos don't want those killings, those burnings, those not hearing voice of reasoning and don't allowing anybody to suggest anything. And most Igbos don't like that word, Biafra or death. But saying that most Igbos don't want Biafra, I don't know where he got that one from. But he said it anyway. Because if somebody who is a Nigerian, I won't even say Igbo, watch what Biafra has done to Igbos, and the person can still stand and say that Igbos don't want Biafra, I wonder how he has been watching this space. That's all I can say on that.
Sorry, listen to his words. Listen to his words.
But I'm an Igbo man. I have a forum that I established many years ago on WhatsApp, and I talk to Igbo intellectuals. Most Igbos do not believe in Biafra. Most Igbos do not believe in Biafra. What they are talking about, what they want, is an equal playing field in Nigeria.
Okay, so that's what he had to say.
He said he was talking to intellectuals. Yes, somebody like me, I don't want Biafra. But looking at what Biafra is doing in Igbo land, I don't want to say somebody is being unreasonable by saying that Igbos don't want Biafra. A chunk of them, majority, want it. They believe in it and they want it. Even when most of them don't know the consequences of having Biafra. They just want it. So that's all I can say for that. I'm not accepting what he said. They do. I know my people. What they don't want, you don't force it on them. I know how they behave, in as much as some people think I am not an Igbo girl. But I know my people very well, more than they even know them.
So sorry, what is their concept of a Biafra? Is it some ethnic island nation land bound within is it Lesotho that is surrounded by South Africa? Is that sort of a concept? What's the concept? Or is it just some idealism that's not or when it was just telling us that there's no blue paper, there is no plan structure. So what's the concept?
One man, you heard me when I said, even when they don't know the consequences of Biafra, they just want it. Some of them has been told that the moment they have Biafra, everything goes well. They have everything they want. The government will be in their houses. That's why I said most of them want Biafra, even when they don't know the consequences of having Biafra. I remember telling somebody, do you know you live in Lagos? If you have Biafra, you have to get a visa to be in Lagos. And he argued with me for like 10 minutes. I have to abandon the conversation. So what am I saying in essence? I don't know what the man is talking about. But what is happening in Igbo land doesn't show any sign. It doesn't cohere with what he's saying. That's all I can say. Then back to Nnamdi Kanu. When people talk about discussing within Nnamdi Kanu and giving Nnamdi Kanu conditions, it seems as if Nnamdi Kanu is Biafra and Biafra is Nnamdi Kanu. I think they are taking it from another perspective, which is not the truth. If you look at the trend of this Biafra agitation, right from the time Ojukwu came and then he was allowed and he continued with his Ikemba front, from Ikemba front to Mmesoma to iPod to autopilot to whatever and this and that. Now, if you get Nnamdi Kanu to have a condition with you, whereby he will not do this and then you release him, that is Nnamdi Kanu you are talking about. What if another person rises to take up the mantle? You call the person again to sit him down and discuss with him and let him go. There is something I want to say about this Biafra. It has caused the life of my people and is getting really, really annoying. So I'm going to be a little bit harsh on it. Biafra is not a case you discuss with one man. Biafra agitation, I repeat, is not a case any government in Nigeria will call one man to discuss it with. Whether Nnamdi Kanu, Simeon Ojukwu, dead or alive. Biafra is something the Congress will have to sit down, discuss, and pass a bill on it. If it's something that have to continue. If it's something they have to pass a bill and say, no more shall this be discussed. The moment you mention it, you are committing a crime. Or they said, okay, this has happened, so let's take it like this and take it like this and solve it and then end it there. But anybody suggesting that one particular person will be called to sit down and discuss with him and let him go, then there will be the end. I don't know where they got that one from. Because Biafra agitation is not in the hands of one man. The one man you people are talking about is being put somewhere in DSS cell. Another man is somewhere in Finland commanding some group of uninformed brains in Igbo land to cause mayhem in the land. So whom are you going to talk to? The one man in DSS or the one in Finland or the next person you don't even know that will start the agitation again if you quench the other two? After all, it used to be Wazurike. From Owazu, well, it used to be Ikemba of Nnewi. Thank God he said it's the Ikemba of Nnewi, not of Igbo land. Then it is from there, it went to Wazurike. From Wazurike, Nnamdi Kalu took over. As I said before, somebody made a mistake by thinking it's Nnamdi Kalu. The person dropped him in the DSS cell. I'm making reference to Buhari. And then one other crazy
sorry, Zita. Idowu, I see you there. Stay with us because you are the new voice of the day. I'll get to you as quickly as we can. But people delight in hearing from Zita. Zita, carry on.
So then one crazy young man in Finland is causing mayhem. So you discuss with Nnamdi Kalu, you discuss with the crazy man.
And just as soon as I said that he disappeared, it will come back. But I carry on Zita.
Then the one in Finland, then if you pick that one too, I've dumped him in DSS cell, then one other man will get up and start talking and start causing his own problem. As I said before, Biafra is not something to be discussed with one man. I don't care who said he has a lot of followers. He has a lot of followers not because of him. It's because of Biafra. So that's why I said, when the so-called Ojukwu came and said Igbos don't want Biafra, I don't know where he get that one from. They are not following Nnamdi Kalu because of Biafra, because of Nnamdi Kalu. They are following him because of Biafra. Same they did with Ojukwu. How many that lost their life in the Nigerian Biafran war? Same they did with when he came back front. Same they did with what's his name? Wazurike and Mmesoma. They did with Nnamdi Kalu. They are doing with Simeon Lekpa now. So it's not actually an individual. It's something that should be discussed, not with an individual. Whatever the Congress had before in Nigeria that the Chagari has to remove because he wants to win an election, I think they have to revisit that thing again so that there will be peace in my land. They have to revisit it. They should sit down and talk about it. If they want to talk about it for compensation, that's fine. If they want to talk about it, let's end this and end it now. That's fine. But people should just stop dying because of Biafra.
Zita, in South Africa, they had, I think it was actually when Mandela came in, they had something called the Truth and Reconciliation process, where everybody came out and aired their grievances, and then they put a national cap on the apartheid space. There's something that the Americans call closure. So really, for us to move away from all of the goings on, that Southeastern narrative, do you think we should have that sort of truth and reconciliation sort of concept? Maybe not exactly like that, but modeled towards the Biafran narrative. Do you think we should have something like that within the Nigerian space in order for us to have closure?
Yes.
Because we've not had closure on Biafra.
Yeah. Yeah. There should be a closure. That's exactly what I'm driving at. Not just a closure. There should be a nail at the head. But where the mistake came, maybe I should go back to that. When you fight a war and you accept no victor, no vanquish, I don't know what you want again. I think that was where the mistake came. Because if I ever fight a war and I found out that I lost a lot, I wouldn't accept no victor, no vanquish. I will ask for some certain compensation and some certain deals for closure. But that was not done. And since that was not done, you have accepted something, and all of a sudden you are asking for another thing. I think it's time to discuss it. The Congress should discuss it, and they should put a closure to it. Final closure.
Madam, please, can I just interject a bit, woman? Because my battery was gone. My battery was gone. Can I just interject a bit, sir?
It's up to Zeta if this
happens. Yeah, sure. Interject.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, madam. So,
Anthony,
madam, so
Anthony.
Thank you.
Anthony.
Yeah, hello, yeah. Tony Africa, my sister. Okay.
Anthony.
So, you know,
hold on. Anthony, if you want to ask me a question, you are free to ask me a question.
But with respect.
Me. Hold on.
No. No. I'm a good boy now, okay? No wahala. Yeah. So, please. I just want to say that, okay, madam, so there's no point. I look, you know that you are very nice woman. You did try to talk with, not only you, many people here, they are professors here, they talk too much. So what you are saying that they should give this people referendum, you know, let the people decide. So to prove this man wrong, because as far as I'm concerned, there is no single person that is of Igbo blood that will say that he doesn't want freedom. So Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for your freedom, and let us accept it that way. And then we will fight those powers that be. Now that things are changing, those powers that be, we have begun to demote them. We are trying to take the power back from this sort of foreigners that are colonizing us. So that's why. So let them have a referendum, and then the people will decide. Not all this political class. This Ojukwu is getting money from the government also, pension, because he's lieutenant. You know what I'm saying? He's a criminal. You know, so that's it. Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Let me wrap this into what Tony just said, Zita, and then you pick both up. Rather than have a referendum for the Southeast to see if they want to secede from Nigeria or not, should we have a national conversation to see if we want to continue as a country or not? So rather than a referendum for Biafra, why not a referendum for Nigeria itself to say, do we want to continue with this construct? So all of that, Zeta.
One man, first of all, I said that the Congress should discuss it. If the Congress discuss it and said Igbos should go, that's fine. If the Congress should discuss it and say it's not only Igbos that have issues, every other part of Nigeria have issues, so let's discuss everything generally and end it. That's fine. But the important thing is that Biafra should not be discussed with one man. That's what I'm saying. Biafra, nobody, if you know and you've been following the Biafran space, it's not something you pick a man and you sit down until and say, what do you want? Who the heck is the person now? That a president of a nation will sit him down and ask him what he wants. For what? He is not Biafra. He's just a loud mouth that is louding it, and people who want Biafra are following him. That's just what it is. So why would you sit him down when if you knock him out, another person is already in Finland anyway, commanding the battalion? So why would anyone sit him down? As long as I'm concerned, nobody in Igbo land is when it comes to Biafra, they are non-personal grantor. So let the Congress sit down, discuss it, and put a nail to it. That's my submission, woman. Thank you.
All right.
Talking about releasing him, I think what I've said has covered everything.
Yes, no. Let me isolate that, because I isolated it with everyone else. So to make you president for a moment, and then have you make a decision on Nnamdi Kanu. The question that I put to Ogbeni: would you let Nnamdi Kanu play out as a law and order issue in the courts, or would you isolate him as a political opportunity? And you hold him in situation and play him politically when it's expedient. So if you were the president for a moment, how would you play the Nnamdi Kanu narrative?
First of all, looking at the tribe Nnamdi Kanu comes from, absolutely nothing Tinubu will do that will please them. So that one is not tough. If you are talking about Tinubu's government or you are talking about my own government, if you are talking about my own government, I will still stand my grounds. I will call the Congress if I don't want to play politics with human blood. Because saying you hold Nnamdi Kanu and use him as a political ploy is playing politics with human blood. Nigerian politicians, they do that anyway. So if I don't want to play politics with human blood, I will still take it, get one guy, a hot-headed guy in the Congress, to throw it to the Congress. Let it be a decision. Let them discuss it and nail it, pass a bill on it. Yeah, settles it. And then nail it. Next time anybody, after settling it, anybody is saying anything about it, the person should never enter Nigeria again. It's as simple as ABC. Never. Banned for life. So it's something they have to take a stand on. If I am the president of Nigeria, I will take a very firm decision on that Biafra. Very firm. Either way, good or bad, but I must be very fair. We are not talking about Southeast, what to be done. Every part of Nigeria needs to be developed. Federal presence needs to be everywhere in Nigeria. Nobody is supposed to be isolated. I quite agree on that. But what I'm talking about is the Biafra space. A stand, strong one has to be taken because these people should just stop dying because of that. That's what I'm saying. Igbos should stop dying because of that. People should stop losing their businesses because of that. People should stop losing their homes because of that. They're maiming people because of that. All that should stop. People should stop dying. Yeah. There should be a strong decision not to sit in Nnamdi Kanu as long as I'm concerned, he said non grata, because one man is in Finland has taken control. So if you have a deal with him, you're having a deal. I don't know where the deal will take you to anyway. That's if you believe that they're still listening to him. After all, you kept him in DSS. Those fire burning in Nigeria, in Igbo land today, he's not the one commanding it. So I don't understand this sitting down and talk to him. But why should even a president do that in the first place? What are you demystifying the position of the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria or what?
All right. Thank you, Zita. Thank you, Zita. So, Zita, hang around because I want your thoughts on the Mmesoma's narrative, which has taken a 360-degree turn with Madam Obi almost in an apologetic tone, and the narrative of that ethnic saber rattling now pivoting in a different direction. So all of that I want to hear from you from. But I want to take this conversation round first, just to document everybody's voices. Ekene, I'll get to you as quickly as I can, but I'd already sequenced Mike to Pansat, so I don't want to break that sequence. So Mike, you're up next. The narrative, Ojukwu's our younger brother now, coming to tell us what a lot of people already suspected, that there's no single red blood in Igbo land that actually wants to secede from Nigeria. It's essentially a story around marginalization and a sense of being hard done by. So this is what Ojukwu the Younger told us. And he also brought up the Nnamdi Kanu narrative, its release, how that will impact on the excesses of violence in the Southeast. All of that. Good to see you, Mike. And before you go, Mike, Idowu Babatunde, if you want to come back, because I want to document you as the new voice of the day. So Idowu, I'm sure you're hearing me. Come back, so I'll document your voice. Back to you, Mike.
Okay. First of all, I think the man is just lying, man. He's lying. And first of all, that sit-at-home going on in Southeast, I believe the leaders, the traditional leaders, the people, and every stakeholder in that Southeast, they are all behind it. They're just coming in public faking, because it's impossible. Imagine you can't say because of some ESN. It's like saying some armed robbers in Southwest. we begin to make everyone in Southwest sit at home. It's not possible. The people of the Southwest have to be behind it. The traditional leaders, everyone, people of the leadership of the Southwest got to be behind it for it to be successful. Because if they are against it, they will fish out those people easily. They will do everybody with gang and the entire region leadership, local leadership, everyone, governor, everybody turn against those armed robbers or whatever. Let's just regard them as armed robbers or whatever. Say, oh, we have these armed robber people in the town. They will fish them out quick and get rid of that problem. So that's one thing. So they are lying. Now, the issue of this Biafra Kanu, I would tell you, if Kanu give up Biafra today, another guy will continue to start and do the same. You continue. That thing will continue. Another guy will come, whether for the sake of making money or whatever. Another guy will come and do the same thing, pump out. Because what would be a reason for him not to come out to do it? Because everyone has done it before him, nothing happened to them. So, to me, I think if they want to put a hand to this whole thing, it's just to make an example out of Kanu, and the next guy will think twice because you want to end up like Kanu. You understand? Now, what do I mean?
What about the violence that is wrapped around this incarceration?
Yeah, because it's still there. That's why they want it. The thing is, the people feel insulted. It's kind of like it's an ego thing because that guy is not that important for someone else to be dying over him. It's just an ego thing. Like, man, they got our guy that's me talking tough. They make Igbos look weak, and after talking tough, they end up like that. I mean, it's like an ego thing. All their leaders, it's like they just hurt their ego.
Are you saying Nina the guy who got punked?
Yeah, exactly. It's like the whole tribe got punked. That's what it is, It's like the whole ethnic group feel punked. Not, I won't say some people are not like that. They're not into that shit. But they are the people that are always, these are very proud people now, So it's like an entire tribe feel punked because this is a guy that was saying things, talking very tough, doing, I'm ready to die, He goes and these, and I mean, he did all that, and they just snatch him and put him in dungeon. And so it's like they feel punked. So that's why they want him out by all means, so that way they can, feel better. You remember that old man, the Amici, whatever that man's name is. He said that the last thing you want to before he goes to his ancestors, you can't be released to him. I mean, what the hell? Why you're old man? What's your business with that? I mean, so, but to me, I think the way, if I'm Tinubu, the way I would do it is I will pull Nnamdi through the military tribunal. Because why? He can do that. Actually can do that. Now I will take you back to the end of the war. I think one of the biggest mistakes the government did was to say no victor, no vanquish. We didn't declare a clear winner in that war. So if you don't declare a winner, that means what you had was a ceasefire. It's like you created a situation between North Korea and South Korea. There's no winner declared, it was just a ceasefire. So see, today, the war is not declared ended. It's a ceasefire. Now, it's on, and also another mistake, you did that, and then you brought the leaders of the war, the Ojukwus and the generals of the Biafran side, you brought them and dumped them in the midst of their people and allowed them to be the only one telling the story of the war, what happened. And you gave them opportunity to just cover their own behind, because of course they don't want the people to see them as the people responsible for their losses and everything. So you give them the opportunity to now twist and use propaganda and brainwash the people to see others as those responsible for what happened to them, their pain in the war, and just find a way to exonerate themselves from any blame, So now the brain dead Nigerian leadership are the people we have to blame for that. Now, why do I say military tribunal for Kanu? You don't have to, if in what situation when you capture an enemy, you don't have to go through a civilian court. You can go through military court, military tribunal, and do your judgment there. Case of war, that's how they do it. So the reason why I say it will be legal to do it, because like I said, technically the Biafran war is a ceasefire. So if a person declares himself as a Biafran rebel, so you're taking us back. It's like you you're handing a ceasefire. So technically, Nnamdi Kanu can be accused of a Biafran rebel that's violating the ceasefire, that's continuing the war. You understand? That's carrying out the Biafran war against the state. You understand? Because that's what he declares himself as, hey, Biafran fighting the state, and harming men and all those things. So what people can do is, just ignore the civilian side and say, okay, this is a war thing. So put him through a military tribunal. And you know what, the military tribunal is very harsh. It's not like the civilian one. It's very harsh. Once you're an enemy of, and and probably, just put him to death. And the next guy will not want to do the same thing. And make it clear that, okay, this Biafran thing, it's a ceasefire thing. If you bring it back up, you're going to go through military tribunal. You're an enemy of the states. It's a war. It's a declaration of war. That with the next guy, if you see what happens to this guy, he won't even consider coming up. You make an example of. I'm not saying because I hate the guy. I'm just saying you have to make example of people sometimes.
Are you sure you don't hate the guy? Yeah, I thought Mike.
I dislike the fact that he always insult my people, my tribe, and everything. That's what I hate about him. I'm never against the breakup of Nigeria.
Mike. I think we heard that tone from Ogbeni as well. I think that may well be where the line was crossed.
Yeah, that's where the line was crossed.
Because he had the Yorubas on board that, okay, we are watching you. If you're able to progress a little bit, then because there's an undercurrent desire for Yoruba nation as well. So they were saying, is this guy just a noisemaker or is there anything there? And then suddenly he started this or Efulefu Yoruba.
But Roman, he apologized. He apologized, Mike. He apologized.
Don't worry about all that. So that was where the line was crossed.
Yeah, because I mean, if the guy would have been just about succession, he was someone like me. I mean, I'm not really a fan of that one. I'm okay with Nigeria. I mean, I'm not really. I'm neither here or there, but I kind of have a vision of a Yoruba land being their own country in a sense because I want to save my culture, my tradition, those kind of things. So I won't mind having a country, Yoruba country. You understand? I really would like that idea. But Nigeria is also, it give me big space, and so either way, I'm not against it. So if the guy would have just focused on succession and not make it a big country, the way the guy went after my people, and like the guy really crossed the line. He really provoked the shit out of me, man. Like, so that's where he crossed the line, So, where would I see no stuff? Okay, so
sorry, Mike. Yes, I was speaking. I didn't admit it myself. The younger Ojukwu, he also said that the abundance of the Southeast, they don't actually have a desire for Biafra, but what they do feel is a sense of being hard done by the Nigerian state. Do you agree with him with that statement?
It's full of shit, man. That's why I always get sick of those kind of elder and all those. They just lie too much. Why can't? And they are the problem. Why can't you just come and be upfront about the real feeling of your people and be straightforward, so that way we can actually go somewhere with the conversation of what's going on? Because they just be talking from both sides of their mouth. We all know you want Biafra. Come on, man. You know, because if you didn't want it, then you would have been the one talking to the people. These are the characters that are even brainwashing the young ones to be believing in Biafra. But they will come on TV and just be faking with their government because they are collecting contract. They want to. Of course, they don't want to bite the finger that's feeding them. They are all making money from the government. The Ojukwu family are making money from the Nigerian state now. The Ojukwu wife was a senator. They are all making money. That money they are making from Nigerian state is why they will having this two-face where they will come on media and public and be talking. No, we don't want it. But in reality, when they go sit down with their people in the back, it's Biafra. They want that thing. They want it. The thing is this. Now I can agree if they're saying they don't want Igbo nation, meaning just their small state. They will never want that one. Never, ever want that one because that's just a disaster. But they want that southeast to be a nation. That Biafra, the one you was fighting for. That's their desire. And they have that. First of all, and unless the new generation of Igbo just happen to develop different mentality. But the typical mentality of an Igbo man is he doesn't want to participate in anything where he doesn't have an absolute domination. You understand? So participating in Nigeria, when people say they don't know how to play politics, it's a lie. They don't want to participate in Nigerian politics because they know that if we engage, we can't dominate completely. You understand? We can't dominate completely. The Yoruba is a strong force. We have to be competing with this guy. Even if we become president, we still have to be sharing. It's like an Igbo man mentality is, if I want to partake in something, I want absolute control, absolute domination. I want, before in the early days when they saw the North as people they can completely dominate. That's why they isolated the Yoruba. They always saw the Yoruba as they want to cut them off and just focus on dominate everyone. But now the North is even people they also have become very educated now. So that dominating of the North and South, it's like a big competition for them. So they don't want to participate in it. That's why they don't like Nigerian politics. They don't want it because they know that this thing is not just like what we do. We don't engage in dealing with each other on the equal. Wait, let me learn. Dealing with each other on the equal ground. No. I grew up around Igbo people. I know it's like even in business, they feel like I gotta deal with you on the equal ground. No, they don't like it. It's like if I'm gonna deal with you, I want to be the superior, the absolute domination. That's why the only way they can have that kind of situation is to have that Biafra where they are the majority.
Joel, you can interject, but it'll be at the discretion of the speaker. So if you want to interject and you ask him, if he says yes,
I mean, I'm born in here. I want to.
If he doesn't say yes, then you have to let him land.
It's okay.
But,
it's okay. It's okay.
Carry on, Mike.
So the dream is a country where, okay, we have to share country with people where we know that none of them can, like really stand a chance of, being balanced or equal or anything. So that's why they will want that. When they say they want Biafra, the only people they will include will be people they know that, okay, this one can't challenge me now. This one. They include those minority tribes, all those kind of people, Sometimes they look at it always baffles me when they say Edo, they will say no, Edo. And next time when they want to include Edo, they will say, okay, we have to hand out your Oba thing. Because that your Oba, it will be a problem for us when we get Biafra. So they, that's just the thing. Unless a new generation of Southeasterners grew up and dump that mentality, is the only time where they can embrace it. They want to continue to be Nigerians, But as far as being in Nigeria and you can't absolutely dominate, they don't want it. They're not going to be comfortable in Nigeria. So anytime so you can interject, yeah.
Okay, and one man, you see, on this show, right? By the way, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you were coming from, you were tuning in from, on the one man show. Jewel, as always. My brother, you see, sometimes I want to come a little bit brash, but I believe that the elections are over, so I'm a little bit calm. So I am going to take it, I'm just going to, address issues, not really you, because if I'm going to go by what you said, you absolutely said nothing. One man, the issue here is this man right here came out to say what I have been telling you here before. I have been saying it on this show. But every person that comes on, immediately say IPOP, they align it to, our struggle and all that. I was so miffed listening to him say that the Igbo man wants the place they will dominate. What do you mean by dominating? In Lagos, have we said anybody not to? If you want to compete with us, have you ever asked you not to? Probably, I don't know the last time.
We're talking about politically.
No, hold on, my brother. You see, I don't know the last time you went to Nigeria.
Okay, and let me use now historic incident to respond to your what you're asking me. For example, in the First Republic.
Okay.
First, Southwest were I have a lot of educated people, a lot of professionals. And Southeast also had a lot of very educated people in South, but the North didn't have educated people to feel anything. So the Southeast play their politics like, okay, we have to eliminate the Southwest out of the equation, which doesn't make sense. If you really was about a country, you're supposed to team with the people that are equally educated, so that way you can both use your knowledge to develop the country. But they cut them Southwest off and chose to align with the North, right? And then we saw how the cabinet was structured. They fill the entire space, like the president Igbo, the senate president Igbo, the vice president Igbo, the head of army Igbo, the head of police Igbo.
In what republic,
This is a
please?
factual statement. I'm not making this up.
Hold on. In what? Let's see, my brother. See.
But let me
You
land
know,
now.
because
You ask me, interject, ask me question.
You cannot be running on light. You said that the Igbo was president,
if I
the
have the
vice
floor,
president.
you have to allow me to talk.
Hold on, Joel. Joel is asking you in what republic. So answer
The
that.
very first now, the Ojukwu regime, the Ojukwu regime. I'm not lying. You can go look up the entire.
Okay, my brother.
Well, let me land. Let me go through.
Hold on, Joel. Yeah.
Let me go through. So he filled the entire, like, literally just absolute domination. Head of police, head of custom, head of army, head of even civil service. They just one ethnic group. That was kind of, I've never seen nepotism in that manner since the history of the planet. That's what you call absolute domination. Now that it made it clear to us that that's why they didn't want to team up with the Southwest, because the Northern I couldn't question that because they didn't have the people to put there anyway. Two, it got to a point where they were not even satisfied. They even had to do a coup just to kill the entire leadership of the North, the West, and just that mentality of absolute domination. Ironsi took over the government.
One man, Mr. Mike, you're not being honest in this.
Bros, okay, tell me where I'm lying. Then you guys cannot say someone's lying.
Let him finish.
It's just a untrue statement. Anything I'm making.
Let him finish now. Let him finish. Then we can now respond.
We should not be emotional. If there's an untrue statement in anything I say, you can say, okay, you said this, it's not true, and I can tell you, I can refer to you. I can go and look it up and see that it's true. So see. I mean, this okay, cool. Just eliminate people, leadership of other region took over, and when they took over, what did he do? He wanted to change constitution. He didn't consult any ethnic group. He brought a team of lawyers from his tribe, Southeast, in a room to change the constitution single-handedly.
Oh God!
To change the Nigerian constitution, change something every year. The constitution where that was when it was made, all regions were on the table to make that constitution in the beginning. You single-handedly from one ethnic group start with people of your ethnic group and flip it, change the constitution from regional system to unitary system where you are the head of state. You dictate everything that is money made in the country. Everything comes to you and you share it, which is what we still continue with it today. And Kantaku happen. Ojukwu decide, okay, now we have to change the constitution back because now you are no longer the head of state. The another man is. So this absolute dictating to everyone and just want things your way is what draw me to the conclusion that this is what this is my whereas when I describe the Southeastern, it's an opinion formulated from every historical antecedents and things that's been happening. So I have to go by that, So okay.
All right. Hold on. Joel, you push back, and then Solomon push back as well, and then address the pushbacks, Mike, and then bring home your thoughts on this the talking point. And then we move on. So yes, Joel, let's say from you.
Thank you very much. One man, in the First Republic, by the way, we had Azikiwe who was the president, but was ceremonial, just like we have in the British system today. The prime minister was Ahmadu Bello, and he had Azikiwe had no control over the government.
Tafawa Balewa.
Sorry. Tafawa Balewa. Sorry. Thank you, Solomon. So Tafawa Balewa. So Azikiwe had no hand in who Tafawa Balewa works with. Now, moving forward, like I want to address you like you came on because it was a lot of talk going on there. Even up to the coup. Now, it has always been that it was a Southeastern coup. And I am not going to, on this show, deny my Igbo brothers in Delta State, in Akwa Ibom, in Kogi, and River State. Actually, Kaduna Uzogu is from present-day Delta State. When we went through the list of those who carried out that coup of 1966, there were 6 Yorubas that were amongst them. What am I trying to say? I am not trying to down the Yorubas or down the Igbos or down any person. I am trying to say that whatever that happened in 1966 was something that its time has come. What led to the 1966 brouhaha? Insecurity, politicians using the military as they want for personal purposes, and even carrying their bags, and the economy was in shambles. It was a lot of things going on there.
But you're not addressing my point now. Yeah, giving you.
No, I am addressing it. I am addressing it, just trying to make you understand that.
But which part of my point?
He's addressing your point, Mr. Mike.
I'm addressing your point.
No, which part of my point? You have to tell me which part of my point you disagree and you're addressing.
One voice.
Sorry,
hold on, Solomon. You coming after Joel. About Joel, yes, Joel.
But one man, if he has his flaw, he can give his own story of what happened. But if it's my flaw, you got to address things I say, not like start telling me stories.
One man will also allow me to clarify. So.
All right. No.
What you're doing is trying to avoid getting to me.
It's been going well so far. So
what one man is doing is trying to avoid getting to me, so you could hear the truth.
No, hold on. Joel, bring it home, and then Solomon come in. And then wrap it up, Mike. And then we've not heard the Kene yet, so maybe I'll come to Kene before Pansat. But I will. Pansat can make that decision if he wants, if you allow Kene before him. But back to you, so Joel.
So thank you, one man.
I allow Kene before me. Okay.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, thank you.
So thank you very much, one man, for the floor. So that is what really happened there. So what am I trying to say? The composition of those that carried out the coup was mostly, it's like a southern decision. And the southern decision to cut themselves away from Nigeria wasn't something that those people then, because they were more patriotic than we are today, it wasn't what they had in mind, but they had to, because of the situation of the country. Was it the best situation? Was it the best decision? Maybe not.
What Mike was alleging is that there's a domineering sort of a texture to the southeasterners. So that's what he said. So
that is why
if we open up the Civil War, then we'll be here 24 hours. But
I get it. No. But one man, this when he said that the southeasterners were domineering, I was looking at the instances, and of which most of the things he said they were lies. That the Igbos were the president, the Igbos were the Senate president, blah 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 blah, and all that.
They are not. Igbo was not the president.
He was the president. He was the president. They weren't. Hold on, please, my brother. They weren't the prime minister, and the prime minister.
I didn't say they were the prime minister.
Good and fine, but excuse me, brother. The head of the government is the prime minister at that time. So you cannot just say that the Igbos were trying to dominate. So what I am trying to get him to understand is that even in Lagos State, can I go ahead?
Land your point. I just want to say something.
Okay. So even in all these places, when you talk about dominating, what do we mean by dominating? It is competition.
No. I'm not saying you are dominating me. I'm not saying you are not dominating.
Let me help you out, Mike. Mike,
I think Joe is mistaking the word. You can never dominate the Yorubas. That's one thing for a fact. On a fair ground,
nobody is dominating you. You're the one dominating yourself. Nobody is
saying you.
All right, hold on, Mike.
Let me come in, please.
No, hold on. Bring it home in a couple more sentences.
Okay.
Joel, because I don't think we can contain Solomon anymore. But
Mike does not have any certain.
No, woman.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. So my own thing is just this, right? When we talk about competition, When you see the Igbo man in your environment, there is nothing the Igbo man sells that you cannot go to the same market and buy.
But I never said anything about business domination or anything, man. Why are you moving it?
No. Hold on, please.
You cannot dominate us in any business, anything.
All right.
Let Solomon make his own, man. Because you keep going, he's shifting the goalpost to something else.
Everybody hold. Just to reiterate, we set a few rules just a couple of days ago. The interjections are a key component of this platform. This because we don't like people to run away with commentaries and not have them interrogated. But we've now tried to put some structures to the interjections because oftentimes the interjection turns the sessions rowdy. So the parameters that we set around the interjections is that interjections should not last more than 5 minutes. So that's one. And then the interjection should not insert more than 2 questions. So you ask a question, then the person that holds the floor, he addresses it. If you're not satisfied, you ask a follow-on question, and then we move on. But we don't want voices just rolling over each other. But do bring it home.
One man.
Yeah.
One man. Before Joel continues,
right.
Before Joel continues, let me say this. You see, Mike is right to some extent.
Are you interjecting the interjection now? Let your land job to you.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is this, right? That when it comes to what we call domination,
what I call domination, because it's my flaw. Don't give a different definition and start addressing something else. It's trauma fallacy.
Okay. Hold on, because your definition
what you end up doing is making me
here,
look like I said something I didn't say.
The definition
that's what I'm trying to
of domination is if the person takes over, maybe in a position of power and all that. We do not dominate anybody. We compete. I just want to make you understand that.
So, finish. I will respond to that. Finish.
Yes, I'll respond. You respond, please. So what we do, one man, it's like the Igbo man. What the Igbo man sells is not something that is manufactured in mass. Okay. Whatever the Igbo man sells, whatever the Igbo man deals in, is found within the surface of the earth. They only know where to go get them, and they provide a service to their people, which are Nigerian population. So I do not.
Let's go. We get your point. You're not landing. You're taking us to all kinds of different.
You are too brash. I don't want to come.
It's not being brash, man. You're doing strongman fallacy. Make it look like I say what I didn't say.
Bro,
but you're not landing.
Mike, please.
Okay, one man. Let continue. No problem. I'm done.
No. Land. You do get the chance because you can't stop. Yeah, land and then Mike has the floor. He can tell you that he doesn't want to hear it anymore. But land it, and then we hear from Solomon now.
Okay, so what I'm just trying to say is just this: that when it comes to what we call domination in about the Igbo people, it's about competition. If you feel like you want to compete, you come and compete. Today, for the past 16 years or so, for the past 16 years or so, we've not been so much or 8 years or so, we've not been so much in power. There are other people that have been there. What we are just saying is that leave the Igbos alone so that they can do their stuff. We are not dragging anything with you. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Solomon, to you.
Yeah. Mr. Mike is talking about the First Republic and all that. He's talking about dominance and all those things. See, if you watch the way how Nigeria started, the Igbos and the Yorubas were ahead, and the Igbos are people that in that time I don't see anything like dominance or anybody them trying to dominate any region or take over anything. In fact, I don't know if you know when this guy Isaac, what is his name? Isaac Boro or something, he was talking about Niger Delta. It was Aguiyi and Ojukwu that even copped that his noise of Niger Delta Republic. That is because I think they still believed in one Nigeria as of that time, especially Ojukwu. But as things turned out, the Ojukwu came out and declared the state of Biafra because of certain things that happened. So, but what am I trying to say? Like Mr. Mike, that coup, I don't like when we don't, let's stop deceiving people. Like somebody like me, I cannot be deceived about it because I've really done my research about that coup, and it was never an Igbo coup. It's always from Asaba, from Okpana. Most of the guys, even they were Yoruba guys in that men in that coup that they all of them planned. Even they were Northerners in the coup too. All of them planned the thing. It just happened that the people that had or held major office are from the north, and somebody was talking about Azikiwe. Azikiwe went for a medical vacation during the coup. Before the coup, he went for a medical vacation. It was only Michael Okpara. I don't know what really happened, how he got to not to be part of the coup. So, but the rest were there. Awolowo was, if they wanted, if it was even an Igbo coup, they would have gone to the prison to kill Awolowo. But they did not do anything like that. It was the people that was in office that they were killing because they were the real corrupt politicians. Even though I don't really like the way they killed the northern elite because it was very humiliating. The one that they dragged what they call him on the they dragged around the state as in the place they killed him, and like Ahmadu Bello, the way they killed him in and his wife. I can never support such. It was not a good way of doing things. They would have done things in the proper way. But trying to say that it was an Igbo coup, it was never. In fact, thank God, like Mr. Joe pointed out here, Tafawa Balewa was the prime minister as of that time, and he had more powers. So let's stop this thing, please. Let's stop this thing. There was corruption at that time. In fact, I feel like that was, and you talking about Aguiyi did this. You see, this is why I blame. I did not support Obi. I keep saying it here. These people really had pure intentions of making the place good, but because of how maybe should I use the way they go about it, you will not feel like they are trying to dominate you. No, the way is going to be favorable to everybody. Unity system of government, if we were really one, would have been something that would have helped us. But because maybe it was in their own mind, they felt that was how it would have brought the development or make the country together. But they don't know that, in fact, that is what would have that will be what would open more injuries, and that is what we are suffering today. So you don't need to come and blame these people. They never meant that kind of to come and dominate or try to cause problem. It was for the betterment of the country that they were trying to do. Yeah, one man.
Okay.
All right.
One man, can I come in, please?
Let me no, before he goes. Before I forget, I got to deal with it.
Mike, I want to help.
I will let you guys go after this. I got to deal with this. Wait.
No, hold on. Mike has the floor. Sorry,
you guys give me a second. I got to deal with that 2 points because you guys might take me out of the zone because I need to debunk everything you're saying. Now let me start with let me start with the last guy before I go to Joe's points. He said the coup was not a southeastern. Okay, now here's the deal. They say it was the economic reasoning, corruption, and things like that. Now, when they carried that coup, not only did they kill the politicians, they also killed all the top generals that were from the north. 27 senior officers, from the general to all the top officers, to the point where Gowon became the only highest ranking officer, and it was a colonel. And luckily, Gowon was so lucky because he was out of the country when the coup happened. So if the coup was about corruption, why are they killing soldiers? Why are they killing officers? That's one. So it was clear that there were targets. Two, when they say
Mike, wait, let me
no, bro, chill. You already spoke, man. You already spoke.
It was even in the middle.
Sorry, carry on, Mike.
Bro, chill out, man. They will always use this argument that among the coup plotters, they were this name, that name. The way military work, is command. If I'm a commander, I'm commanding a platoon. In that platoon, if you are a member of that platoon, and I command the people we are commanded, we're about to go execute, is your relative or someone you love, your tribe, you got to follow my order. So what people do is, wait, and second of all, in the military, junior officers don't plot coup, cannot do it. You have to, generals plan coups, top senior officers.
Are you sure about that? Is many junior officers that plan coups?
No. There's also a general involved. A general give that order. You understand? The general give that order, because first of all, a junior officer, you need you can't eliminate this. You can't eliminate. The only way you can do is you can't eliminate all the senior officers. Now, who's going to train you to become a senior officer? Because the senior officer, they want to have to train the junior officer to become senior officer. They have to train. That means you've destroyed the whole military structure. And unfortunately, that's what kind of happened. Our Nigerian military was destroyed, because by the time the Northerners did the counter coup, don't forget all their own generals were already killed. So they didn't have generals anymore. They didn't have senior officers anymore. So now, when they did their own counter coup, they killed all the Igbo generals, the North Southern generals, and the only top general they were left was some Yorubas. Those one just quit the army. People like Adebayo. So now that's how the Nigerian army collapsed, because who took over the Nigerian army were a bunch of junior officers. They never just promoted themselves to be generals. Were never trained. They never went through the course. Never went through anything to know how to be generals. And that's what destroyed the Nigerian army. So the coup, obviously, it was Aguiyi-Ironsi's coup. It was well plotted. We all know that. The way the people were taken out, it was so obvious. Joel talking about Joel talking about competition and domination. Competition, everybody welcome competition. What we're talking about domination is when you sit in a room, you want to change the country's constitution. You then invite people of other ethnic group, you just invite people of your own ethnic group because you're in a position of authority, and change the rules. That's not competition. That's domination. You change constitution single-handedly. That's domination. So domination we're talking about. You say you want power rather than competing politically. You decide to execute leaders of other ethnic group just for you to have power. That's not competition. That's domination. When Azikwe saw that the only man, politician, the region that can compete with his region politically in Nigeria at that time was the Southwest, what did he do? He said Awolowo, he arrested Awolowo, said Awolowo was planning a coup, trying to use the Ghanaian military to overthrow the Nigerian government. Does that make any sense? And jail Awolowo in prison because you saw him as your competition. That's not competition, that's domination. So when we are saying you have the domineering mentality, we are not telling you that you have this competition spirit.
Not will own your own statement.
Okay. When I say you have this domineering mentality, I'm not telling you that you have this competitive mentality. If it's competition, that's welcome. Anybody that's against competition has got to be foolish. Even he took it to the business side too. Okay, we can address that as well. If you go to Nigerian spaces, markets, places, every businessman trying to do business, compete with the next businessman. But the only group you go within any market space in Nigeria, for example, let's say one Alaba market, something like that. You have a Joe man that has started his own company, a Yoruba man started his own company, a Hausa man, or whatever, a Calabar man. They start company, they're focusing on competing as a businessman against another businessman. But the only group of people that will form a union within the market with the Southeasterners. So now, which I think maybe the other group, that's why I always advocate, my Yoruba people always insult them. You guys should start doing what the Southeasterners are doing and stop being this, we don't want to look like tribal, this thing. Start focusing on yourself, be doing your own unions too. Within the market, you will form union. At the end of the market, one ethnic group is doing a meeting. It's like, now, there's strength in union than individual. So now the other ethnic group, they're not doing business based on ethnicity. They're just doing businessmen. So you have a union of ethnic group of people within a market, it's market space. And now you put all your forces together. Now you are now competing against individual businessmen from other tribes and now overrunning them and things like that. And then you say, oh my God. Smart. And you say you are smart. Wait now, you say, I have a flaw, let me lie. Then you claim that you are the smart businessman and things like that. Okay, it's a smart move. Union is smart to be to understand that union is a strength. But if every ethnic group begin to do the same thing within the market, I don't know how that country begin to look. But I will encourage my Yoruba people to start doing that within a space. Whether it's a Ladipo market, whatever, union of Yoruba marketers. Do it, because you guys are the only one that do that. The union of this and that of marketers, which is good. I'm not against it, but I just think that's not competition. That's just being dominant. Competition is me and you. We compete brain to brain, man to man. That's competition right there. So
can we target you?
Okay.
Hold on, rational mind. Land it, Mike, and
So,
then I'll take commentaries from rational mind and Zeta, and then we'll move on. Yeah.
Okay. So Daku, it was very, very clear and obvious. There were a lot of Southeastern officers. None of them were targeted. Southeastern politicians were not targeted. The only people targeted was though the Yoruba were not heavily targeted, some Yoruba officers were killed. The North was just heavily targeted. And I would believe the reason the Yoruba were not really targeted at that time was because they were not in power. So the Northern, I don't know what it says because of corruption. I don't know what a regional leader like Ahmadu Bello have to do with the national politics corruption. I understand the Tafa Balewa, yes, the prime minister, he can say his corruption affect the whole country. But Ahmadu Bello is a regional leader. Why take him out? They took him out. They took the premier out, went to the southwest, to Akintola out. I mean, and no one, the Dennis Abede, who's a Delta Igbo, was the premier of the Midwestern region. They spare him because, of course, they always claim the Delta Igbos, they see them as Igbos too. They didn't kill him. Was he out of the country too? He was there. They didn't kill him. They claim Okpara was out of the country. They didn't kill him. They say he was having a meeting because of the meeting with some foreigners. What kind of excuse is that? Azikwe somehow, he was out of the country. Yeah, come on. I mean, we all know. So, hey, the coup may not have been an Igbo coup, but it turned out to look like that. So we don't care which coup it was, but the way it was done, the way things were done, that was a clear act of domination, not competition. So when we are telling you that you have this domineering mentality, we are not telling you that we don't want to compete. When I say you have this domineering mentality, I'm not talking about competition. If it's competition, we are down for it. Yoruba is not afraid of competition with anybody. Yoruba has his brain. There's nothing he can do that we can't do. You see, to go and import. I can go to China and import. There's nothing to do that we don't do. The only difference is that Yorubas don't, they're not united. They don't do union among themselves, and it's very unfortunate. And if they were doing that, they probably would have, the region would have gone far. Unfortunately, they like to do this since I don't know where they care for others. They want to care for everybody. But anyway, okay. What is the next entire question from Rational Mind or someone else?
I'll only take commentaries from Rational Mind and then commentaries from Zeta. Make it very brief because Mike, as you know, that's
one man. I mean, it's unfair. We're here. Mike's talking for 59 minutes. I mean, what is he talking about? Let it get to us. If not, then I'll leave.
Leave now. You think anybody wants you?
Sorry, one man. At times we need to trash certain things. This Mr. Mike used to talk. He used to say.
I mean, he says so much nonsense. So much nonsense, one man.
Events.
But tell me which one is nonsense now, then I can prove it to you.
Like for instance, now you saying those people. Can you remember?
Hold on, Solomon. Let's hear from Rational Mind and then Zeta. That's why I don't like to go to that space because it's a never-ending saga. But Rational Mind, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody, and my greetings to everybody. You see, I think we've said this thing many times on this platform, even from the inception, one man, of this your platform. Ajaligoku, myself, and some other people who were always here, and in CBD, all of us who used to talk about it. Now, you see, for me, sometimes I like to make reference to historical facts or things that are out there in public domain that we can all go. When you Google it, you see the video. Now, we once had Sadwana Ahmadu Bello, one of his popular YouTube, not YouTube at that time, but it's on YouTube video where he was interviewed by, is it IRTV during those times, I think in the 50s. And he said something about the domineering tendency that the Igbos they have. Now, we need to understand, let us give us a little bit of context to all of this. When people say Igbos have that domineering attitude, I won't say they are wrong. I've said it here on this platform. They do. The historical context here is going back to those times when there's this rivalry between virtually every regions. Then the major three ethnic group, then the Hausa, Fulani, the Yoruba, and the Igbos. It appears that after the colonial masters they left, the Igbos before they left they strategic let me not say strategically put themselves in position of power, but they seized the opportunity to position themselves in some key areas. And eventually, when the British they left, they continued holding on to this power, and that's also brought about how they were able to dominate in some ways. And if you listen to that interview by Ahmadu Bello, when he was talking about employing people on contract basis, that they would probably even better just employ white people, British people, or Irish or people from Britain, give them that position rather than give it to the Igbos that they have. These are people that have so the point is this, that they perceived the Igbos back then to have that attitude. And what Mike said here, to some extent, some of them were facts, were true. The people back then, in fact, if we had lived then, because my people that lived then, because I was born, and then also when I was born, but I'm just saying that I was born during the era of the Civil War, Nigerian Civil War, almost towards when it was ending. So I can tell you a little bit, but I grew up to see and hear from my people. Even after the war, there was this suspicion among the Yoruba. So it's all dated back to that colonial, post-colonial era before the independence, and even after independence. There's this rivalry and there's this suspicion among the different ethnic tribes that one is trying to dominate the other, and that could be seen in what Ahmadu Bello said in that interview that he granted. So that Mike is wrong. I won't say it's not wrong. That was what the perception was. So now going back to Inzogu and the other guy's school, Mike has already said it. Even though we can say it's not an Igbo coup, but it turns out, like Mike used the word, it turns out to be an Igbo. I mean, it turns out, or it gives that impression that it was an Igbo coup, because, like he said, and like we see that from that historical fact, that a lot of people that were killed in that war, in that coup, were northern extraction, leaders of northern extractions. None from Igbos were ever thought were even killed. Let's forget that they killed some Yorubas. Some Yorubas were also, but the northern people were the most people that suffered the most casualties in that. So even Ahmadu Bello that gave that interview was killed. Look at how he was killed. When they said, this was said in history, how he was dragged and all of that. So it tells you that there's this rivalry between the Hausa Fulani and the Igbos, because they saw themselves as rivals for domination in that space. Now let's fast forward. There's so many things I want to pick on this, because one I said that he wants me to make it so brief. I'm trying to be brief, but this thing I'm saying, I'm not saying this of my own fact. Go and check. It's there in history, you will see it. But the point is this, that why people kind of viewed Igbos to this very day with suspicion is that they feel that we're still going to see a repeat of, because you see, so I don't know, one man, you said it, was it you, or I don't know, maybe I was listening to some other group, another YouTuber, but I think it was you. They said, until we address certain issues in that country, we're not going to move forward with this ethnic tension among us. We'll always continue coming back to it. So for me, there's this suspicion between all of us, the Igbos, Yorubas, Hausas. We believe that the other wants to dominate the others. And so just to let Pansat and my friend Solomon and Joel understand the fact that if Mike is feeling the way he's feeling, or he's speaking the way he's speaking, it's because of what we saw in history, that we read in history. And just to buttress that point, go and listen to that video, which I know most of you have seen already. That he said it there, that the Igbos will, when you give them a chance, they want to dominate over the others. Was he lying? No, he wasn't lying. I know my parents told me back then, forget like they were Awoists or they followed Awolowo, but they know that was how it was, because the Igbos seized the opportunity. Maybe we go say opportunities that were available to them to put themselves in strategic position. They educated themselves. And the people saw it as a threat. And really, either imaginary or real, but it was a threat, because when you have one single group seeming like they are just getting all the opposition. I'm not saying all the opposition, don't get me wrong, I'm just exaggerating here. But I'm saying that they seem to have they seem to have more power in the government than the other group. So it looks like it portends like to them is like this is domination here we're seeing here. So you see, until we go by that, what those founding fathers said, that we should just go by that regional system where everybody controls themselves, controls their whatever. Even that, I know that will continue fostering that ethnic tension among us, as long as we have somebody who has to be the head. So, but then you see, my point is this: I've said so many things, but I just want to corroborate what Mike said. Yes, either imaginary or real. It was something that was proven then that there's this suspicion among the other two major ethnic tribes that the Igbos were trying to dominate, and that thing is still filters to this very day because people still suspect Igbos. But Mike, what you said about Igbos having, forget it. No, even Yorubas. I don't know if you know some places in Lagos where Yorubas they have Isonirin, they call them Isonirin. I don't know that area where the Yorubas are the people selling these building materials. They dominate that business. So if the Igbos dominate,
they are forming Yoruba trade union or union
they have their
based on ethnic group, and to kick
a lot
to kick to target another person from another tribe and be running them out of business and make.
If you want,
you have to send that to me, Sha, but I'll be happy to find out Yorubas are doing that now. I'll be the happiest
man. My brother, Yoruba has been doing that forever. I sell in the market.
That's why all of you have space in Southwest, right?
What do you mean?
Forget it. You see, you need to understand it.
It has been in the Southwest. It has been the union thing has been in the Southwest for forever.
All right. Land your point, rational mind. We're getting into toxic
Mike, I support
territory
you,
now.
You said. But you see, for me, let us not use this ethnic thing. I know it's a very serious matter in Nigeria. Initially, I started this way, just the way I spoke now. I started like, oh, Igbos are this and that. But at some point, when I started seeing that, I'm helping some people to promote some narrative of like what we're seeing playing out in Lagos recently. This is about election. I have to like retract. I don't want to be part of this. Even though I know that the Igbos, they have this tendency or whatever, I would not use it against them to whereby I would now start promoting some kind of we call it Igbophobia or some kind of ethnic. I've forgotten that I'm in a group. I just had my coffee now. I don't know. I'm still. My head is still dull. So anyway, I don't want to ask.
What do you mean your head is still dull? Has it ever been otherwise?
Yeah, you say I'm dull, right?
Look at this guy.
So anyway, well, the point I'm trying to make is that I don't want to help people promote some kind of ethnic. Like ethnic tension, like whereby we can start saying, "Oh, the Igbos are doing this in the past," and I don't want to do that anymore. But the thing is, we need to learn something in history. Let us learn something in history. When we know we have certain faults, let's accept that fault. That this fault we have it, and let's work on it. That's all I have to say.
All right, have the final word on that space, Zita, and then we move on. I've been trying so desperately to move out of this ethnic something, but we always end up there. Yeah.
What man you said?
Thank you, Mike, for alienating my Igbo following. I'm trying to get them back. You are chasing them away, but Zita, to you.
It's a long talk, but the thing is that there are, to be honest with you, I've said this. I'm even surprised Rational Mind is saying what he's saying this night. I have said this several times. Sometimes you do things. It's just you. That's the way you are doing it without any ugly intentions. That's why I always say to my people, listen to your neighbors, their concerns. My people are not domineering, but the way they play around, doing their things, seem domineering. I have said that several times. And when you say that to them, they get angry. But I am pointing and listening to my neighbor. What's my neighbor's concern? I think we have discussed that in this platform before. No man is an island. For you to live with people and they have trust in you, you must listen to their concern. It's just natural. Back to the coup or no coup, I have to say something. There is somebody, I've forgotten his name. When people discuss the coup, they forget to mention his name. That's why most people think that coup is an Igbo thing because they believe no Igbo man was killed. I'm talking about the first coup. I'm not talking about the counter coup. But an Igbo man was killed. The man in charge of the armory was killed by his own Igbo brothers. They wanted him to open the armory. He refused. They shot him. But nobody mentions that. And if you don't mention that, you see the coup as an Igbo thing. No, it's not. But the important thing, just as I said, that when you do things, you should find out, listen to the concerns of your neighbors. A lot of tribes were in that queue. But at the end of the day, who was loudest in the queue? That's just the question. The person that become the loudest on that queue become who the queue and who is the coup plotter. Igbo people were saying a lot of things and doing a lot of things and putting a poster and all manner of songs concerning that queue. But they are not the only one involved in that queue. But when they did that, it's as if they own up the queue and the rest of the country became concerned. And that was what brought about the counter queue. You see? So that's just what everybody on the platform is saying to the Igbos in different ways. Like, listen to us. You do some certain things that send a wrong signal to us. It might not be actually what you meant, but this is the signal we are getting. I have said this several times. So what am I saying in essence? Igbos have to listen to their neighbors. If they think you are giving a wrong signal, tell them, no, that's not actually what I meant. It's as simple as ABC. That way everybody will be happy and live together with all this, without all these suspicions here and there. It's not really comfortable anymore. Thank you, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellently put. So I don't think any more can be.
One man, let me just add something real quick.
Please, sorry, Zita has landed it in a safe space, so don't.
I'm not trying to raise it up. But
all right.
Just going by what she was saying, it's about perception, right? Not really the reality. Like if we go back to the military regime that we've had. If we go back to the military regime that we had, up till the civilian regime from the north, which is Buhari, we have seen nepotism. Is it the right way to go? No. But we have seen this. But I have never for one day see people cry the way to the Asa Fulani, the way they cry to the Igbos over something that happens over 60 years ago. So one man, that is the reason why I said, man, look, if somebody did something 40 years ago and somebody is still doing it today, and you're still referring to that person that did something 40 years ago, then there's a problem. So one man, that's where I'm coming from on this. Look, I can understand at some particular point in time, some people might have taken a wrong decision. But to make it that's to say that the Igbos, without mentioning the names of those that partook in that particular, rather than generalizing, that is very, very bad. It's very bad for country and it's very bad for our own psyche. Thank you.
All right, brilliant.
Woman, please. Please. It's not about.
I don't want
Woman, give me. I know I'm not going to.
Anymore. I don't want Biafra.
No, I'm not doing. It's not Biafra, but let me inside this. I've been listening to you guys since, just add a little, very little. I'm not
but not Biafra. I don't want Biafra anymore.
No, it's not about Biafra. Yeah. It's not about who started the coup or the counter coup. What got everybody, the international community, everybody in Nigeria, to say is Igbo coup. It's not the fake pattern coup. It's the coup of some of. Hold on, let me just land it now. Let me just land it. Not about shooting anybody.
All right, thank you. So don't land it. I don't want that space anymore. We've had it for an hour and a half. Apologies, Warpace. You're a good friend of the platform.
One man is not apology. You just shut me up in the crowd. Let me just say.
Can you hold on? Don't unmute yourself if I mute you. I don't want to, because if you say something now, somebody will want to counter correct it, and then we go for another half an hour. That's all I'm doing. That place is so delicate. you know, and it ends up alienating a lot of the audience. I'm sure a lot of them are already angry. Okay, have that say, and then we move on. But
You defeated the purpose now. You just shut me up like a baby up. You don't even know what I'm saying before you even shut me up. But you just shut me up. It's not fair now. There's a way I get my anger. It's different from other people. I'm shaking right now. I don't like it. What am I doing? You didn't even let me learn what I'm going to say, if it's intellectual or not. You just shutting me down. It's not so now.
I want to move away from the Biafra.
You really gave me guideline, and I'm going to speak it in that guideline, in that purpose. But you just keep shutting me down.
All right, carry on. Let's have it.
What I say is going to make sense, but let me say the real coup that happened was Michael Para take Agro University to London and hand over the government from Ojukwu to Agro University. That is the major coup, not the counter coup, not the first coup, because there was a government in ground. There was in 3 days time they wanted to appoint a new prime minister, so they changed from a parliamentary system to a unity system. That is the real coup. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So let's go to Ikene. So Ikene, take us completely back to take us completely back to the talking point. So to you, Ikene. Apologies for the long wait, Ikene.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, sorry. Yes.
Yeah, I've been waiting patiently, though I needed to listen to get some insight from a lot of contribution from some people. So I want to make my submission one man. I want to thank somebody like Ogbeni who have made some valid point this night, and somebody like Madam Zita. So the last speaker just didn't make any point to me. That's my submission. So, but coming to what has been going on so far tonight, I want to address the last issue of dominance and all that. You see, we continue to push our narrative the way it is not in our country. When you see, I like to speak about things that is around me, not necessarily what people say, but what I feel and what is going around me. You know, when people say that Igbos are domineering and all that, I begin to say how, because I know our friends here. I stay in Nigeria, in Alaba Market. Just like I explained to you, one man in this platform, if you come to Alaba Market, we have like about at least 4 governments that is very relevant in Alaba Market. 4 governments. One from between Anambra and Imo State, another one between Enugu and so another one, then another one for Yoruba. When Yoruba is at the top, Igbo man will be the second. When Igbo man is at the top, Yoruba will be at the right now in that section. Yoruba man is the president of that section as of today in Alaba Market, and that Yoruba man is a Muslim. And the last salah they did, that section was closed up, no business in that area, even though there are many Igbos in that section. But that man gave an order that market will not be opening because of Sarah purpose, and they obeyed him. So why do we come to a platform and begin to sow the seed of discord and all that, bringing a narrative that doesn't exist? And this is what is happening in my space, in Alaba International Market. The only thing is that we have a general president that control all this organization. That's why I say, if you come to leadership, Alaba have one of the best leadership that any market can ever have in this country. And I think it happens both in trade fair and other parts of the country. So they try to make it accommodative both for Yorubas and the Igbos, and it's still working. The only thing you will say that Igbos are more or larger number in the market, but don't say that they are domineering and all that. So having said that, the issue of the Biafra, whether the Igbos want the Biafra or that and all that. You see, one man, I will put a percentage. Let me say 30% want Biafra. Because I cannot say there are no people that don't want Biafra. There are people, even today we are discussing it in the market. People, we are discussing it. And they know that I don't want Biafra. They categorically tell me that I'm not among them. I said yes. But what Simon Ekpa is not doing, I don't like it. But those men are seriously wanting Biafra. So I'm speaking about what is happening in my space. I cannot be speaking of what somebody said or what somebody did not say. So this group of people, they want it. But are there a larger number of people that don't want it? Many people don't want it. So what I feel is that the government is not doing enough.
So you're agreeing with Lotana Ojukwu then that it is more a narrative of marginalization than secession?
Well, maybe that issue of marginalization, that is where maybe the government should come in and begin to ask some questions. What do you mean by marginalization? How do you want it to be addressed? Because we are talking about when you say you want one Nigeria, an Hausa president will come and say, I want one Nigeria. Yoruba president will say, I want one Nigeria. Then go out there, know the need of the people, address it properly. It's not just standing and be saying one Nigeria, one Nigeria. You need, as a president of the nation, you need to make out some move to make sure that do some certain things. Then let it be that the people, just like Madam Zita explained about the Congress and all that, if it is necessary, do it. Put an end to it. But ever since I was hearing the issue of this Biafra, I have never seen a concrete agreement being made to put an end to all these things. It's just one government from other coming on saying no Biafra and all that. And the killing continues. So for me, what pains me most is the life that being wasted in the southeast. That's my own concern. I want how that will stop. If that can stop, I'll be happy. Anybody can go anywhere and be discussing about Biafra. I don't care. But once they stop shedding of blood in that southeast, I'll be happy. I do my business. I go my way. I do what I want to do. You can stand in anywhere, discuss what you want to discuss. You understand? So it's not the issue of the issue of marginalization or all that or Biafra of stuff. Let the government step in, do something. Do something. They are wasting a lot of people there. It's not a thing of joke. You say they are your citizens. Protect them. Do what you need to do.
Can I interject? Can I interject?
Okay, let me hear you.
Okay, you just said like the government should step in, meaning the federal government, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so in that region, don't you think the first people are supposed to step in are supposed to be the socio-cultural leaders, such as Uranese and the Ezes, meeting with governors, meeting with religious leaders, all the leadership in that space? Were they not supposed to be the one to first make moves?
Okay, let me tell you something.
Going to someone that's not even from that area, because Tinubu is not from that area at all. Okay, go ahead.
Let me tell you something. Do you know what happened in Alaba last month? And all that. I want to tell you that the Ohaneze Igbo, that's the Iwanyang, visited Alaba day before yesterday. We had a meeting with him for more than 3 hours or 4 hours.
So they know how to come and do meeting over what's going on in the south.
The conclusion of the whole matter. Let me finish now. It is my space.
Okay, go ahead.
And I'm telling you what happened. I'm not saying what people told you and what you are thinking in your head. I'm telling you what happened day before yesterday in my presence. So the conclusion of the whole issue is that from there he's going straight to Miss Sowolo, and he's taking it up to the federal level for proper discussion on how Igbos is going to get a very good balance in this administration.
Did you get my interjection?
Let me finish. Everybody was happy that he came, and he addressed us in a way that we in the market should comport ourselves and not make any trouble, which we agree with him. So if he now goes to the government now and present the case, what next? What next is for government to react?
I don't think
the man has come to.
Did you hear me? Did you hear what I said?
What are you
Mr.
saying?
Mike, calm down now.
I was
He's trying
asking you about the in the east, the situation in the east, because you were saying
all of us are Southeasterners, and everything that is happening both in Lagos and in the east is part of the development of the nation.
and that's what I'm asking. What okay, the organization is able to know what to do when it
So
comes to what's happening in Lagos.
the man that visited us day before yesterday, I believe, has also had meeting with which he said that he has also had meeting with the last administration. Maybe he hasn't had with the current administration, because I know this current administration still have to balance some things. They have not finished fixing their ministers and all that. So I would say it is too early.
As side with the Southeastern governors over the.
But it's not that there's.
But
It's
he's
not
able
that
to
the
come to Lagos to
Southeastern.
come and see with the governor in Lagos. They are able to come to Lagos to see with the governor of Lagos, but they haven't sat with the governors in the Southeast to address the Samuel Epa and all that.
please let me just come in, please. Sorry, please.
Oga, to me, you are not making sense to me at all. You are not making sense to me. I must be very sincere to you.
Mr.
You are not
Kenny,
making
please let
sense
me
to me.
just come in, please.
No,
Sorry.
because I told one man earlier that
No, you don't need to ask me that question. I'm telling you what happened.
Those
So you
people are
making
behind
you
it.
making it. Does it mean that he cannot come and meet the government of Lagos State? Is that what you mean?
They skip the government of the Southeast to discuss the problem in the Southeast, but they came
What
to
is
Lagos.
if the government
They're gonna be
of
meeting with the
Lagos State,
government of Lagos about the problem of Southeasterners in Lagos.
Even if the government of Lagos State can come to the Southeast and they bring security in the Southeast, is it not valid?
That doesn't make sense. But
Will
what I'm
you
saying is,
stop him if someone today decide to step in the Southeast to give a solution to the problem of the Southeast? Will you go and chase him back?
but
Why
that
are you
doesn't
being so
cohere
blind? Why are
the
you being
point.
so blind with the hatred and all that like that?
It's not hatred. I'm just telling you that it doesn't make sense.
No, you don't have to make
Mike,
the point. It doesn't show. It
Mike,
doesn't show
honestly, you're
anything.
sounding so hateful. Can you just
You
listen to him
are
and let
not
him take
making any
over?
point to me.
But I'm
You're
listening.
being so hateful.
Very sincere to you.
One man, am I making sense to you?
No. Well, if you're not making sense to a Kennedy, then let him carry
But I want to see if I'm making sense to you at least. One man, okay. One man, let me ask you. So, one man, if you get my point.
Can I answer the question? Can I answer the question to Mike? Mike, the question you asked, I will be able to answer that. Should I go ahead?
Okay, answer him. Answer him. Maybe I to continue.
Good to hear from you.
Mike is Mike.
Hold on. Good to hear from you, Saki. Go on.
Very well, thank you. Thank you, my erudite organizer.
Saki, father. It's been a long time since I said that. Saki, father.
Yes. So if I get your question correctly, Mike, you said that before the federal government should come in, at least Southeastern socio-cultural organizations should show efforts that they are meeting in Southeast to arrest the issues, right? Now, if I get your question,
What I'm saying is that the social cultural, he gave examples, Ranese coming to Lagos to make governor of Lagos to address the problem of the Igbos in Lagos, and Alaba and all that. And I'm saying, have they side with the governors in the east to address the problem of the Igbos in the east?
Exactly.
They're going straight to the federal government. Why didn't they go straight to the federal government about the governor, the problem of Igbos in Lagos? They came to the leadership in Lagos, the governor, to address, to make sure that people in Lagos are fine.
Allow him to answer
But
your
in the
question now.
Southeast, they're going straight to the president to come and fix it for them.
All right, Mike. Let him
let me answer the question.
answer.
Yeah, before they even went to the federal government, they have been having a series of meetings in the Southeast. The latest meeting they had was in April 28th, which they organized in Enugu. They called it Nzoko. All the Southeastern governors were present in that very meeting. The Apex Socio-Cultural Organization, they were present in that meeting. Even P2B was also present in that meeting. All the concerned elders of Southeast, religious leaders, the whole Catholic bishops in the Southeast, they were present in that meeting. It happened on the 28th day of April, 2023. The latest one I know about, I'm talking about. So before then, there have been also several consultations by traditional rulers, by the this man from Onitsha, the Obi of Onitsha, organized one, which they had in Anambra State. This has been a very constant and continuous conversations in the Southeast.
So it's not as if they walked straight to the federal government without meeting anything. I can send you the link of the meeting of 28. It was open. I can send you the link. You can watch it. They had it in Enugu. So if it is the question you're asking, I think I've been able to give you a kind of answer.
Have they come to Channels News and to give us the reports for the public, for the whole world?
By coming to Channels News to give you
this
Go to
private
morning
meeting
show
that they're
today.
having.
Go to morning show today. If you have listened to morning show this Saturday, you can find them there.
Because
They came
you
to
guys are telling us that they're having private meetings and all that.
I
We're not
said
here.
the meeting of 28th of April was covered by TV stations. It is live. You can watch it. It's on YouTube. I can send you the link. They
The
did
meeting, the
right.
meeting of the sociocultural group and all the governors and all the
The
agents, the
sociocultural
leadership,
group was there.
and they
The whole-
addressed the problem.
You said, have they been talking about these issues, right? Is it not your question?
No, have they? You see the way they came to meet Governor Soludo,
Hold on, Mike.
and they presented it in front of all of us.
Hold on,
sorry.
Mike. I think Saki Father has answered your question. He's just said that they are meeting and they are meeting both privately and publicly. And in one of the latest meetings, all of the seniors in the Southeast were there. And that was widely covered by television. And it's even telling you that it's able to provide the link for
Okay,
that.
let me see the link, Sha, and then I will see.
All right. Ekene, let's abandon that. I want to move the conversation in a different direction, and I want to take it to the space. And just to show that you're a solid guy, because I've been poking at you on WhatsApp with articles, so I think that's what's brought you here. You were asking for a forensic examination of the server of Jamb, all because of this young lady. So I'm going to read you two articles, Ekene, and play you one video clip, and then I'll invite your thoughts. So I'll be very quick with the articles. I'll speed through it. I falsified my 2023 UTME result unaided. Mmesoma tells Anambra probe team. So how is it Mmesoma? Let me call it Mmesoma. I'm bad with names anyway. Members of the panel set up by the Anambra state government to unveil the truth about the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination UTM result of Mmesoma Joy EJIKEME were shocked when she admitted before them that she forged the result without the knowledge and assistance of anybody. Mmesoma's revelation was also said to be in the presence of her principal and the Anambra State Education Secretary. To this end, the panel tied up its report and submitted it to the state government, indicting the 19-year-old schoolgirl. The head of public affairs and protocol of the Joint Admission and Matriculation Board, Jamb, Fabian Benjamin, who released the report to newsmen on Saturday, said Mmesoma also admitted that the narration by Jamb officials was true and correct description of what transpired. She also admitted to having given a manipulated result by herself. She also admitted to having given a manipulated result by herself unaided using the same phone Airtel number. According to her, she proceeded to the cyber cafe where she printed the results she had manipulated, Benjamin said. In the report, the panel said Mmesoma did not give any reason for the forgery. He said, EJIKEME Joy, Mmesoma's submission, she owned up in the presence of her principal and the education secretary that the narration by Jamb officials was true and correct description of what transpired. She also admitted to having given a manipulated result. She also admitted to having given a manipulated result by herself unaided using the same phone Airtel number. According to her, she proceeded to the cyber cafe where she printed the results she had manipulated. The committee tried to find out the motive behind her action, but EJIKEME said nothing. In their own submissions, the principal Anglican Girls Secondary School and the Education Secretary, Diocese Nnewi, expressed shock at what transpired. In their presence, Mmesoma admitted to have manipulated her UTM results, deceived the school, her immediate family, and the state government. Recall that Jamb had earlier accused Mmesoma of manually inflating her UTM results from 249 to 362. The candidate had since paraded herself as the 2023 UTM top scorer and had attracted a scholarship from of 3 million naira from Innocent Motors. In spite of the withdrawal of her original result and subsequent 3-year ban slammed on her for writing the UTM over her dubious actions, Mmesoma insisted her result was not forged and noted that she printed her result from the Jamb portal. So that's the confession admission from the young lady. And then very swiftly, the hands of punishment comes swift and fast. Innocent withdraws scholarship as father apologizes to Jamb Nigerians. Following Ms. EJIKEME's confession that she faked her Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination UTM score, the chairman of Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, Chief Innocent Ojukwu, has announced the withdrawal of the scholarship he offered her. This came as Mmesoma's father, Romanus EJIKEME, tendered an unreserved apology to Jamb and Nigerians on the unfortunate action of her daughter. Ojukwu had said that he had already deposited 3 million naira into a dedicated account for Mmesoma's university education, following a report she had scored the highest in the examination conducted by Jamb. A statement by Innocent Group Head of Corporate Communications and Affairs, Cornel Osigwe, said, "In recent days, we have been involved in the process of investigating allegations surrounding the 2023 UTM examination results of one of our scholarship recipients, Ms. Joy EJIKEME. It was reported initially that Ms. Joy scored exceptionally high in the exam, a feat that led to her being awarded a scholarship by our company. However, subsequent to reports of discrepancies in her UTM score, led us to seek clarification from the Joint Admission Matriculation Board Jamb, and to allow her to voice her stance, we engaged in direct dialogue with Ms. Joy. Further to this, the committee set up by the Anambra State Governor, Professor Dr. Charles Chukwuma Soludo, carried out a thorough independent investigation into the matter. The findings from this rigorous investigation have now confirmed that Ms. Joy EJIKEME did manipulate her UTM results. This conclusion is deeply disappointing and stands in direct contravention of the values we hold dear at Innocent Vehicles, particularly those that underscore our scholarship program. In line with these principles and response to the confirmed findings, we have made the difficult decision to withdraw the scholarship awarded to Ms. Joy EJIKEME. This action is a testament to our unyielding commitment to honesty, integrity, and merit-based recognition. We acknowledge that this development is regrettable and it has undoubtedly caused dismay amongst those who stood by Ms. Joy, including her school principal and other well-meaning supporters. Okay, let me just give it to the end. However, it is crucial to maintain the integrity of our scholarship program and the values it represents. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing remains steadfast in its mission to support deserving students, invest in the future of our education sector, and uphold the highest ethical standards. We have always been deeply committed to advancing educational excellence and upholding academic integrity through our scholarship program. So it goes on to the gobbledygooks and brouhaha. So that is the girl now. So let me now play you this clip and have at the back of your mind, Kene, your words. There must be a forensic investigation to find out what this innocent-looking girl is being accused of. Here is her father disagreeing with you.
Okay, you say your name is, speak and shout.
My name is EJIKEME.
Okay. So now that your daughter, Mmesoma, has owned up that she manipulated her result, what do you have to say? What's your take?
As I said earlier, my daughter didn't open up to me on time. She didn't. When I realized the mistake she did, I blame her. I was supposed not to do this kind of thing. Because every day I will tell Mmesoma, be careful, you know that you are a star, so that you don't dent your image. But I'm still apologizing to Jamb and Nigerians to pardon her. To give her pardon. As a father, that's my take.
So there is Kene. You were at the forefront of the defense of this girl just not quite 2 sessions ago. And you were not alone. Madam Obi was in that space. Charlie Boy was in that space. Even the might of Peter Obi was in that space. It became an ethnic narrative, and there was a lot of saber rattling. So now there it is, a confessional statement from the girl. I did it all by myself. It's not a girl anymore. She's now a young woman. The punishment now, Madam Obi says it should stay in place. What says you, Ekene?
Okay, one man, thank you very much. Saying that I'm in support of the girl in the last section is not the right statement. I have a different opinion, and that was it. And if not for my different opinion, maybe we wouldn't have had this second conversation now about this matter. So I have my first opinion based on what the girl said and what the Jamb said. So giving my opinion that there shall be a forensic and a proper investigation to come to a conclusion that this girl really committed this crime. Then if that happened, then the girl should face the law. And I think that has happened. So okay, the name is Mmesoma. My daughter's name is Mmesoma. She's my daughter's name.
Mmesoma, apologies. I'm very, even Yoruba names I butcher them, so apologies. Mmesoma, yeah.
She's namesake to my daughter. So
was that why you were so passionate then? So now we know.
No, it's not that. But that is my position. Everybody cannot have the same position at the same time. That doesn't create a very good conversation. So, but having met my position stand day before yesterday, and today, the girl has come out to own his own irresponsibility. She has disgraced a lot of people, especially those in the southeast. So she has come out to make her own confession, own her responsibility. Then will I say the Jamb should not punish her? They should give her the punishment that befit her. The only thing is let them not kill her. So they should also admonish her also. So let her take up her responsibility. So she has confessed to the issue. So what else do I have to say? Let her own her responsibility.
Do you think the mud of these girls, let's call it a misdemeanor, do you think the mud of these girls' misdemeanor, do you think it will splash on Peter Obi? Because their stories, they are lined so airily. So here is a girl that came middle of the road in an exam, claiming that she's the best in the country. And there is a man that came third in an election, claiming that he came first in the country. What ties them together? Plenty. More so that they both from more so that they're both from the same state. So
one man.
Okay, let me answer. One man, are you tying it to P2B or what? Is she the only girl? My happiness for a few months for some time now is that she's not the only girl that has performed very well from Anambra State. At least we have one girl from in China, she's from Oko. Oko Polytechnic, that Oko that you know. The girl did wonders in international studies in China. You understand? So she's not the only girl. So she's not the only girl representing the educational system of we have a lot of schools there that did very well. Even the recent thing turned out to be most the happiest thing to me, the recent incident, because I found out that the church that I've been representing in this platform has been able to vindicate me, because the last time we were talking about the church, I told them that the church is producing one of the best students in the country, but people never believed me. But in Deeper Life High School, we have more than 131,000 students that get almost 300 in this Jamb result across their boarding school in the nation, having taken the first position by Chi Council. Why would I be happy?
But really,
I was in this platform defending the church. People were saying that church education is scam, this and that. They are different. I told them it worth it. Just people are now the school now, as I'm talking to you today, that school, there is no space. People are looking for admission in that school. 131 pupils got less than 300 in this examination across the school. Having given out having produced the highest number, the best student in that Jamb. And when I said that when I came here and said I defend people like Kumi being my role model, it's not ethnic, it's not ethnicity. It's all about the person that gave you the best in the country. That man is the best for me in this country, no matter how you want to put it. And I can always, this has made me proud to be proud of him. I can defend him wherever I am.
Well, was it not the same Deeper Life that something boy was killed in?
I don't care. Whatever they accuse the school has come out to be vindicated this time around. I'm telling you, 131. It's not a child's play. Best student in this Jamb. 131 pupils across their whole boarding school got less than 300. You can go and check it. The record is there. So I'm still happy. I'm still happy no matter what Mmesoma has decided to do. I also have my space in this platform that I've defended that school. The last time we spoke here concerning the education of the both owned by the schools, I told them that nobody in this nation can compare students trained in that school than other students. You can go to Mowe, you can confirm their facilities. When I go there, I visited their facilities and everything. It is at the best. It's not a 1 naira. It doesn't take 1 naira to set up those facilities. And they are paying their teachers very well. So it makes those teachers to be committed and really teach those students. And today the result is there. So I speak concerning issues of the nation. It's not about ethnicity. It's all about the issues of the nation who affects my life. At least I know that Kumi is a Yoruba man, but no Yoruba man here can defend him more than me. Thank you, one man.
But you didn't address what I was asking, really. More a little bit in jest, but seriously, do you not think some of the mud or the splash of the mud of these girls are saga? Do you not think it will splash on Peter Obi a bit? Because they're both from Anambra and they are both presenting a similar storyline to the Nigerian space. So one of them, they say, oh, I want to say our next server. Well, Jamb opened up their server and then we found what we found there. Do you not think this girl's storyline mirrors Peter Obi's storyline? And does it not somewhat ridicule more the Obi narrative?
Why don't you?
How does it ridicule him? If the INEC should be transparent like the Jamb did and all that, maybe we should see another different story from the INEC. The INEC, their case is still in the court. Maybe at the end they might decide to. Everybody might decide to confess to their own. It's all about the matter of nation building. So let's see how their own case will go. It has nothing to do with P2B. P2B is doing his own stuff in the court there. So maybe the Jamb is serious about this girl and all that, and they're able to get a good result at the end. So I want other sectors of the country to be also serious about investigating most of the issue we have in our court and concerning our nation building and all that. If they can do it, not only, it shouldn't be only Mmesoma, it should cut across every part of this nation. That anybody that does anything bad or anything that is wrong, that is against the integrity of this nation, that person should face his warrant and all that. If in short, if this ends at Mmesoma, I will be very disappointed, because I believe he's not the only person doing this in this country. She is not the first person to change her result in Jamb. There are many of them. So let them, maybe this should not end there. Let them continue to carry out the investigation, bring out other people's, then INEC should follow out their own investigation, bring out people that have manipulated their own result and all that. So even people that went to that position with fake WAEC and all that and fake NYSC, they should bring out those things so that we begin to sanitize the system. That's how it should be. Don't just make it only on this small girl. Thank you, one man.
Thank you. Like the president.
Mama, can I just come into this, because I knew you were going to come. You're going to come to all the Southeasterners, right? I know, because that is your way.
No. I was going to go to Zita, and we've not really heard Saki's voice, but let's hear from you, Joel of Nashville. You get special favors now because you took care of our boy in when he came to see you. So you know that Des is the pet project. Des and Solomon, they are the two pet projects of this. Yes, and Charlie Boy too. Actually, yes, we've not seen Charlie Boy. Yes, Joel. To you.
No, and I'm ready to anyone on the panel, including Mike, that find themselves in Nashville. Just call on me, and I guarantee you, I will host you very, very well. As long as you're in Nigeria, it doesn't matter, because when we're out of here, one man, when we're out here, it doesn't matter where you come from. When I ask people questions, the first question I ask them, where are you from? Africa? Niger? Yes. And it solves the whole problem. It makes me feel at home. It does not. I don't care where you're from, whether Benue, wherever you're from. So that's it. So, Mama, let me speak to this issue. It's pathetic. Mmesoma did not do good, and I believe that the maximum, I'm not talking about the minimum, the maximum punishment should be placed on her. Because you see, nation building, Mmesoma is just...
Hold on, a maximum punishment for a first-time offender.
It doesn't matter. No, one man. You see, like I told you about Tinubu and the specific sectors that he wouldn't compromise. I don't care who it is in there. It's the same thing for education. I do not care where you're from. Let certain aspect of our economy or certain aspect of our country be based on merit. If there is no merit in education, then we have killed that sector. And do not be deceived by those people that will tell you, oh, education is scam. Education is not scam. Education is the only sector that can take, no matter your population, education is going to take your population and deliver them. Music cannot do it. Sports cannot do it. Just like we are having in the United States today, where many black folks here think, they want to be a LeBron James, or they want to be, and they try it, and by the time they get to not getting drafted, they fall out. So, one man, this is a serious issue. This issue is as serious as the presidency of Nigeria. If Mmesoma was found to have done this, just like it has been proven, then she should be punished appropriately to send precedence to those coming after her. Remember, we've had this issue of certificate forgery in our national life. The first was what's his name? The guy from Toronto. Is Botate Buhari. Yes. In the First Republic, I don't know if it's the first, during Obasanjo's time, we had Salisu Buhari with the issue of the Toronto certificate. Presently, we have the governor of Enugu State who presented a fake NYSC certificate and is being audacious about it, trying to tell NYSC that you are lying. And NYSC is saying, no, dude, we don't have you on record. One man, there's a reason why whenever we bring our certifications here, talking about the West, they send our certificate to West for evaluation. And most times, because of where our country is, they tend to devalue our scores. So on average, the Nigerian person here coming here will be like, you know what, take that your certificate for Nigeria, put them under your box, look for something fresh. Because if you come in and say, oh, you have a certificate, then the people here, the government here will be like, okay, you already have a certificate. Then we are not going to force certain aspects because now you're a graduate. So what most Nigerians do here is when they come, they just take the certificate and put under the bag. Because why? It gets devaluated. These are the issues. These are the issues, one man. So Mmesoma should be dealt with decisively. No, there is no Salisu left his seat. The Enugu State governor is about to leave his seat. We've had this issue of certificate forgery amongst us, and it is disheartening. So this thing you see here, this lady you see here, this Mmesoma, she did not just learn it. Someone taught her. I know that probably she's saying that she did it unaided to cover up some people. But if I were the governor of Anambra State, I would detain her. She must provide those people that helped her. And if at the end of the day nobody helped her, then that's fine. We have to rip out these syndicates. They're everywhere in Nigeria. If you remember, we have the case of Oluwole. You go to Oluwole, you get all these things. They do it for you. They just manufacture it for you within minutes. So, one man, the issue of fraud in Nigeria is not known to only the Southeasterners. It's a Nigerian problem. So we cannot bring in Peter Obi into this mess. I saw Peter Obi's comment to this. He was like, it should be properly investigated. And that was the cause, that was the position of most people that are reasonable, that didn't see this from an ethnic view, or didn't see it from the tribal point of view.
You don't think this girl's narrative mirrors the Obi storyline?
No. What has Obi got to do with this one, man? Obi has nothing to do with this.
No. Hold on. Listen to what I said. I said, do you not think that this girl's narrative, because I was pushing it at EJIKEME, but he batted it back. I was saying, do you not think that this girl's narrative, that it mirrors the Obi storyline? So she came middle of the road in an examination, parading herself as the person that came first. Obi came third in an election, parading himself as the winner. They are both from Anambra State. I mean, it's quite airy.
One man. May I also remind you?
Is it an Anambra thing where third means first?
Hold on. I'm going to land, one man. May I also remind you that when the Jamb official, because I listened to the Jamb official today, he presented about 2 other cases of people who did the same thing. One from Kaduna, the other one I think is from Ekiti or something. One man, when it comes to issues like this, Peter Obi did not go through the back door. Peter Obi is stating what he felt that he got in the election, and responsibly so. Not just saying it, he presented facts. So if the judges see it and say, okay, this is we do not agree with you, then that's fine. But you cannot align Obi and whatever Obi is going through with what this lady is talking about. Obi has proved his case in court. He didn't just come out to say, I won the election. No, he is proving his case in court. This lady here is a student. It has not. There is no relationship between both. They're all running on their different accord. On Obi's accord, we all know what it is. The facts were presented to the court. It's now left for the court to deal with it. For this lady, she is, I don't want to call her a common criminal, but she presents as a fraudster and should be dealt with decisively. Now, the Jamb has said that she's not going to take any exam for the next 3 years. I think that's fair enough. That's fair enough. If that is the punishment she has to go through for this, it's okay. If she wants to continue with her study, because I believe that if you can do something like this, then you do not deserve to have education. You should look for your talent somewhere else.
Yeah, you sorry, you don't think it's a bit excessive? I think it wasn't actually 2 years; it's 3 years. I think it's a bit excessive, Joel. I think the girl made a mistake. I think because if you listen to her clip, because she released the clip a couple of days ago, she said she has always been first all of her life. You know, she's always been the top of the class, top of everything.
Yeah.
So you can psychologically see what propelled her to that panicked thing, and then when she's telling you that she did it by herself unaided, then they immediately tells you that she had a momentary rush of blood to the head, and she acted out of tune, really only because she could not abide that she's not first, because that's all she's used to. So it's a momentary lapse in judgment of a 19-year-old girl, taking her out of the schooling system for 3 years. You don't think that's too excessive? Maybe she should just do some community service, or I think it's too much.
Hello, woman.
No,
Please,
no, one man. One man. The issue there is that for falsification, ordinarily she ought to be in jail. Look, one man. Look, let me tell you, one man.
Sorry, a 19-year-old girl. Do you want to destroy her life just because? One misdemeanor.
One man. I don't see this as demeanor.
You know, at 19, she has a good, with the world that we live in now, she has a good 70 years still ahead of her. So you want to destroy all of that 70 years off the back of one misdemeanor?
No, one man. In America, we say you fuck around, you find around, you find out.
Do you know there's three strikes and you're out in America as well?
No. Even in America, there are certain things you're going to do. They're just going to get you straight. Now, for her, she is a 19-year-old girl. 3 years. By 3 years, she is 22. There must, if you put them on what they call it, community service, what does she go there to do? She go there and sweep, or probably they'll tell her to cook food for prisoners or something, of which she can even pay the staff there, and they will just mark it for her that she came. No, let it be something that she will know, that she will feel. Let her see her fellow classmates go to university without her going.
It's not the 3 years. The 3 years for me is a bit excessive one. But it's what can happen in the interim of those 3 years is really, because it will change. It could effectively change. She could get pregnant. She could get diverted into a lifestyle that her trajectory was not leaning towards. A lot of negative things. It could change the course of the trajectory of her life off the back of just one misdemeanor. You don't find.
Hello,
One man, what?
Hold on. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I think Princess wants to interject you.
Oh,
And
sorry. Go ahead.
You know, royalty. royalty.
Go ahead. Women's first. Go ahead, Lily.
Greetings to everyone in the platform. Greetings, woman. I'm really interested in this Mmesoma's matter because I know the other time this case was presented, I spoke a little bit. To me, I am really, really very disappointed in what has happened. And that was why I was reiterating the other time that this thing needs to be nipped in the bud. That's the problem we are having now here in the US, in the UK, whereby nurses are coming up with all sorts of fake results and messing our name. This is how they start. I mean, imagine this girl as young as she is to have the mind to do this and to keep arguing that no, she got the right to this thing. For goodness sake, this is.
You can imagine.
I mean, this is the boldness is too much. And you come up with this innocent looking face and you are a criminal at heart. To me, for the fact that, like they say, pride goes before a fall. You've always been forced all the time. It doesn't matter. That doesn't mean you should go out of your way to cheat. Okay,
Exactly.
if she has this tendency as young as she is, what level do you think she will get to as she gets older?
Exactly.
This is, I mean, she's too young to have this thought and to go ahead and perpetrate. And she was accusing Jamb. This is a whole body. She said
Defending
no.
it. Defending it.
Bold to come out. She was bold to come out. And yes, I printed it. I mean, for goodness sake, that is going out of line. That is going out of line. And this is like a disgrace to the country. Because right now, we have so many high-achieving students in our country. In time to come, if this thing goes viral, then they're going to be looking at Nigerian students like, oh, we can't even trust their papers anymore. We're having that.
They'll be looking at us like that, madam. They'll be looking at us like that, princess. Then this one is like an icing. It's an icing on the cake.
And then we have some people here coming to say, no, Jamb might be wrong. We need some forensic. What forensic stuff? What forensic? I mean, what is bad is bad. What is good is good. We have so many Nigerian students that are achieving. I mean, look at, there was somebody here in the US that had admission to 10 Ivy League schools. You know, we have people like that. We have very smart people in the country. But little ones like this, we don't want them to mess up our name. For goodness sake, what is shocking me is that as young as she is, if she have the heart to do this, imagine when she gets older. So 3 years is not too much. She needs to face the consequence so she would know what she did, because it's like she doesn't know the magnitude of what she has done. 3 years is not too much. Let her sit down and think of her action. She doesn't have to go to school.
So you're happy to say her life destroyed off the back of
No,
this?
her life is not going to be destroyed. She can go learn a skill. She can go learn how to do hair. She can go learn how to fix hair. She can go learn how to do fashion design. There's so many skills she can learn. And then that way she would think through her actions, and then she will go back to school. For the fact that you are saying I'm being forced all the time, so because of that you go ahead and fake a result. No. This is not. It's not destroying her life.
Can I say something, woman? You see, this whole story around this girl, this young woman, I still would take anything I hear from about this lady with a pinch of salt. Now, reason being that if the DSS, who I believe are more trained to investigate and grill people and really get you to make confessional statements or whatever, they could not succeed in getting this girl to confess. Now, if Soludo's men are the people doing that, and we're hearing that from Soludo's people, say that they got her to confess and she said she falsified it. I mean, it raises a lot of questions. Don't get me wrong. If this girl truly did the other thing, I support what other people said. She needs to face the music. She needs to bear the consequence of whatever action. But you see, for me, this girl's narrative, some few days ago, somebody said he confessed, and then we found out that there was no confession to anything that she said. So we keep hearing this narrative. I don't know where this narrative is coming, and what point are they trying to prove with this whole narrative around this girl. But for me, like I said, I would, and I want to employ some of our listeners to still take this thing with a pinch of salt.
Maybe
No.
don't implore. No, so sorry. Maybe don't implore them to do that. She made this confessional statement in front of
Herself.
her in front of her school principal at the Anglican girls' school and the state commissioner of education.
That's what I'm
And
saying.
even her father too is apologizing on her behalf. So they couldn't have been lying against her.
Well, I'm not saying they're lying against her because you see.
Hold on. Watch this. Watch this. Rational mind.
Okay, you say your name is speak and shout.
My name is EJIKEME.
Okay. So now that your daughter, Mmesoma, has owned up that she manipulated her result, what do you have to say? What's your take?
As I said earlier, my daughter didn't open up to me on time. She didn't. When I realized the mistake she did, I blame my as she supposed not to do this kind of thing. Because every day I tell Mmesoma, be careful, you know that you are a star, so that you don't dent your image. But I'm still apologizing to Jamb and Nigerians to pardon her. To give her pardon. As a father, that's my take.
So that was our father.
Yeah, I think I heard you when you played it. Yeah, an NTA did this. Yeah, but you see, guys, Dupsy and the rest of them and Ayu, I don't know the crap what you people are talking about.
No, this is Rosie, not Dupsy.
No, not
you
you,
don't know
not you.
No,
Okay.
the comment section. They're
comment
attacking
section.
him. Yeah.
I don't know what the crap you people are talking about. If you listen to, I don't know the Mangba or yeah, the Mangbo. I don't understand how you people even Mashimangbo about me. You know, I mean, you heard me when before I started. I said if she is guilty of all this thing, let her face the music. That's what I
There
said.
is no if there, rational
She's
mind.
already
Remove the
admitted
if.
now. Hold on, rational mind. She has admitted her father. You just saw him apologizing to Jamb and the country. So,
woman. You
Yeah.
see, we always say on this platform here that so many things we see here from that country, and then we hear something later. We hear another counter narrative. It makes us like kind of doubt so many news and whatever. We've seen so many news come up like this, and then later it's been debunked later. So I'm not saying it's not true. Don't get me wrong. For now, that is what is hold out there. But I'm going by what has been said previous days that this girl and she came and said no, she did not do it, and back and forth. And DSS that I believe are well trained and doing this investigation, they've not even given any submission now. Some state actors. I mean, let me just say some acting for in behalf of Anambra State are the one telling us that she confessed. Well, I don't know. So for me, I'm just giving you my own take on this. That's
why is her father apologizing? What's he apologizing for?
Well, woman, this family has been through a lot. I don't know if you listen to one guy who spoke about some few days ago. I know that guy. If he's hearing this now, I don't know how he's going to feel. He was denouncing Jamb. Why should we even have Jamb in the first place? In a serious country, why should we even have this kind of archaic kind of system that does not even serve us? You know, talking about Jamb as being some kind of fraud of some sort. They only it's a kind of advanced fee fraud, like 419 kind of enterprise by the government, whereby 100 or 200,000.
Sorry. What point are you making? What are you inviting us to consider?
What I'm saying is that there's a whole lot of things around this girl's situation, which I'm still treading with caution to really want to seize upon and just go out there and say, okay, yeah, she did it, or we had this confessional statement that people say she made. But my point is that
no, she did make the confessional statement. Her father just spoke on it.
No.
Rational mind, please, I have a question.
Journalist asking the question. Hold on.
Rational mind, please, I have a question. Yes, please.
Come on.
So, are you feeling that the whole of the states, Soludo and the rest of them, have a take in this, that they have to label her to do what she didn't do, or she was coerced to confess? Because I don't really understand your point.
Madam Princess, I have a daughter of her age, maybe slightly older than her, so I know what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is that this family has been through a lot. they've been in the news for this reason that we've seen. No family will go through this. If you have to be, I being a father myself, if I were to be in the spotlight like this and people make my daughter look so bad
But who caused
hold
it?
on now,
Who
you ask a
caused
question now. God, go ask me the question. Let me ask again. What are you trying to say? Go on. I'm hearing Miss
No, what I'm saying is that you said the whole family has gone through a lot and all this, but
Okay.
who caused it? Who caused it?
We understand. You see, sometimes that's the problem we have in that country. I don't want to open on some spaces here.
Let's stay within this space.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, let me ask you a question as well, and then land it succinctly. What I want to do is I want to take this topic round, just because I'm conscious that a lot of voices still not heard. But are you considering that? Are you contending even that this girl faked her result or not? So what is your starting point? Or did she fake her result or not?
I don't believe she must have some accomplices if she did fake this result, because she cannot do all of that thing. Because if you see that the way that thing is designed, it needs a lot of maybe some Oluwole graphic designers and all of that to do all that crap. I mean, just design that thing the way it is, and it looks like it's so real. Like you think maybe it's a real printout. So it must have somebody who is an accomplice in this whole thing. Is it the father? Is it the mom? Is it some other guy or some other persons who are just trying to take out of that money that she was going to get from Mmesoma and whoever gives her that scholarship? I don't know. But the point I'm trying to make is that if the DSS could not come up with something, that's what I'm still going by that DSS. I don't know why they could not get confessional statement from this girl. I mean, they said they're going to do their investigation and we're yet to see.
So you concede that the girl faked her result?
No, I'm not conceding.
Right?
I'm not conceding.
And okay, hold on. Is the result fake? Do you concede that the result is
I can't
fake?
tell until I hear when the DSS comes up with
No. Hold on. So you don't accept that the result that she was parading, the 360 something, that 62, that you don't.
Woman. Jamb said they've gone and checked the database, found out that score was not for her. Could it be some technical glitches? Or could it be that she faked it? I mean, that's what I'm trying to find out. We're still trying to, let the law enforcement agent who are empowered to do this investigation.
All right, I don't know what you're talking about.
Let me. You see, when you people interrupt, you don't make me.
All right,
my point is this. I know you people are you are pressed for time. Now, my point is this: this family has gone through a lot. Sometimes people under duress say certain things. Just let this just go away. I just don't want this anymore. Let me give them whatever they want from me. I'll give them that statement so that they can leave me the hell alone. I just want to live my life. I want to be free from all this TV interview, my family in the spotlight. Just let me give them what they want. It could be. Are we looking at it that way? Could be.
No, one man. A rational mind, they can just be. I mean, if you listen to the father's first interview, you will know they were ready. They were ready to see to the end of this thing, and everybody was interested to see the end. Not even people from Anambra only. They were people from Southwest, because they were the people. Hold on, now, let me just say this. People were having this sympathy after they listened to her. I'm from Anambra State. This is my state girl. There's nobody here that would defend this lady more than me. If there was any discrepancy in any of this thing they were saying. But the issue there is that the DSS, you were talking about the DSS went and talked to her and the principal. Sometimes we tend to underrate our DSS members. When they see someone that is lying, they know. And that could necessitate the reason that made them to just go out there and just say, look, this person is lying. Let's look for something more serious to talk. This girl is lying. But this same lady came out to say, dude, look, they should have waited for the investigation to finish, which made the Anambra state government to set up a panel of inquiry. And on the panel, in front of the panel of inquiry, she made her confessional statement. Let us leave it at that. It's not a question of, oh, do you know? Nobody can force it. You see that man that you saw? Because I remember one of his interview, he was talking about what he has gone through in Nigeria. Nobody can make that man accept what the daughter did not do. It's just like me now. You come and tell me that my daughter, I don't care if every news station is carrying it. If my daughter is innocent, she is innocent.
Joel, you've gone on this long
So
time.
I'm going to defend her. I'm going to defend her to the latest. But if my daughter is found to be lying, I will have to take a step back and apologize, like the father did.
Okay, fine. You see, I'm not saying that these things people are saying is wrong, but I'm just trying to. I just want to be in the middle of this matter, because I'm not saying what the Anambra State people. I mean, the thing is this. You see, the way they've gone around this old narrative of this girl, until somebody is proven guilty, you don't go about making statements like Jamb was making statements saying, you could say, well, we deny this result, but we shall give. But then the way they just they just made this girl look from the beginning. It makes it look suspicious too. But then the point is this: you see, we are used to this way of this archaic and this draconian way of doing this.
Rational mind.
Hold on. Land rational mind, and then I'm going to take it round for everybody to have like about 5 minutes.
In conclusion, because I know everybody's pressed for time. Now, so in conclusion, for me, I just believe this family has gone through a lot. Yes, the daughter brought it upon them, if she, whatever. But then the point is, sometimes people are under duress. They could do anything under duress just to let something go. I don't know, whatever. But until I hear from the law enforcement agents, I don't even really trust them too. But in this matter, I just want to believe that they will do what is right. Investigate this matter very well. Find out if really this girl.
You are not likely to hear from the law enforcement agency because it's a concluded matter. But no, hold on. Let me hear from Bishop.
It's a matter of law, one man.
What do you mean it's a matter of law?
It's a matter of law.
Hold on, rational mind. I don't know. The conversation is somewhat bizarre.
Bizarre.
Yes, it is bizarre. The girl made a confessional statement in front of her school. In front of her school principal, in front of the state commissioner of education. Her father comes out to issue an apology. So she's admitted her guilt. So what are you talking about?
Rational man, try to be rational now. For once, try to be rational. Rational man, try to be rational. With all the facts presented, try to be rational. Rational man.
I'm always.
Can Bishop allow me for a few seconds? I can't stay long if he doesn't mind.
All right. Rational mind. Let me pick it up because I think Prince is pushed for time. So I'll hear from Prince, then Bishop, then Zeta, Rosie.
One man, I still have the flow, right?
No, you've had the flow.
You just want to go around.
Yeah, I want to go around because I'm conscious that people have been hanging around for so long. Okay. Yeah, Prince, good to see you.
Yeah, thanks, Mama. Yeah, thanks, Bishop. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I thought I skipped the first session after I got a warning from a Jewel of Nashville not to be ethnic. But anyways, just kidding, by the way. On this issue of this lady, okay, I think she orchestrated this scandal by herself or with the help of other people. I don't know. But at the end of the day, she made a mistake, regardless of how she orchestrated it or what she did. She made a mistake, and I think at this point in time, I mean, for whatever it's worth, I accept the apology, and I think we all should. Just like Sant was referencing the other day that hey, sometimes we talk with people having speck in the eye, but we have plank in our own eye, so we're not going to demonize her for a mistake. But also I have a clarifying question also. Jamb suspended her from taking the exam for the next 3 years. However, she has a result already, a very good result for that matter. So does that preclude her or prevent her from going straight to college or attending college?
They withdrew the results.
Oh, they did. Okay.
Why would they withdraw the results? is there any, and is there any, see, this is some of the crap that we do in that country.
Okay, so rational mind. So with the young girl, okay, I mean nobody's really above what she did, and quite we all can be sanctimonious and so righteous. I think she's apologized. The dad was kind enough to apologize, and the next person to actually apologize right now is rational mind to the panel, to us to us individually, and to Jamb actually, and to me, I came to speak on this issue briefly because of the other day. Rational mind was so quick to attack the Nigerians' space, meaning as being usually corrupt and not competent at anything, and directly also attacked Jamb. And I think we have a brief debate on that back and forth. Jamb is an institution; they've done their job. We cannot continue to demonize every institution in Nigeria. Well, you don't have to tell any one of us on this panel and Nigerians that we have a big problem with corruption in our country, in our society. But there are some institutions that do work, and when they work and they do their job, we should give them the accolades that they deserve, and not just continue to demonize them and try to debase everything this stands for. Like right now, Rational Mind is still refusing to accept the apology of the girl, which is kind of insulting because she did apologize. That is the dad. Okay, so we can move on. So Rational Mind,
why would you want an apology from me? Am I the perpetrator? Am I the one who did the?
Well, actually, I was just kidding about that, but I was just playing about that. But
just kidding. No, just go.
yeah, I was just kidding. But yeah, okay. So at the end of the day, well, it's quite interesting that they withdrew a result. I'm not sure she has any legal claim to that or room to wiggle about a result being withdrawn, because she does have a legal result that she had that Jamb can testify to as being legitimate. So I'm not sure how the rule goes when one is caught up in that.
I agree with you. By the way, Prince.
Yeah,
they don't have any legal footing for withdrawing unless our real results are not legitimate. But
exactly. So if she's parading a fake result, well, I think that's the whole problem, and the problem of the people trying to give a scholarship and all kind of resources. But if Jamb, I guess Jamb could sue her for trying to tarnish their image as an institution, just like Rational Mind did, then I can understand that in the court of law. But taking a 240 or whatever result she got, I think that's almost draconian, if you ask me. I think she should be allowed to hold on to that result and continue her education and be matriculated. If
can I ask you a question? Please, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Yeah, please. My question is this.
Right.
Okay, even if the Jamb hasn't withdrawn the result from her, what school do you think is going to admit her now with this scandal surrounding her?
Oh, well, I think there are plenty of schools.
In Nigeria?
It's not. Let's not make this.
I'm saying not outside Nigeria, of course, but within Nigeria, what school will admit her?
No.
Within Nigeria,
school we admit her. That is not the issue.
Yeah. They should not discriminate against her, because if she goes to apply to any school in Nigeria, I'm assuming she should be producing her credentials as authentic results and other supporting documents. So they should. Again, she's gonna have a legal course or legal room to sue any school that discriminate against her based on whatever. We don't, as they say, we don't throw the baby in the bad water.
What's the punishment? There should be some difference.
No. The punishment is that, assuming, for example, she wants to study medicine. Okay, I don't know what the cutoff mark is. Maybe it's 300 or more, and she would like to recite for the exam for the Jamb. Well, then I understand that. Oh no, you can't do that. You're banned for 3 years. So whatever your 240 or 260 can get you, go study that. I think that is fair. I think that'd be a fair approach. But to take away a legitimate result, unless Jamb is disputing that as being illegitimate, then that's another story. But if that result is good, I think she should hold on to that result, and she.
Praise Daddy, that's my point. You see, Nigeria will do things backwards.
Prince, rational. I mean, one man. If Prince Daddy is done, can I just have my space, please?
Is that Bishop? I think one man
Yeah.
is not. Yeah. So.
One couple of seconds, Bishop. So, yeah, thanks for allowing me to come in. So, that's my take. Let's not go overboard. Let's not go overboard with it. I think she's apologized. What else do we want from her? She's apologized. Let's move on. Jamb should not cancel our authentic result, and that's it.
I think it's very strange. I mean, that Prince Daddy is saying this. I find it a little bit very bizarre that we're having this conversation. That you're saying that Jamb cannot. Hold on, excuse me. The first thing that you're saying that Jamb cannot punish her.
No, I never said that.
Let me finish. By withdrawing the result she had because of what she did. I'm surprised.
I said somebody said they had, but I'm saying they should not. I'm hoping they. I said they should not.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm surprised that you are saying
why?
They cannot.
But she has a legitimate result, unless the result is fake.
Her conduct alone, yes.
No. The punishment. One second. The punishment is that she should not be allowed to take Jamb, just like I explained, for the next 3 years. If she hopes to go to, let's say, medical school and requires a higher mark, then unfortunately, she won't be able to do that for the next 3 years. I think that's enough punishment.
Bishop, can I say something, please?
Go ahead.
I just want to clear something, because there is something we are saying here that doesn't really in line with the punishment Jamb gave to her. If Jamb did not withdraw the result, that means there is no punishment. Are you getting the point, Bishop?
Absolutely. I don't understand what you're saying.
Thank you, Madam Zita.
Do not withdraw the result. There is no punishment. Because you can't say you are banning somebody for 3 years from taking your exams and you allow her to run with the result she had already gotten from you.
Madam Zita,
Let me finish,
sorry.
please, before I lose my thoughts. So, why they are taking the result away from the girl is for her to serve the punishment. Because if you allow her with the result, she can go to school with it. So, if she's going to school with 249 score, why would she serve your punishment? She wouldn't serve the 3 years. Somebody who is in the university with her grade, by 3 years' time, she's almost concluding on half of her education. So why the 3 years if you can leave the results?
Why should Jamb have power over the institutions in Nigeria?
Bishop, I was actually talking to you. I'm going to talk on this topic intensively when it gets to my turn.
Okay.
I don't want to jump in, but
I don't know.
Make up something. So I wanted to bring in something like saying the withdrawal of the certificate was for her to serve the time, because if they release the certificate to her, there will be no need for the punishment.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Prince Daddy, please, if I can add a little bit to this too. Also, I think it was because of her conduct. If initially, when this came out, she quickly apologized. Oh, I'm very sorry. But for her to have the boldness to continue to, come out to make videos, I think it's because of the conduct. That's why they are.
Did that conduct break any law? Did the conduct break any law? I mean, it's a free society. We all. I mean, if you abuse, that's why we have the legal system in place. Now, if the conduct caused Jamb any harm, yes, Jamb can go after her. If she's a free citizen, if she's a free moral agent or a citizen of Nigeria, I think she's allowed to conduct herself as she desires, as long as she's not breaking the law of the land. What is the conduct to do anything?
But she wasn't showing any remorse initially.
All right. Hold on, everybody. Let's have it in a sequence. Let Bishop run his commentaries, and then we go to.
I'm not even talking.
No, I'm saying you take the floor now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I say I'm
Yeah.
not even able to say anything.
Yeah,
I was just expressing my surprise that Prince Daddy was saying that she has not committed any offense. She did commit an offense.
I didn't say that, Bishop. I never said that. Everybody heard me.
Okay.
I never said that. Let me.
Okay.
10
Don't let's
seconds.
just okay. I had it. Let me just run my. She did actually committed an offense, and when she was caught, she doubled down and she put up a show and said she was traumatized, and everybody put Jamb on the defensive, and we had people that actually took up on Jamb. Discredit and disparage Jamb and everything. And some people actually put an ethnic dimension into it. As sad, as terrible as that is. Now, I have had an experience of people, somebody a couple of years ago, that hated another person in an exam. She was a 400 level in the University of Ibadan. She aided another person in an exam, in an internal exam in the university, and she was expelled. I mean, not suspended, or she was expelled. So 4 years gone down the drain. Now, this young lady, as much as I really want to empathize with her, had not shown any good conduct. And that we had 5 professors that sat down with 2 very senior clergy that sat down with the principal of our school, the commissioner of education, and the secretary of education in Anambra State. This is a committee that was set up by the state government, and they came up, and it was there. It took that much. It took that much of a very high-powered panel. 5 senior professors and 2 very senior clergy before she now capitulated and said, okay, I'm sorry. That means that apology was actually extracted because it was becoming very scandalous and people were giving it different kind of interpretation and coloration. Fact of the matter remains, I was going to sing a song because of the last topic. I've been on the something for a while. The one song that one man sang many years ago about 8 million stories. There is always a dimension. Many a times this thing will not come the way we want them to actually come. In this matter, maybe the young girl, the young lady in question would have attracted more sympathy if right at the beginning she had owned up and said, it was just play, because people actually brought out the software that was used and they show how everything, and they picked the man went on one of the TV stations and she enumerated how everything, and the man challenged that if there is any other person that had that kind of, even Osita Chidoka, who owns the center, conducted his own and poo-pooed, brought out some serious loopholes. I said, no, it was wrong. If Osita Chidoka himself, that even the name that they used on that result was the name they were using before, which means the fact that it was a 2021 template that she used was a fact, that they have already changed their name, and their name on the Jamb platform presently is different from what she had. So how can every other person that sat exam have one headmaster or one pattern of results, but your own only is different? So she's been caught in so many, but the fact that she was able to keep pushing, and was using what they call this what's the word now? Was using that what's this word to bait, and it was almost causing, that's enough. So Jamb is the owner of that result. If our conduct did not pass enough for them to, they have every right and power. They have not done anything illegal. And I'm surprised that we are saying that Jamb has no legal power to withdraw.
But what they did is different from what you're saying, Bishop.
What did they do?
They said, going forward,
yes,
going forward, she will be barred and be banned
for 3 years. Yes.
For 3 years. So they knew the implication. Hold on. They knew because they have in-house legal experts that works with Jamb. They know that they cannot, if they don't have any proof, because the example you cited earlier of somebody in Ibadan, because they caught her doing the examination malpractice during the examination.
Yes.
Now that they don't have any proof as to the two.
What are you talking about? Somebody came out. Hold on. Somebody manipulated. Join platform. I've been on since this man was the Enugu man was there. Ojukwu man was there. So what are you saying?
Bishop, I'm talking about this present one you and I were talking about. We're talking about the past. Now I'm trying to interject what you said. Now they knew the implication that they cannot cancel our result, the present result. I mean, the real result, the 260 or 240 something that she had. If they have evidence that she was during that exam, that 240, the real mark that she got from Jamb, that it was a malpractice or some side of corruption, they have the right to cancel that result. But they do not have that. That's why they said, going forward, she's barred from participating in Jamb.
No. You did not get it very well. The first thing they did, hold on. I've had you. The first thing they did was to withdraw and notify the result she scored, the 249. That was the first thing. And now went a step further.
Are you saying they notified it?
Of course. Wow, I have it by myself. Jamb said so in a release.
That would be wrong.
Who are you to say it's wrong for Jamb to notify their result?
It's a matter of legal issue.
Maybe you will be among the people. Okay, let me just land quickly. Land my thought. The fact of the matter today
apologies, Bishop. Rational mind, do you know that a university has the right to withdraw your certificate
even after graduation?
Even after graduation.
That is if they find out there's a manipulation. I mean, you engage in malpractice or some kind of corruption in obtaining.
That is what she engaged in. That's what she engaged in.
No. The exams, the 240 something she got or 260 something she got during the exam on that very day, if it is proven, they can prove it that she has done some kind of malpractice, then they can cancel that result. But if there is not, and they do that, I think that they can sue Jamb to court.
Rational man, this is very simple to understand.
Rational man, I think you're trying to grant her. I think you're trying to grant her a soft landing, and I get it. And
this is very simple to understand.
Hold on. Let me just land. Even with Prince Daddy, I understand your point. Even with one man, I get it. What two of you are saying is that do not overflog a dead horse. Like, give this lady some slack. Especially one man, what one was saying, that this is her first time. I get it. Okay, even if at that, if for me, I can double down and say, instead of the 3 years punishment, why don't you give her a year? She must have some form of punishment to serve as a deterrent. And from what the last guy was saying, was that Bishop also, what he was saying was very imperative. That is the same, and one man, I'm going to cut it from here because I have to go sleep, please. You see, it is the issue with what is happening here. There's a reason why, if there's if the FBI, for instance, accost you and tell you, hey, this is what we found out. If you at that particular point in time say, okay, you know what, you cooperate with them and tell them, okay, you were guilty. That means that you are trying to avoid trial. If you keep lying, one man, let me land, please. If you keep lying and you go for trial, you will serve the maximum sentence if you're found guilty. If you, at that initial point, apologize, then they will be like, okay, you know what? He has apologized. He didn't take us through trial. So they will just give you maybe a short sentence. So that is what the Bishop was trying to, or Mike, or whoever was trying to make here. She took us through a round. She took us through the
okay. So sorry. Let Bishop regain his floor because he's waited.
Can I ask you a question before
No. Let Bishop carry on.
Let me just end it. So that I know it's time that people have waited for long. So that let me just end it by saying that it will be in our interest. I would have. And my first reaction was I I felt that they can mitigate the punishment for her, give her counseling and the necessary support. She really messed up. But that we still have people defending her rather than empathize with her and plead that they should try and not just destroy her future because of that. Not as a matter of right, but as a matter of, look, as a first offender, and let's keep it as a misdemeanor. And there are many times that a simple offense of misdemeanor can degenerate. It's actually a misdemeanor, but the way you handle it, if you are not contrite, if you don't, you are not sorry, you keep doubling down, the more you go, the more the offense keeps, degenerating and the punishment becoming weightier. So for me, I would want them to really work with her so that they can salvage her future, but not to be defending her that Jamb is wrong. Jamb does not have the power to withdraw a certificate they issued because of her misconduct, because it's a serious misconduct. It's forgery. And she did not only just say, "Oh, I was doing it jokingly." Somebody made reference of the Kaduna word. The Kaduna guy, the Jamb man, told us that he was even never a candidate. He did not write the exam. He was just playing with there's an app. There's an app. That the guy was never, he did not register, they did not even know him, he did not buy any form, he did not sit for any exam, so he was just joking with it, that he was not so, that they did not consider that one. So I'm surprised that people keep equating him with Mmesoma's own. Somebody that was so brilliant and had a very bright future could allow herself to be misled if there are actually people that misled her. It's unfortunate. I sympathize and I empathize with her, and I wish that they can temper justice with mercy so that we can salvage our future, but nothing that should be defended by anybody. I mean, you cannot be defending this. I'm sorry. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Bishop. I know you want to share thoughts about the Ojukwu space still, but let me go on to Zeta. Apologies, Prince and Joel. It's just really I wanted to smooth flow. That's just why I stopped you then. But Zeta, yes. I was just inviting the thought then that this somewhat mirrors the Peter. In fact, it clearly mirrors the Peter Obi narrative, doesn't it? You come third, you claim first, and then you whip up sentiments around it.
So, one man, are we still in Peter Obi's case?
No, we're with this girl now. We're with this girl.
I wonder.
I actually wanted to discuss intensively on this girl's case, because a lot went on, a lot is still going on. I don't know how much time I have, but I will try as much as possible to be brief. First of all, I was attracted to this young woman's case because she bears the same name with my late niece in Korea that was gutted, those kids that died. My sweetheart there, her name is Mmesoma. That is the 11-year-old girl. And when that news broke out, I became very interested because of her name. When Jamb published her original result, I was among the first that scanned. The first one she was parading. I was among the people that scanned the second one she was parading. Yeah, Jamb released. In that second one, I think I find out that she has taken Jamb before. This is not her first time. I think this is her second time. If you can scan it and go back to Jamb's back end. Now, when I came here, the last time I came here, I made a comment which you knocked me off. You didn't want me to talk about it. But I said something specifically. I said that between the age of 7 to 18, 19, that age, they do a lot of things. I said something. I said that I will never say that somebody aided that girl. I will never conclude to that until somebody come up. I said here, last time we discussed it, that she must have done it on her own. I don't know why people are saying she didn't do it on her own. She did it. Because at that age, we do a lot of things. If you look back at your age when you were that young, shit do happen. We just think straight because we are struggling to have our own opinion. So we do something. Now, let me leave the girl a little bit and talk about the circumstances that brought her forward. The girl made a mistake. She did something usually her age mates do. At her age, they do shit like that. But the way that thing generated noise, I could see Jamb struggling to keep the relevance of their institution. Pathetic, right? A whole institution that controls all the universities in Nigeria was struggling because of the dungeon people were throwing at them. It became nauseating, ridiculous, and annoying. And Jamb has to defend. For you people's information, the department that handled that results, the department that result are being computed uses P&P. Most of you that I don't know whether Allah is in the platform. They use this in, not internet, internet. You can't go in unless they let you. When they are done, the thing throws it out so that the student can see. I'm trying to make a point here. So when I saw all those things, I came back here. Last time we talked about this girl, and I said, Jamb is good. They know what they're doing. And this institution, Nigerians watch them struggling to defend the nonsensical thing. And a 19-year-old girl is bringing them out to defend. It should have been a lookover. But no, they didn't. Yes, the young girl made a mistake. But the noise destroyed her. Not the mistake she made. She's already destroyed, I can assure you. The noise was what destroyed her. People like us, Soludo. For what? For a little girl that made mistakes somewhere, trying to struggle with what her brain is thinking, everybody jumped on it. Investigating Jamb in this computer age, I said it in this platform that the world is getting just an inch close to making sure people don't lie. And people think I'm joking. Now, for people saying that it took the principal, it took the panel of judges, it took the man team, it took the lawyers, the professors to get her to speak, that's not true. Go and look at the record. By the time computer will show you your mirror, you wouldn't have a choice. If it is here, they would have run the camera how many times she left her father's house and where she went to. She'll be on camera. The whole world will be seeing her if it's here. From the day she went first to do that Jamb thing till the day they were doing the investigation, the camera will carry her around the city. That's how far technology has gone. And now let me say something, because I'm trying to buttress all I have said here this morning. Let me say something. People in Nigeria were asking for investigation, for thorough investigation by DSS, by forensic, for whatever. And they forget that a similar case happened in Nigeria in this same 2023, where a first-time governor, a one-time governor, a one-time senator, said he schooled in Chicago State University. They called his result fraud. Where did they get the forensics to say the result was fraud? Where was the investigation to say the result was fraud? But they paraded that news around the whole world. And the university was watching. They came up with that he didn't graduate, he didn't go to secondary school. I don't know what Delhi College is. And Delhi College was watching. The moment they inaugurated the guy, they waved him all over the world and said, hey, we now have one of us is now a president. They even called him a hermaphrodite. One time a man, one time a woman. Where is the forensics that they used to find out all this, to make that assertion, to say all those things, to throw all those dungeons? But nobody asked that question. People
No, it's still in court.
Hold on. Let me finish, please. I allowed you people to have your time. Please. It's already early hours of the morning here. The people jumped at it, they believed it. Even some people are still believing it up to today with their forensics. Even when the university has said he is our own, they are proud of him. It is in the internet. Still, some people are not still believing it. But for a little 19-year-old girl that wanted to prove that she can, normal, shit do happen. Everybody jumped on her case. Everybody attributed to it. Everything in totality.
I think we lost Zeta. Zeta.
I'm still hearing her. I'm hearing her.
Oh, she's back. Zeta.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm here.
No, you dropped and then you came back. Carry on.
Everybody jumped in and made a small issue that about 100 students have done. They made it a very big issue. It becomes all eyes on her. Jamb started struggling. Jamb has to defend themselves.
What are you talking about? That's not a small issue.
It cost Anambra State, because those professors they called, I know most of them, they're big wigs. They called to go and do that investigation. They must have paid them. It costs money. It costs people who are not supposed to take side. And someone will say, bury the hatchet. Bury the hatchet? No.
What are you talking about? I mean, what are you talking about? Madam Zita, what are you talking about?
Rational mind.
Yeah, please. What are you talking about?
What do you mean, what am I talking about?
Just bring it down. Bring it down. That's what he said. Bring it down. Like, what are you really, where are you really arguing?
Excuse me, it is my turn to talk. Some people are listening to me. I'm not talking to you.
No, but we're all here. We're all here. You're also addressing them.
If I'm not making sense to you, don't listen.
We did not say you're not making sense. We're not saying you're not making sense. We're only saying, like, I mean, if you have the floor, but we have the right to just like interject.
Please don't listen. I don't look. Anytime I come to one man platform, I don't like this to and fro. I have said this several times. I don't like this. If you want to ask me a question, ask me a question. Don't ask me what am I talking about, because I've been talking.
Is it not a question I'm asking?
All right, carry on, Zeta. Zeta, carry on.
Don't ask me what I'm talking about, because I've been speaking.
Carry on, Zeta.
So the important thing is that the people who threw this girl in the air, yes, I knew she went protesting she went too far. But they know she's lying. The people around her, they know she's lying. They would have calmed the situation down. There is nothing wrong in going through the back door to ask Jamb some questions and end it there. But the thing was so thrown in the open that Jamb has to defend themselves. And every passing day they defend themselves, it becomes very annoying. This issue of dismantling institutions in Nigeria is beginning. I'm just struggling to wrap my head on it. Every time anything happens in Nigeria, people come out to dismantle and destroy institutions in Nigeria that are upgrading themselves each passing day. Nigeria of 20 years is not Nigeria of today, because Jamb shocked me. Jamb shocked me. But what can I say? Saying that the Jamb doesn't have the right to take the girl's certificate, they have every right to withdraw her certificate. And they have every right to ban her for life if they choose to. But one thing, if I can talk to
hold on. Well, let Zita land, because I'm keen to get to Saki, who has been waiting patiently. As Zita carry on.
But the only thing I will say is that Jamb should understand they have proven the point. They have shown the world how good they are. They have shown the world that you cannot just come into their system and mess them up. We get that part. But what I will say is that 3 years is kind of too much. She's a young woman. She's exuberant. They should at least subpedal a little. Yeah, I support the fact that they should withdraw that certificate. I support that, because if they don't withdraw it, even if they say she should repeat it, it will not work. Or even if they say she should stay 1 year, it will not work, because she will make use of that word. If that word is valid, she doesn't need to talk to Jamb again. She's done with Jamb. For Jamb to keep their relevancy on her, they have to withdraw that certificate. I quite agree with that. But the 3 years, if I have to plead with Jamb, they should make it maybe next year she wouldn't take, but the 2025 she should take, so that she can move on with her life. Because this is a very big dent. I never was comfortable at the way so many people jumped into that case. It shouldn't be something they should jump into. It shouldn't.
She made it so now.
This thing, the barcode is there. You can scan it with your phone and do what you want to do. It's not, the world now is not something you depend on somebody to do investigation for you. Do it yourself. The barcode is in the internet. The birth certificate is in the internet. Scan it. Then you know what Jamb is talking about. It's not a hidden investigation. You can do that simple investigation on your own and leave Jamb alone. This idea of destroying our institution, you people should please stop. We're not the worst country on earth. Please. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. So we hear from Saki Father, and then after Saki, we hear from Rosie, and then we keep pushing it on. Yes, Saki Father. Thank you, Saki, for your patience. So let's hear from you, Saki Father. So this girl, of course, you know the backdrop to it, so I don't need to build it up for you. I'll just go straight to it. Saki Father.
Yeah, thank you, one man, for giving me this rare opportunity to contribute my little quota to the ongoing conversation. I think this platform is good, given that you allow everybody to, to look at things from divergent views. And the Zita that spoke rashly, you are giving your views, so I don't expect you to be raising your.
Where is that noise coming from?
Hey, it's coming from Saki. I think it's farting.
Zaki, are you farting? I was about to ask.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and some farting noise as well, but carry on.
Okay, no. It's not from me. It's not from me. All right, so I hope you're still hearing me. Sorry.
We are. Carry on.
Yeah, so I was trying to tell Zita that she is giving her own view, so she shouldn't expect that everybody will accept it the way she is saying it. Do you understand? Yeah, so I will approach it from 3 dimensions. One, to look at what the girl did from every moral, legal, social, and national angles. Then 2, to look at why it appears that people are making these issues as that people really bloated these issues on social media. Why people actually give this issue so much oxygen. And then 3, to look at the implications of this, from the perspective of our evolving society today. So number 1, in terms of what the girl did, well, he disappointed everyone. I don't know why she chose to do whatever she did. It is quite condemnable. and I cannot support it by any stretch of imagination. Given the jam score she even had, she scored 249, I think, really. And I learned that jam general cutoff for 2023 is 140 minimum. Then some institutions like Unibado, Unilag, University of Benin, UNN, all those kind of school, they give their own benchmark at 200. So even at 200, she can still compete in all these schools, even with 249. She can still go to all these schools and see if there is a course she might be able to get. So I don't see the rationale behind what she did. I don't know why she had to resort to that. Then, at her age, to have developed that sense of trying to go and forge things, I think that is a highly criminal tendencies. So I condemn it in every ramification. And then another thing I condemn is the fact that she didn't open up at the first instance. You know, if at the first instance she had opened up and say, CEO, I did it and I was like joking with it, all those kind of things they do on social media, these things would have died down, you know. So then, in terms of what Zita said, that we don't respect, Nigerians don't actually give value to our institutions, you know, I think you shouldn't blame Nigerians, you know. Nigerians today, a lot of things that happened in different institutions of the state in Nigeria make some people, you know, begin to have these kind of doubts when certain institutions talk. You can imagine what is happening in our police sector. The police needs to be reformed. You can imagine what is happening in the judiciary, the kind of judgments that are coming out from the judicial sector, you know, certain judgments that tend to make people, you know, doubt whether there is actually, whether the law they practice today is what is practiced during the time of people like Nikki Toby, people like Oputa, Justice Oputa, and Alpha Begore, them, you know. So these are institutional failures. You look at our exam bodies, you see what is happening. You see some supervisors taking money. You see some officials telling you to bring money that they will upgrade their scores. It do happen. We shouldn't say that these things don't happen. So given all these things, you begin to doubt the values in our institution. You cannot hide it. We cannot like deny the fact that there is institutional corruption in Nigeria. You know, so it is because of all these things that people tend to doubt the institution, even when the institution is saying, see, this is what we did, this is how we did it. Some people might want to doubt them. So I don't think you should blame those that are doubting, you know. But I thank Jamb and I give Jamb kudos in the professional manner they have been able to handle these issues. And I must give kudos to the Ishak, the registrar of Jamb. You know, I think since 1999 to today, he is the first Jamb registrar that has tended, you know, to reform that very body. You know, during the time of Bello Salim, it was quite bad. During the time of the last Jamb registrar, it was quite bad. But this very man has demonstrated through a lot of reforms, you know, that he is actually out to make sure that Jamb, you know, takes its pride in Nigeria. So I thank him for being so professional. Then number two, on the issue of why people started making a jest of it, I think it is a creation of the media. You know, it is a creation of the media. He who controls the media tend to control the mind. That is what I've seen in the Nigerian media space. You know, the media started by bloating this thing. The first newspaper that reported about this forgery, the caption they used, they said an Anambra student, they emphasized the word Anambra student, who claimed to have scored 362 in Jamb, it was found that...
What paper is that?
I can't remember the paper. I think either Punch or any of these papers. But that is how the paper reported it on social media. So when people saw it, people began to, think from certain dimension. Why should the word Anambra be emphasized? Do you understand what I mean? Why the word Anambra should be emphasized? Is there something the media want to bloat? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Given the fact that almost recently there have been success stories in terms of education from Anambra. They will announce this person. They will say the person that became the best student in one school in China is from Anambra State. That Anambra, there is currently somebody that is going to represent Nigeria in Switzerland currently in chemistry, a secondary school student. He competed in Nigeria and he came first. So he's going currently to represent Nigeria in Switzerland in one chemistry competition. The person is from Anambra. So all these good success stories have been coming on social media. And whenever he comes, Obedience will say, this is the legacy P2B left in Anambra State. So when this particular girl came, the paper now reported an Anambra student who claimed to have scored 362. You understand what I mean? It was found it's forgery. So now Obedience now lashed on. Many Obedience started saying, why are they captioning it Anambra? They just want to spin the narrative, to demonize. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So the other oppositions that we are supporting other parties, they lashed on it and it became a kind of conversation. You understand what I mean? So everybody now started bloating it, and some people started taking it to an ethnic narrative point of view, which I didn't want to buy. So that is how the conversation tend to have been magnified. So they just, through all these unnecessary distractions, they now give oxygen to that very matter. And when people like Ezekwesili now tweeted and said, this is an opportunity for us to learn. This is a very good opportunity for us to learn. That she's suggesting that Jamb should bring an independent forensic investigation, whatever, to investigate into the matter, so that everybody will know. Nigerians should learn from this opportunity. Let's know if the girl is telling. I can hear you.
Sorry, woman. Let me ask a question.
Yeah.
Do you think this matter, is it a federal case or is it a state case? Because considering Jamb is a federal institution.
Yeah, Jamb is a federal institution.
So why would a state body, the person that was considered by Anambra State, be investigating a federal case?
No. It doesn't matter.
In the first place, DSS came into it because DSS is more like the federal police.
DSS shouldn't even have come into that.
Well, you can't. Well, maybe the police or the DSS, whatever the federal government choose, or I don't know, the Attorney General of the Federation.
Yes.
Sorry, rational mind. All of that is a red herring now.
No, woman.
You are clutching at straws to build a conspiracy. It's a pretty straightforward storyline now. It's more of a moral storyline than whatever conspiracy
you can say all of this. You can say all of this.
Okay, what are you trying to build up? Because
now the point I'm trying to build is that this is the point. Now that since the federal police, which is the body empowered to do that for the federal government, either the DSS or the police should have done that. So why should they be investigating him? Let them conclude their own investigation. Then they can come in. this duplicity of investigation can compromise the whole thing.
Yeah, but all of that is by the by now. The matter has reached its crescendo. The girl has made the confessional statement. So it's the takeouts from it now that we're discussing. There's nothing under investigation anymore when she says she's done it.
Oh God. You see,
Let Saki continue. Saki continue.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is how it was actually magnified on social media. All the narratives they were painting on social media, I didn't buy any of the narrative from my own personal point of view. So my view is that what the girl did is bad, and it doesn't paint a very good image, both from a state point of view and also from a national point of view. It doesn't paint any good image. I don't see the reason why she could have done what she did, So, and whatever punishment that they need to give to him, I'm fully in support of that. Maybe Jamb might later consider that this might affect her mentally, emotionally, because this is this. I think if I'm the one at this stage, I'll be stigmatized. This kind of thing will follow him for maybe possibly rest of our life. So maybe Jamb might decide to consider whatever measures they want to take on her, and see how they are going to handle it. So that's my view. I don't support him by any means. Then Zita was talking about issues of people talking about certificate forgeries of politicians. There are incidents of many politicians now, even Mba of Enugu State, he forged his NYC. Those things are in court. If the court finds him guilty, whatever punishment they need to give to him, they should give it to him. So I think we as a country we should start learning to take certain things seriously, without trying to put any kind of correlation to such matters. So that's my view on man, and nothing much.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Let's hear from Rosie, who hopefully is still there. Rosie, are you still? Oh, did Rosie drop? Rosie? Oh, I think we lost Rosie. Oh, what a pity. All right. Let's hear from who have we not heard from?
But one man, you've not really asked me. I've not really had my own speech.
All right. So you have the floor now. So let's hear from you, Rational Mind.
And please, guys, don't interject me, because too much of this interjection sometimes I can't even put the word in. Yeah. So for me, you see, I've said it. For what I said from the beginning, if this girl, if I will use the word if again, even though there are some, because for me, until when I hear from. I'm this kind of law and order kind of person. I know some people might know that, and for some people don't know. I like things being done right. So, but then when we have this here and there, I don't even know what to believe anymore. So the point I'm trying to make is that yes, I condemn credentials falsification of any kind, either your date of birth, your what's it called, whatever it is, I condemn it. And educational certification or credentials too, I condemn it. Now, this girl, if she is found to have done this thing, even though they said they've extracted confession from her, let her face the music. But until I hear from the Nigerian police or the DSS, I would not want to believe she did this. Even though I know the state of, Anambra State has instituted a committee to grill her on that. Now, my point is this, that Jamb has do not have the legal right to withdraw 260 or 240 results if they cannot prove, because if really she falsified it, or that very result, that very one, not this one that we're talking about that brought her into the 3-something, that brought her into the limelight. The actual result she had, if it's not proven that she engaged in some kind of malpractice during the exam that led to her getting that mark or 2-something, if they cannot prove it, I don't think they have any legal right. And if they dare do that, or which as somebody said they already did, I would say go to court.
Can Can I intervene, National Man? Can I?
Okay. Let me just land this point, please, because let me please just allow me. You come. So go to court. Go seek redress. Yes, you've that's a different case. Everything should be treated by case basis. The case you have about the 360 or 3 something that brought you into the limelight, whereby they say you falsified it, let them sue you on that. But on your actual number, on your actual figure that you had, I don't think Jamb has the right, if they cannot establish malpractice on the day of that exam that led to her getting that result. So let her go to court for that. Yes, if it is found that she is guilty of those things, let the Jamb do to her whatever they deem fit or they see fit to that is appropriate. 3 years, 2 years, 1 year, whatever. People need to face the consequence of the actions. I'm a person who believes in people being made to face the consequence of their actions. I think that will serve as a deterrent to others who might want to be thinking of doing that in future. That is on that.
Hello, Ashuna, please, can I say something, please?
I think somebody wanted to come before you. I don't know. One man is up to you. What do you want, one man?
Just a minute.
Okay, go. Yeah, go.
Before me now, I had to go and bring my YX certificates. At the bottom of it, it is written, any alteration, erasure, or absence of photograph renders this certificate invalid. Is a policy that has been there, so you cannot erase anything from that. It renders it invalid. So with that, even going to court, I don't think it's going to survive.
Yeah, so are you saying, well, that's another perspective you're bringing into the, I never thought about, but although I read that in the comment section, but any alteration of our actual results?
Any alteration on this certificate, if you claim, if there is a mistake in your date of birth, you have to write to Jamb, then they will give you a certified copy to accompany that certificate. You cannot erase it. Any alteration, erasure, or absence of photograph renders this certificate invalid. It's
I mean, I get your point, and I just I never thought about that angle you're coming from, because if Jamb also has, because that is WAEC, you said WAEC. So what does that Jamb say? Does Jamb have the same policy or the same guideline or rules as to that? Well, if that job, let's assume Jamb has that too, then it will mean that if she's parading this fake result that's brought her into all this limelight, which is a form of alteration of the actual results, then I think that would mean that Jamb has that's still within something you can still go to court for, because I know if she has a very good lawyer, she can still argue her case. But if that's going by what you're saying right now, I can see that as a point where maybe why Jamb is saying that, okay, now, apart from the 3 years, we cancel your result outrightly, even the 260 or 240 that you had, we're canceling, because going by what you're saying now, if Jamb also has that kind of rules or regulation, then it means that they have the right. That's how in my own layman way of judging that.
But even if it's applicable to Jamb, she did not effect any alteration to her original result. She faked a totally different copy.
Well, no.
Does that constitute an alteration?
That's an alteration of some sort, because her name is Mmesoma, whatever other name she bears on that actual result, or the Jamb that she did. Now, what's the alteration? What's the alteration is
alteration.
The alteration would be she altered the figure she got on but then another way if she has good lawyers, they can find the loopholes in that argument. Then I say, okay, fine, I don't want to go on. If I go off tangent now, you say I'm going on a long tirade. But then the point is, it depends on the lawyer she's getting. They might argue that point that, well, that does not constitute a printout from the website. It's not an actual result from Jamb or whatever, to show that, yes, it's just a printout. So you cannot say that's it. They can argue that too. But for me, what this person just said now, it makes sense for me to believe that that's an alteration, because I never considered that fact until you raise it now. So if that can hold water in court, but for me, it would be wrong for Jamb to do that if truly there's no such a rule that if you alter this, something is altered. So let her go to court. But I know at this point, where with all her name and image rather, battered already in the media space and among Nigerians. I don't know if she wants to do that, but I'm just saying it because in the Western world here, people go to court for some kind of reasons, even though they are guilty of certain things. If their right is also infringed upon in some other ways, they will go to court. So we can set precedent that people can just not just infringe on people's right. Woman, I wish Benny is still here. There was something earlier he said that I wanted to talk to.
Ogweni is still here, but I'm not sure. Is here in body, but I suspect maybe not in spirit. No, it's on the screen, but but I think maybe snoring in the background.
Because you can hear him snore. Okay, anyway, so
no, I can't hear him snore, but we're talking about him. He's not on muting, so that tells you that he's probably falling asleep.
Maybe he's sleeping. All right. Anyway, so our listeners, Gypsy, all of you, I don't know what people crap you were talking about me coming to the United States with a fake credentials or whatever. I don't know what you go investigate. Whatever you want to investigate is up to you. But my point is that
but how can we be sure until the FBI until they come out with a full report?
Do you know the process I went through? You know the process I went through before I landed myself here.
You told us now.
So I went through a lot of process before I landed here. So so it's that was years ago. So they will do all kinds of investigation. In fact, my own case was very, very peculiar. But it's okay. I don't want to go into that discussion for now. So the point I'm trying to say is that I believe this girl. Not that I want to believe her story anymore because of what I heard now that she confessed. But you see, my point is just this duplicity or triplicity of investigations by different people is just bring about this confusion in this whole case. So if the DSS is on top of this case, let them investigate it and let them come with a conclusion. But then Anambra State is now setting up their own panel, which I think they have the right to in some ways because she lives within their jurisdiction. She's a student from that jurisdiction of their school board. They should also invest, but maybe they should have allowed the law enforcement agency to do their work proper so that before they can start releasing their own reports. I don't condone what she did. If she's found guilty, let her face the music. So, woman, let me just allow other people talk. I guess there are, but there's this point I wanted to debate with Ogweni. That was what really brought me up here, brought me on here. But I wish Ogweni is back here so that we can debate it.
All right, it might still spark up later, but thank you, Rational Mind. Stay steady. I might have to hand over to you as we wait for Thomas to join us. But before I do anything, let's say from Bartholomew, who joins us after a longer period. Bartholomew, are you there? Our fight don't finish. Bartholomew. Bartholomew.
Yeah, one man.
How are you now, my guy? What's happened? You just abandon us. What?
No, me, I not abandon. I like to them by the side of the ground. They listen,
Okay, now so now this Mmesoma matter now carry you come.
No, it's not only about the Mmesoma matter. Mmesoma matter concerns everybody in the panel, which, I mean, sorry guys, I did not salute everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. So, I think our daughter Mmesoma, because me, I don't already have a daughter, and I believe that you, one man, already have a daughter. I believe Miss Princess already have a daughter.
Princess left us. I was waiting to hear from her, but she left us. But carry on. I'm sure she'll come and join Thomas later. Carry on.
Yeah, so I believe that she also, because she's a mother, I believe that she also has a children. Joel also have a children. Madam Zita also have a children. First of all, I don't support Barton.
He didn't recognize me.
Mr. Kene also. I also have children, I believe. So I'm not gonna say that.
That was Saki father, but carry on.
Sorry, Saki father, my brother. How are you, sir?
Fine.
Yeah. So I believe that what I'm not gonna say you guys, what people are saying
that the girl did, which is about expo, how they call it in English, expo, to go print the results.
That's not expo. This one is forgery.
Yeah, forgery now. Everything, all of them now. So
Expo is like you are in
to
example.
to thief
Answers from your neighbor.
answers now, Abi.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not even what expo is. Expo is if you get the questions in advance.
Okay. Okay, so I think that what this girl did, which what people are saying that she did, I wasn't there. I don't know if what she did is what people said, but I'm hearing it. I think I heard it in is it Arise? They were asking her a question, but this is like a second time now or third time where you guys are discussing it in one man platform. So I'm not supporting her. If she did wrong, if she did evil, I'm not supporting her. But I know that, I'm not educated guy, but I know that Nigerian education called Jamb or WAEC, they have been doing this type of thing, taking other people results that do well. If you don't have somebody or they look you like your parents is nobody, they can take your result and sell to the big men people. To the big men child.
No, not under this Jamb registrar. Not under him.
Okay.
Yeah.
It used to happen before. I agree. It used to happen before, but not under this one.
I don't know. So first of all, I condemn what the girl did if it's wrong. I don't support evil. Even my daughter take exam that she told me, Daddy, what she scored is not what they give to her. I said, okay. I say, don't take it personal, please. Until my daughter say, Daddy, I'm tired, they will still do it again. I said, okay, please, let us channel your effort to nursing. She's now at a nursing school in Onitsha because of this type of stolen, giving you what doesn't belong to you. You see, I would like us to channel our energy by fixing Nigerian problem every time if we want to fix that country. Nigerians have messed up beyond what this girl did, more than 1 million times. This girl is not our problem in Nigeria. If our country has been working well, doing okay, I'm not sure that this girl will go to this very extent. First of all, I'm not supporting her. But they said in Igbo language, means if you beat a child with the right hand, you take a left hand, collect her back. I'm not saying that she's too old or she's too young. I know if this girl is my child, I will not have enough strong mind to say prosecute her. If this child is Rosie's daughter, she will not say go to that very extent that she's saying. I'm not supporting this girl.
Rosie wants her shot. That's what she wants. Rosie wants her shot.
Yeah, so but I'm sorry that she's not here. But I would have thrown her a question. Because never say never. If her daughter do such, will she continue staying in this very ladder of jail her or do her all evil? Tell me who is perfect. No one is perfect. I'm not supporting this girl. Even me, Bartholomew, I am not perfect. All of us in this very panel, we are not perfect. Who have gonna say in this panel that he has never do wrong or do evil or do something similar to this in this very panel, say it. Let me quit coming to this very platform, because I'm not saying that this guy do something good. No, but our country is messed up, which Nigeria, it is polluted by our children supposed to learn from our cleanness, which is our father. Look at our president as a Nigerian is not clean. Our vice president in Nigeria is not clean.
You know the bath. Wait till we say no clean. You know the bath.
One man, don't make it not on my word upside down. Our Nigerian president pollute hand. He do two hand. That can happen. Means he do left and right. The vice, get good record. The chief army staff, no get good record. The Akpabio, they give a senator of Senate president.
Criminal.
So one man, where are we going? Are you coming? Are we coming to bring this very girl here every day to discuss? Is it gonna change Nigeria? Yes, she have done wrong. She is our daughter. This girl is your daughter. One man, I know that your children have gone to that very 19 to 20. My daughter is almost 20 or 19. So let us blame her, this girl. Yes, they say a word is enough for a white. In America, as you guys said, in America they will not judge this girl. America always give people chance. Even someone can steal 5 times in America, they will still not judge the person. They will still give a chance. It depends on the judge. America don't even call it stealing. They call it shoplifting, thief. If you call it stolen, they say that you are wrong. So this girl have done wrong, which I did not cut her when she did it. This is what I hear from the social media, whatever it's. But if it is what she did, I'm not giving her credit. She have done wrong. I will blame her totally. If my daughter do the same thing, I will pull her inside my room and beat her very well and tell her not to do so again, because they say that olona alonti, thief they spoil ear. Bad things not the good for ear. It a mess up name and the family name. So I think we should condemn this girl enough and move forward to ask how Nigeria is going to work. Now we don't even know how much oil is selling, how many barrels of oil we are making every day. Nobody knows about that. Now Mmesoma is our problem. We don't even know. Nigeria don't have light. Is it Mmesoma? Nigeria don't even. There's no hospital. Is it Mmesoma? Nigeria did not have no good name outside the country. Is it Mmesoma? So we have already started having a bad name in terms of education. If you come to America, they say, are you a Nigerian? You say yes. Some white people will step back. Some will say, oh yes, I've been to Nigeria. It's a great country when I used to be in Nigeria in the 70s, but I don't know what is going on now. Last two weeks, I was somewhere in the store. A white man told me that his best friend, American guy, he said they looted Nigerian oil, that he make $500 million, that he only served 5 years in the jail, that they got the guy bailed out last 2 weeks in Nigeria. This is a white guy, American guy. This American person was telling me this in the store. So I don't know if we cannot fix this very country, one man. It can never get better. I mean, I'm not blaming us not to come here and discuss about our country, but Nigeria can never get better. Today we discuss about Anambra. Tomorrow we discuss about Imo. Let me tell us something. is gonna escalate to different other states. Last time was Northern. They come to Ondo, they massacre people in the church. Is it our fault? So this very problem has started from the head. The water don't spoil from the head. Let us channel how we are going to fix this very country. And again, I'm not a fan of politicians. This very thing that happening has nothing to do with the P2P or Tinubu. The girl do what her and her friends or family tell her to do, whatever it is, or what she decided to do by herself. But let us channel our energy to see how we can help our mothers, our fathers, our junior ones, you know, the widows, the poor ones, to see how we can better this very country. There is sufferness in Nigeria. Last time, sometimes I used to see, I thought, like as I said, I used to stay by the side and listen to you guys. Last time that I was in Nigeria, last January, I came back on February. I hear when you guys always talk about, let me tell you something. The Hausa people that used to change, I'm sorry to say it, I don't want to bring you guys back again. Hausa people that you guys always say that they are Hausa. Listen, one man. I speak Niger Republic very well because I live in Cotonou for years. I'm gonna say 75 people that change money, black exchange in Lagos. They are from Niger. They are from Niger Republic. Maybe one Hausa, one Yoruba is gonna be the one that rent the office. Those ones that you see on the street, I mean on the street, they run around and chase you around, ask you, oh, how much? They are all Nigerians. We are in a big mess. Even our people, our Yoruba people that own Lagos don't even know the people that live in their own states changing money. But all the focus is to attack other Nigerians. Even my own brother that do Okada that always carry me to go change money, that to real side, don't even know that people that change money there, they're from Niger Republic, because I was speaking Niger with them before he was asking me, what am I talking about?
Oh, all right.
So I'm sorry about that, not to bring you guys back. So let me step by the side and I mean I thank you guys for your good conversation.
One man, can I just go next? Just I was sleepy, but
now what happened?
The last guy spoke so well. Stop asking me if I'm living.
Sorry, Bartholomew. His name is Bartholomew. Yeah.
Oga Bartholomew. He spoke so well. One man, you know, sometimes, you know, we have you know, what we perceive as being bad and what the appropriate punishment should be. And for some of us, we say follow it to the letter. But having listened to people speak tonight, I have to say this before I leave because my conscience will not allow me to sleep. I have a daughter, and the last person that's Bartholomew that spoke, you know, asked a question: if it were your daughter, would you maintain such? Honestly, and I have to be honest on this show, I won't. It brings me back to what we say in Igbo land. And what it means is that if, you know, someone else is burying, you know, someone close to them, if you're from afar, if you're not related to them, you don't really know the pain they are suffering. So for Mmesoma, I would just say they should tamper justice with mercy. You know, I don't know if this would have happened if it was a boy, but I don't want to make it a gender war. But at the same time, I would say,
no. Hold on. Just to that, just to that thought, because I think I may be where you are. Do you think the punishment would have been harsher and people would have been a lot more aggressive if it was a boy?
Oh, definitely. Nobody here would have been talking about give her soft landing and all that, or give him soft landing and all that. You know, it's the boys' way. We've always taken the both the top and the end and at the end of the stick. You know, we don't have there's no compromise when it comes to the boy child. It was I forget if you saw. I think it was Aristotle that said something like in the form of like, you shouldn't be deceived by the cry of women because they were built to cry. That is a paraphrasing, So coming back to the United States, we say believe all women. In this case, I don't think we should be believing in Mmesoma. But at the same time, I would say, let's not tamper justice with Messi. If it is 1 year, give her 1 year. Somebody was saying that she has an original, I think it was Prince Daddy was saying that she has an original result. Yes, she does have an original result, but she wasn't proud of that original result that she got. She chose to get something else. So if you feel like you deserve something else, which is in a fraudulent manner, you didn't work for it, I think that you should forfeit that particular score. She's still young, and they should just give her a year. Because even now, one man, even if she goes to school right now, you guys, we are just talking about allow her to go to school. If she goes to school right now, many people will still start looking at her. The trolling is going to be much because it's too fresh. But I believe that give her some time. What she needs time is time. After a year, if she goes back, many people might have even forgotten her face. She's a young lady. I think she's smart, and I think that she should be given a second chance. And again, one man, some people were still talking about and she's being smart and all that. Yes, it's true that she's being smart. She's smart, but we also forget that most frauds, if not all fraud that's been done on earth today, have been done by smart people. If you think that fraud is easy, go try one. It is not a question of like, is this an easy venture? It is the technicalities, the logic, the wherewithal, the determination it will take you to be able to carry out that fraudulent activity. That is what we should be looking at. So
Joel,
the person is smart or not doesn't come in.
Joel, one man, please,
hello.
1 sec, please. How are you? Good afternoon. It's
fine,
afternoon, yes. Don't mind me. But if this lady, do you know that this lady shot herself in the foot? Why do I say that? It came out with the video vindicating herself. But now is confessing to the panel that was set to investigate the issue. So will you be sounding like this some days ago? Because now you are sounding you are sounding as if they should pamper him or just tamper justice with mercy. If you do the crime, don't you think you should do the crime? You should do the time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And Thomas, if you listen to me earlier on, the first thing I said on this show.
Joel, I'm sorry. I have. Let me just 1 minute. Let me just step by the side, please. I want to ask Mr. Thomas. Thomas, good afternoon. On your side.
Good afternoon, my brother. Yeah.
Yes, I'm so sorry to say this. I just want to put this very thing for you. Just answer me this question straight. This girl have already made a mistake. I blame her. Everybody blame her. We all blame her. Say if somebody thief, if you catch a thief, you could tell her. Not only that day he started a thief. But my question is this: if this girl is your daughter, and this very thing happened like this, because never say never, what is gonna be your take?
Thank you, Bartholomew. Thank you for that good question.
Hold on, because you asked Joel a question, so it's not getting all over the place. Let Joel address your question, and then let me hand over to you, and then you address Bartholomew's question. So just so we can have some sequence. So I'll bring it home, Joel, and then I'll hand over to Thomas to act as he wills. Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you, man. So what in summary, what I'm trying to say about the Mmesoma issue is that, and Thomas, earlier on, I condemned it in its entirety. I condemned it. I said that she should get the maximum sentence. However, looking at the girl's age, looking at the fact that this is her first time, I mean, according to the law, this is her first time. I tend to want to tamper justice with mercy. That is the issue. And going back a little bit, I won't take much time, maybe 2 or 3 sentences. We have this issue in Nigeria. We have people in the political offices today that have this same problem, including your president. So the issue here is this.
Are you doing what about now? Let me say this. Does that mean if we have criminals, we should continue to be building another criminal?
You see, if maybe just listen more, then you'll be able to answer my questions or ask me some appropriate questions. What I'm just saying is just this. I'm just saying that her own issue has been dealt with. We all know that she committed a crime. All we are only asking is that Jamb is in the hands of Jamb. Jamb should tamper justice with mercy. And if Jamb goes the other way and say she's going to get the maximum sentence, I am not going to knock on Jamb. All I'm just saying is this, that what you see Mmesoma doing today has a trail from the political class up till the one leading us today. So what I'm just saying is this: let us tamper justice with mercy, knowing full well that we have people in positions of power today that have the same issue. So I wish her the best. I don't know what life has for her. I just hope that Jamb would do not really the appropriate thing, but just have a little bit of empathy. That's all, woman.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. So that's Jewel of... Why do I even say that's Jewel of... Who doesn't know Jewel of Nashville on this planet? So that's the majesty that is Jewel of Nashville. Thank you, Jewel. So Jewel, join us again tomorrow. I'm about to bail, so you don't have to bail. I'm about to bail. But before I bail out, to hand over to Thomas, acknowledgements of the supers that have come in. Prince Daddy, as of course the tradition. Liz joins that space. Ayo, of course, it wouldn't be a session if Ayo wasn't super something in. And Kulata, as ever, when it's not on the screen, he joins the conversation via that. He's on and announces his return to the space with the super charts. Kulata can't continue. He cannot be bothered to make the efforts to come on the screen, so he instead communicates via super chat. At least still, there she is with the super chat. Ayo, of course, he usually holds an AK-47 to the space, and there he is again. And just as soon as the session starts, Ayo supers to the space. So thank you for all that. Keep them coming. So keep them coming. But let me bail out, gentlemen and ladies. Let me bail out to hand over to the civilian administration about to be toppled by a military junta. See you all again tomorrow. Make sure you all assemble. Thomas, to attention. Here he comes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is another section. We kick it off. Good afternoon. This is 2:38 in Melbourne, Australia. Who has spoken? Who has not spoken? I just get out of church. I don't know what is going on here, but I know what we are talking about. Who has spoken? Who have not spoken?
The Field Marshal Thomas, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So, what do you say?
Field Marshal Thomas now.
General Thomas, can I relate my opinion quickly before I go?
Who is speaking, please?
The Prime Dot.
Yes. How are you, my brother?
I'm good.
Yeah, let's kick the second session up with you. Yeah. What is your take about do you want me to line it up for you, or you want to say something?
Okay, let me come from the Mmesoma thing.
Yeah,
See,
let's kick it off from there. Yeah.
You see, most parents always like to consider their child as an angel. But there's this funny saying that even Lucifer was once an angel. We tend to look at our children when probably they are very naive in the early age. And we tend to forget that when they are becoming teenagers, there is nothing of the slave. No, there is no limit to their being mischievous. So for me, the age of Mmesoma is that age where young people do unreasonable things. They do it for the fun. They do it for your very small motivation. So that is the first lesson for parents to understand, like, their children are not that naive. So when you're defending a teenager, we should put some caution, because teenagers can be very mischievous. That's one. And also, I would not want to excuse any of our actions. I will only beg for some level of mercy. And if Jamb decides that the 3 years is the standard as a kind of deterrent to others to not try and do that, okay? Normally, I know in Nigeria, we are this quick about going to school, getting it done. At the end of the day, sometimes some lessons of life needs to be learned before even going on campus. I don't think the likes of Mmesoma will eventually get back to campus and continue shady things. She must have learned the lessons of life. So this already about 3 years ban, it looks so much before us, but sometimes maybe it's just the right number of years to really make her into a more matured mind on campus and also survive school, because out there on campus there are even more dangerous things awaiting the young people coming to experience the unlimited freedom of campus. People get introduced to drug, people get into other more terrible things. So if this is just if this is a kind of saving call to her, we don't even know. So she's just 19, 22, she will get back at most, and she will finish by 26, 27.
The prime.
Yeah.
What I'm driving out here is, my brother, Mmesoma knew that what is carrying is falsified, and she has the audacity to come online with evidence of video with her face. Can you just see that level of that audacity and the effrontery?
Stupidity. It is this
Thomas, can I address that?
Yes, that is what, Madam Zita, that is what is making me crazy. It's not about even the crime.
It shouldn't make you crazy.
Well, Thomas, you've not answered the question they asked you initially now.
Can I, Thomas?
Yes, yes, Madam Zita.
Her actions should not make you crazy. You see, as I said before, at that age, that period, 7 to 19, 20,
youth exuberance.
Happen. Yes. Your actions, her actions should not drive anybody crazy. I keep saying this. And I have said it even before she confessed that she did it. I said it in one man's platform. You can go.
You said it. I remember. I was here. You said it.
Yes. I said she did it. Nobody headed her. I wanted to tell a little bit story about myself when I was that age. One man cut me off. At that age, they do a lot of things, so they don't care. You should be angry at the adults around her. Those are the people I am actually angry with. The Commissioner of Education, the governors, the Bogore, the loud mouth, so loud, screaming everywhere. Those are the people I'm blaming. What she did, yes, is wrong. We understand this. Nobody is saying that what she did is right. But what I am saying is that they do that shit that period of their life. I can assure you, even you, Thomas, if you look back when you were that age, you can remember what funny thing you did. And you will just smile to yourself.
Yeah, you are right. You are right. Yeah.
But the question I'm asking, this investigation, this talk, this call that. The world is a very secluded place now. A girl brought a result to you. All the commissioner needs to do is to scan that code. Before you start writing to Jamb and start blowing everything.
Asking for forensic. That's the most ridiculous word.
Code. You look at this result critically. What she's holding in her hand, the name was not even spelled very well. The date alone, some has uppercase and lowercase scattered everywhere. You would have looked at what she's having now. Look at it critically as an adult, with the eyes of an adult. Before blowing the whole thing out of proportion, if that girl would have come to me, I would have ignored her. I would just keep quiet. Let her keep talking that she came first. Then let Jamb announce who came first. Because, look, what is getting me angry in her case, Thomas, is that most adults knew she was lying. Why they are calling for investigation is what I don't understand.
Forensic.
Jamb, you look at other Jamb results, it has a photograph of the individual.
Yeah, Madam,
well designed. 2 barcodes.
Yeah, let her land. You can ask question. Yeah.
You look at what she's carrying. Some of the things they are wrongly spelled. And these days they have QR code. The one other people are parading have double. The one she's parading has 2. Even at that, we all carry smartphones these days. He said, "This is your result, my daughter." He said, "Yes, I have the second." When you scan it, it will tell you another person's name. From there, you will start querying her right there and there. But this is the name show you. It's my result. I still need to. Okay, hold on. Mr. This, do you have a daughter that did? Who has a daughter that did Jamb this year? My daughter did Jamb. Can she please bring her result? You can cover her grade. These are little investigation. That's why they made her commissioner of education. He or she would have handled that thing at that point instead of wiring, exciting and rowdy and causing havoc the whole Nigeria. To the extent of hiring professors for what now?
For what, Madam Sita? That is what even the Soludo hiring professor. On what?
For what?
It's just Jamb. It's just Jamb.
Madam Zita.
Hold on, please. Prince wants to come in first. Yeah, let's Prince.
This is a simple case of something being blown over proportion, and that destroying that girl.
Yeah, Madam Sita, let Prince, before you talk, let me just do some housekeeping. Yeah, I want to know who is on the screen because people are in the background. Yeah, do we have Bishop? Do we have Bishop? We don't have Bishop. Yeah. Sorry, just give me 1 sec to do some house tidying up. Yeah, we don't have here. We do have Bartholomew. We don't have Bartholomew.
Yes,
we have Bartholomew. Yeah, we have Bartholomew. Yeah, good. Madam Mayor, of course we have you. We have Ekene. Do we have Mike? Yeah, we have Mike. Excellent. Do we have Adewale?
I did here.
Adewale, excellent. Prince is here already. The Prime is here. Do we have Simba?
Yes,
Simba.
yes.
Yeah. Remy, actually, Remy just came in. We have Remy. So, Madam Here, land it. Prince, interject there. Madam Here, we land it. Yeah.
Yeah, so what Madam Zita just said, I totally agree with. She said something earlier. She said she would have ignored it. Exactly, because I think Jamb is the only official institution that can verify the results. So the point here is that I don't think it's a crime for if she announces that she got. What about she announced that she got 500 out of the score, which I think we know the cutoff mark is 400, right? So if she announces that she got 500, what do we do to her? Do we still have to ban her for 3 years to not to go to university? See, the point I'm trying to make here, I think the legal word would be ultra vires. I think Jamb is reaching beyond its legal authority, as far as I'm concerned, really, because the Mmesoma, she has an authentic result. She has one, we know, and it can be verified. So again, the need to want to ban her for 3 years, it's what bothers me. And I think if she gets a good lawyer,
Please, before you move forward, please. Sorry for interjecting you. Do you know maybe Jamb have their rules and regulation and punishment for every crime? Do you know that? Maybe that is from their. Let me land it, please. Maybe that is from their constitution, or maybe for their penalty. Do we know that as a fact?
Okay, well, that's a good question, and I actually thought about it. But even at that, I think that's why I used the appropriate word again is ultra vires. If they have that in their books, that means they're overreaching. They are absolutely overreaching. They need to review their rules and their bylaws and the guidelines, because I think they're overreaching. They're absolutely overreaching. If they get a good lawyer to represent her, I don't think Jamb has the power to stop her from going to school. She has a result, an official result. See, it's not a crime. See, we all can hold on.
Please, Daddy.
We all can embellish.
Don't get this thing. Don't get this thing wrong.
Answer him,
one voice at the time. Yeah, Simba, just quick interjection. Yeah.
Okay.
Simba,
good morning, everybody. Yeah.
Good morning. How are you?
Please, Daddy. It's like because you have been repeating this thing often. You don't seem to understand that this because it's not even the child. This lady has committed an offense. That is forgery, falsification of results. And you are just painting it as if she has not committed any of. Let me tell you, because you people, the way we started encouraging this girl, and that is what people are still doing now. You want to push her to jail. That's what people are doing. If they should take her to court, and let me explain to you, Prince Daddy. The punishment, the real punishment for the offense is 7 years later. So if Jamb has granted her Jamb did not say she should not go to school. They only ban her from writing Jamb. She can go abroad and go. You don't need to write Jamb to go abroad.
Ask Madam Zita.
No, Simba, that's not what Jamb said.
See, that's what I have problem with. That's what I have problem with.
Jamb said he should not write Jamb. That she should not write Jamb the next 3 years. That's what they said.
Put it in the proper way.
No, Simba.
Jamb is not stopping her from going.
Hold on, please. Let Madam Zita. Yeah.
Jamb is not stopping her from going to school. Jamb is an institution that people who wants to go to the school that they control takes the exam to go to that institution. So what Jamb is telling her is that this institution is not allowing you to go to the schools we control. Not that she cannot go to university. She can go to universities that Jamb doesn't control in Nigeria. That's just the truth.
Which university, Madam Zita? Which university Jamb doesn't control?
There are some private
outside Nigeria now. Outside Nigeria. Outside Nigeria, she can go to school. No. You need Jamb. You need Jamb.
You need Jamb to go to any private hospital.
She cannot go to the. That is why. I think there is a lot of, I think, Madam Zita,
churches,
wait,
universities
no,
is under Jamb.
Yes, no, just hold on, Madam Zita. You know, before they call it Jamb. Now they don't call it Jamb any longer. Jamb is just a body. You call it UTME, University, Tertiary, and Tertiary and College of Education. So it's for both University, Polytechnic, and College of Education. So it covers all. Before they used to do it differently, but now they have merged it. So now they will have different cutoff.
Okay,
You understand? So now you cannot. What?
Let him land.
So both private and public institution now, you need Jamb.
You need the Jamb
enter
to go
them.
to any
You
university.
cannot go with your WAEC alone and they will no. You need Jamb to enter any of them, both public and private in Nigeria. So that is the information.
I've been Prince. You have been making this comment over and over again in this platform.
Hold on, everybody, hold on, please. You guys know me. When somebody is talking, you try to come in. They are not allowing you. Just keep your thoughts. When they finish, then you can come in. If you are calling Madam Sita, she heard you. She doesn't want to give the space.
No, she
you
may not
hold
hear me.
on.
Sometimes the audio doesn't relay on time.
Relay out, yes, but I think that is what always happens all the time. Yes, let Madam Sita land it. Then Adewale, I will come straight to you. I think she's keen to say what she wants to say. So let's hear from you, Madam Sita.
Yeah. She was saying. Okay.
Prince Daddy, you've said that over and over again. Let me just respond to you. You see, when it comes to academics, you are not just being given results because you passed the exam. Go and check all over the world. Your result comes with in character and in learning. That's what they say, in character and in learning. What are they talking about character? Character doesn't mean that you behaved very well. Character means in the compartment of that exam that produced that result, you
comport yourself.
Well.
You comport
obey
yourself.
The rules and regulations.
And she did.
Just hold on. So they will be the one to issue you that certificate. And those certificates has rules and regulations all over the world, including medical doctors, nurses, everybody. That same body that gave you that certificate, they are not done with you yet. In character and in learning, along the line.
Now we overreaching. Do they control your life from there? No, I don't agree with it. I don't agree.
Can I finish now?
Okay, finish. I need to respond, but go ahead. I'll listen to you.
Let me finish. I understand where you're going to. You have already said it, that they don't have the power. So that's the power I am trying to tell you how they have it. So I don't want you to start using words like, do they control your life? Of course, nobody controls anybody's life. But I want to tell you that as long as you are using that certificate to function in a job, in business, in whatever, if in any way, I'm talking about the one that have already issued to you, in any way, that character in that certificate is found wanting, they have the right to withdraw it. Because they gave it to you for two reasons. Learning is the one you scored several marks. Character is the one that is not seen, but is included. So anytime any of them gets missing, they're gonna withdraw that certificate from you.
All right.
That is the law.
Okay.
So now, back to Mmesoma. People will argue that she did not alter her certificate back to the world of today. The world of today is kind of the world of internet. There are several ways you alter something. If a body put a certificate for you. That certificate is for you. You abandoned it.
No, Madam Zita,
let me finish.
Well, let me
I'm
ask
trying
question.
to explain to you. When
No,
I
she
finish, you can ask
produced a counterfeit. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so they issued a certificate to you, which is online in a domain where they give you access to go and access it, print it out and use it and parade it. Maybe you printed it out, maybe you have not printed it out, but they have dropped it in the domain for you to access it. And you refuse to publicly declare that real one as your own. You made another one and claim that that one is your own via the same process in an internet. For you printing that one in your name with a different number, you have automatically altered that one that they gave to you. Because if not for the internet, what you would have done is to use eraser. If it's the time they give hard copy, you would have used eraser to erase the 249 and put somehow type in three whatever you want. So it is a situation in the world we have found ourselves now that some people are not believing, but it's with us, the world of the internet. That one is in a domain waiting for you to access, and you went and claim another one doesn't mean it's not altered. That's an alteration, that's fraudulent. And the earlier we accept it, the better for everybody. In as much as I close my submission this morning, I will plead with Jamb. Shit do happen. It's a young woman, soft pedal a little, just a little. You can give her community service for 3 months. Give her 1 year, let her rewrite her exams. I beg Jamb. Just a little. That 3 years is kind of too harsh. Because looking at her, she's like, I think she has written that exam.
You are still alluding for my question from the beginning.
What's
Do you
your
know
question?
maybe is in their law, this Australia, if they cancel your visa, you have to wait for another 3 years. I'm just using that as an example. Or maybe it's in their law.
Thomas.
Yes.
For everything in life, there is a human face to it. Whether it's the law, whether it's the military, wherever it is, it's a human being that made it. It's a voice in human that can say, okay. So even as much as you say that Australia said you have to wait, if you go to the record in Australia, it's not everybody that waited. So for everything, there is a human face to it. And I am pleading with Jamb to please put that human face to it. Why am I saying this? Because if you scan that code, the one the Jamb put her name, it takes you back. If you are somebody who is good playing around in the cyber, you will find out that the girl, I think she has taken it before, because I saw her name as somebody who has taken that exam before. I can now understand her eagerness. She's rushing. She wants to go to school. She's 19. Keeping her till she's 22 doesn't really make sense to any living
Madam Zita, can I interject you?
She can go and learn trade for the meantime.
Let me respond to Zita.
General Thomas, please, I need to come in and clear myself because when Bartholomew or whatever his name is came in,
Madam Rosie, don't mind Bartholomew. Don't mind Bartholomew. Don't mind Bartholomew.
Please, give me the opportunity to clear myself. Thank you.
Okay, well, let me respond to Madam Zita, please. Quick, let me respond to Madam Zita. So, I agree to some of the things you mentioned. At the same time, all Mmesoma needs is a very good lawyer to debunk most of these things, because again,
You are
Jan,
not Prince
one
Daddy. You are
second,
not
one
helping
second, Simba.
Mmesoma. You
No,
are
no,
not
no.
helping Mmesoma. You are
See,
not helping her. Believe me.
no,
You
no,
want to
hold on.
put her in trouble.
No,
Believe me.
2, 3.
If they take her to court, she'll be languishing in jail, and you will not be there to
No,
help her.
2, 3
Believe
years
me.
ago, 3 days ago, I did agree that a 3-year punishment was okay, as long as they prevent her from taking
But
the
you know,
jam.
let me tell you, I'm telling you, the
Oh,
real punishment for our offense is 7 years jail time.
well, I don't know, but again, okay. So, Madam Zita, so can Jam punish somebody, a non-sitting candidate that forged a result, that they have a Jam result? Can they be punished by Jam under what rules?
What?
See, my point is that see, Jam cannot, because they issue a certificate to somebody and they have their code of conduct, doesn't mean they control the person's life. And in fact, you said it yourself. She don't take the original 249 that she got and alter that result. Nor has she presented that result to any school. Correct me if I'm mistaken. She hasn't gone to any university to say, "Hey, I got 360 or whatever. This is my Jam result," or she altered. Hold on a second, and she altered the result. I don't think she's done that, but I don't know that information yet. You guys can correct me.
Prince Daddy, let me give you another information. Maybe you don't know. Hello,
okay.
Prince Daddy. You know, she was one that announced herself. It was not Jamb that announced her as the highest scorer for Jamb. She announced herself to get that money that she got from
And that is
They
fine.
wrote, she wrote, let me tell you, she and her family and people, whoever was encouraging her, wrote to the governor of Anambra that she was the one that had the highest score in Jamb
Simba,
to
that
get
is
all those.
fine. That is okay. That's a crime that she's committed to embezzle or whatever she's trying to do. I don't have a problem with that. That's okay. But she's not violating, because anybody can say what I mean. So right now, if I voice out that my degree that I don't have, what crime have I committed?
Prince Daddy,
Okay, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example, Prince. You let's say you had a degree from a university. Maybe you had third class. You now went and fake maybe a second class upper, and you are brandishing that one. Then they wrote to your school to confirm your results, your certificate, and they sent that same certificate, that second class upper, to your school. What would the school tell them? They would tell that is a fake result, that this result is not emanating from them.
Exactly.
You understand? And what you have done is falsification. What you have done is falsification of results.
Madam Zita said it earlier. Jam is the authenticator. They can authenticate any document that comes from them if it's true or false. But if I produce a second class to go get a job, for example, and employer verify that it's fake, well, they can fire me or not give me the job. But does it give the school the right to cancel my original third class certificate?
If they found out, yes.
Prince Daddy, please, can I answer
if
you
they
also?
find out, yes.
Can
Prince
I
Daddy.
No, I'm not going to accept that. You have to give me like.
Okay, Prince Daddy, let me
know what
explain
is
this
going
to you. Let me explain this to
Madam
you.
Rosie, let me just say this a sentence. You know what is going to happen, Prince Daddy?
Yes.
Take your university certificate, dump it somewhere, forge another one, go to use it for a job. Let that school write to that company, write to that school and tell them you forged it. And they will find out that you forged a certificate in their name. Then watch the drama. Thank you.
Prince Daddy, let me say
I
this.
I don't accept that. But
Prince
I don't
Daddy,
accept that.
can I explain to you?
Yeah, go ahead, please. Yes.
Okay, you see, when we talk about falsification of documents, you don't have to literally take a pen and paper and change stuff. She had the original one, but she brought out the fake one and displayed it as that of our result. That is falsification. That is alteration. And then another thing again, when you are saying the Jamb doesn't have the right to withdraw her scores, do you know here in the US, there are some Ivy League schools, I think you are here in the US too, there are some Ivy League schools, they will offer you admission, okay? They have offered you admission. If they go back to your social profile and they see certain conducts, they will withdraw the admission from you.
Well, that is fine.
That one you have not. Wait,
Everybody,
please
hold.
Everybody,
please hold
on. Hold on, please. One man want to say something. One man, are you there?
No, I didn't really want to say anything. I sent you the text, but I'm just saying try and manage the interjections and the flow of it. That's just it. Yeah.
I haven't spoken yet.
Yes.
Yeah.
No. It is not talking about you.
He's talking about
It's not
me.
talking about you. No, it's not talking
I
about
wasn't
you.
talking about you, Dewale. I was just
It's
saying.
talking generally. Yeah. It's not talking. It didn't mention your name. Are you guilty? Are you guilty?
I'm claiming it just like
Adewale, are you guilty? Yeah. Adewale, let's hear from Adewale, please. Hold on, please.
I've not finished, Rosie.
Yeah, let's quickly hear from Adewale. Yeah, Rosie.
No, Madam Rosie, land that point, then I will come in.
Let Rosie finish.
Okay,
yeah,
like I'm saying, the school will offer you admission. They will go back. They've declined a lot of students' admission based on that. They haven't even committed any crime. But they go on your social media, they see certain things about you, and they say they don't want you to come to their school. What court do you want to go to? So the thing is that I am not saying this girl should be shot, she should be destroyed. What I'm saying is that you can do something like out of
Can you
please let her land, please? I will not take this place.
Okay.
Rosie, hold on. Guys, please, let's make it easy for everyone, please. Let her land. I don't like when people are in the middle of flow. If we call them in, they will miss that flow. Then you can come after her, please. Yeah, land is Rosie.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, like I'm saying, for instance, she could have said she exhibited some youthful exuberance. Okay, that's fine. But then the extent to which she kept on going and going, that is the old thing. And then I know Bartolome was saying that if it's my child, would I say they should do this and do this? Look, like I tell my kids, I say, you know what? When you do anything, you need to own up to me. Tell me the truth. Say it, even if you kill somebody, tell me exactly what you have done. So I, your parent, will know how to defend you. I say it's like you are going to the court now. If you committed a crime, you get a lawyer. You have to open up to your lawyer, tell the lawyer everything. So he will know how to defend you. But when you keep lying to your lawyer, at the time they go to the court, they'll start bringing out some facts. And you're going to be like, oh. So I tell my kids, tell me whatever you have done, tell it to me. I need to know the truth, why we are in the house, so we can iron it out before it goes out. So if she had owned up to her dad, oh, daddy, I'm sorry, oh, this thing is getting out of hand, oh, I didn't really actually get this grade, oh, but the dad will know how to cover all these things. But it's okay now. Look at what happened. What's his name? Charlie Boy has stood up. Oh, blah blah blah. Even our Obi, other matters are happening in Nigeria. He didn't say anything. No. When it comes to this one now, he has carried up platter. Hey,
even our Ekene said they should go and do forensic. And that forensic, it's still they annoy me till now, Rosie.
I was like,
forensic. They annoy my
I said, what forensic? Was there a death sentence? Did she commit murder? Where's the forensic coming from? So all these people, Charlie Boy is jumping there. Obito has commented. Everywhere is shaking. Hey, it's a lie. It's a lie. Look at in Nigeria. Nigeria is so messed up that the criminal will become the hero. Then the hero now they will throw murder at the. Look at Jamb, for goodness sake. Look at that institution. Look at how long it's been in existence. People started saying, no, it's bad. It's bad. The girl that committed the sin, she's the one that is the good person. Jamb is the one that has problem. So this thing, I'm not saying the sentence they gave her what I'm saying is that they are punishing her. But to me, I think they should be lenient in a way to make her, at least let her realize what she has done. If it's a year, they could let her stay, okay, you stay home for a year, then you get back to school. But if they don't do anything to her, they let her go scot-free, she's going to do more things. She's going to go ahead. This is forgery, for goodness sake.
Rosie, is this lady is setting a deterrent? Anybody that is thinking in that direction, they will rethink their thoughts that if I do the same thing, I could be caught as well. So I'm on the board with Jamb.
I think other people have done this before, but they didn't go to the extent the way they went with her. But I think it's because of the way it went out, was blown out of proportion. She too came out with the paper and was saying, yes, I'm being traumatized. I've never failed my exam before. I'm the first in my class. I am this, all what she was saying. And then meeting these people, boldly continuing to lie. I think that is what really got Jamb upset, to say, you know what?
No, Madam Rosie, the other people that
No,
might
no,
have
no,
committed
Simba,
the same
hold on,
offense.
hold on. So hold on, Simba. Adewale is waiting. You will come after Adewale, please. Yeah, Adewale. Yeah.
Thank you very much, General Thomas.
No,
And
no, no. Feed Marshall Thomas. Feed Marshall.
the guy guy on the top. I throw a salute to. Good job. Everyone that have spoken, thank you for your apt analysis. Now, this is what I've been on the comment section all this while since the show started. Now, Prince Daddy, your submission, I can understand the perspective you are coming from. You're trying to humanize, this young lady. The law that brought Jamb also equipped that body to impose ban on any candidate found to have committed examination malpractice. It also enabled the body to, prosecute, take that case up, report to the authority. But I think the body at this time was, magnanimous enough to impose 3 years, but I learned that they've reduced it to 1 year. So in that space, she has no case, except she just want to humiliate herself and her family. So I was making some comic comments earlier in the comment section, and I said 19 years old. I don't know the kind of society that we are trying to build these days. I could barely count my fingers when my mama started whooping me with brooms. Started with single broom, and then I graduated to Koboko. But I'm not saying that is what we should be doing to our kid. But my parents were unlettered. So how do I convince my parents that are doing great in school? My mom used to look at the number of reds in my report card, and then my mom will go to someone who has no affiliation with their family just to verify if our beloved son is doing excellently well in school. Because my mom will be so worried if she sees a single red in my report card. And my mom used to make one comment that the day she found out that any of her children is caught stealing, that child, she will even poison that child. I know she's saying that to scare us, but I actually believe my mom because that is how firm she was. So everything that I do, even up to this moment, it guides me because what I would do that will bring shame not just upon myself, but to my entire family, even to the entire town where I was raised, I won't do it because I was brought up in such a way that I know the wrong from the right. At 19 years old, some kids already take charge of their life. I knew how where I was at 19 years old, what I was doing to better my life. And if you look around these days, you have children 19, 20s already running the scamming Yahoo out there, driving Mercedes Benz, even to secondary school. So, and the fact that we're also looking at this corporate as being a female, so we expect that no, she's not capable of perpetrating all this. That's a pure lie. I strongly believe that someone must have helped her. Maybe she did it because I was trying to look at what could be the motive, and I was able to arrive at the point that she probably did it maybe just to secure scholarship or sponsorship because she may be a very good uh, student in school, but she wanted to have something that at least she'll be able to, relieve her parent. because the parent, the dad that I saw on the television, doesn't appear to be a rich person. So that could be the reason why she went all this uh, point for her to be able to get sponsorship or to have done all these things. We knew from the beginning. I was giving her the benefit of the doubt. I think it was 3 days ago when we discussed this topic, and I said, "Look, it seems the narrative in the social media, especially Twitter, is going in a tribal way, and Jam's reputation is now on the line. Every single comment that I read on Twitter wasn't good when it comes to Jamb as an examination body. And for Jamb to be able to defend themselves, in fact, people even brought the snake issue up as if financial and examinations are related. But you see, Jamb was firm in their submission by saying, no, this lady manipulated this thing. So now that we are trying to humanize or trying to make it little stuff as if it's not a big deal, it is a big deal because this is like an Iroko tree. If you don't trim the branches now, by the time it grows up, that Iroko tree will be taking sacrifice from people. 19 years old, 20 years old, already having zaddies out there. But I don't think the 3 years ban is going to correct anything. What I expect is that the Jamb could as well, bring this girl in and make her the poster girl for examination malpractice by sensitizing other kids on the importance of, being upright and trust. So by doing this, you are not just correcting the mistake or the anomalies, but you are also educating the young girl. People that say that she should not be punished, there must be price for everything. She shouldn't just, be let go about, she's traumatized. Yeah, she's traumatized because she was brought to the limelight in a very bad limelight. But at the same time, something has to give. See, and this also speaks to the parent. A lot of parents are out there chasing, I understand they're trying to better the life of their kids, but they never really get involved in academic activities of their children. They need to watch it. I've seen kids of our age at 20s that were sent to school only for her to come back with pregnancy. And I was making fun of the case in the comment section earlier that 3 years ban, because it doesn't seem like somebody who will be going to Covenant University or Madonna University the next couple of days. So public institution will be our best bet. So now that 3 years ban has been imposed on her, and she will remain in the village. And guess what? That Emeka, that EJIKEME Funa chasing her up and down, she might get pregnant. So who's going to lose? So the parent need to be in the life of kids. And she should also have some little punishment, maybe a year. Because as it is right now, even if she gain admission to private university, that stigma will still continue to follow her. So we should not make little of this case. It's a big deal because the way
Adewale, sorry for cutting it. She can't even use the result to go to another university because they will disregard it. Because Jamb has, let me finish, please. Jamb has already ruled to go to private university in Nigeria. You still need Jamb, so he's out of school for 3 years. And I've been saying this. You guys are just glancing over it. Do you know maybe Jamb have their rules and regulations that if you do something such, you'll be banned for 3 years? Everybody's just saying 1 year, 1 year. Why are you guys saying that?
I think
let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. Yeah. For every crime, there is a time. So maybe I know that it's not the boss of the Jamb that will just sit down in his office that say we will ban you for 3 years. There may be rules and regulation and penalty for this crime, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Adewale.
Yeah. So the ban is appropriate. For those who say 3 years, I believe 3 years. I don't know what that's going to correct for 3 years. Like I said, 3 years, what will she be doing? But 3 years, she'll be in her 20s. So likelihood that she's going to get pregnant, for someone who is,
Hey,
going to
that's fine.
be
She get
later.
pregnant. That's fine. That's her
But
life.
that means her life will be drifting away. But the
Hey,
bottom
whose
line is
fault
that.
is that?
But the bottom line is this: a child committed a crime at 19, even if she's 16, a crime is a crime. A crime is a crime. For those who say temperate justice and mercy, well, we could in some ways, but at the same time, something has to give. So if it's a 1 year ban, uh, and then she will learn, but I still believe that corrective measure will be the best appropriate by her being the spokesperson against this, so that other kids too will learn, from doing the same thing. But I also believe there are some people that are helping her to do this. Maybe she has read or learned from. As a matter of fact, there was a video clip being circulated on social media about an app. I think the app uh, uh, was used before for candidates to check their result. So that application was no longer in use, but some people are still using it. So it's possible that they might use that application. So I don't know how authentic that video that I watched on the social media is. So we need to look at it from, because the way we have people coming into that space and trying to make, already coming into a conclusion that this girl is not capable of doing this, even to the point that looking at it from a tribal angle, the likes of Chalabor, the likes of OBS Equestrian, and all those other, obedient space, let me put it that way. They were looking at, oh, what has Igbo man done about this and all that? And I felt, no, malpractice cut across tribe. You'll be surprised, even though in the Ekiti State has been seen as the center of academic, but people are still committing examination malpractices, regardless of, So it's not about someone comes from, and I'm so happy, I'm so glad that the young lady that had the highest number also came from the same state. So, and to the point that
Actually, how do we know that that one too is not fraudulent? Maybe he cheated.
well, you see, I think the only body that can authenticate candidate performance is JAM. So for anyone to have awarded scholarship to a candidate, they must have tried to verify from JAM. So, and this is a good lesson. And it seems we are, reactive in our society. We should be proactive. And I also believe JAMB is also going to learn from this, because when you have a situation where, I mean, a young lady has the audacity to go to that late. As someone, for those who are thinking this is just a little thing, shouldn't be. If you go on Twitter and you are reading people's comment, you will be aghast. Let me use one man's language, because what surprises me the most is that people now see the girl as, as number one, not being capable of cheating. Number two, the mistake, the glitch must have been from the jam, and number three, they also believe that she must have been intimidated into submission. And I try to wrap my head around that. Look, if she could go on in front of a camera to address issue.
Adewale, sorry, I was listening to a program. I normally listen to them. I don't want to mention them. You know what I'm talking about. People are going to extend that. What did the Igbo people do to Nigeria? This lady's case. Yeah. How does this turn to Igbo against Nigeria, Yoruba against Igbo?
Yeah.
I don't get it. Tinubu is a drug dealer. Tinubu forged his certificate. Why? They will condemn it a little bit. They will go to Tinubu. Tinubu to forge his certificate. You know, why don't we go to Tinubu first? Why are we talking about Mmesoma? It's just all over the place. So that means if I'm a criminal now, everybody in the whole world should be a criminal. We shouldn't talk against criminality anymore. How do we get here, Adewale?
That speaks to, you know, the mindset of people when they're trying to justify the wrongdoing in our society. They will try to do whataboutism. The people that they are trying to, you know, relate the story with, the politician. If any one of them, most of these people have graduated decades ago, right? But now we live in the era of technology that can easily detect. So when we are doing the whataboutism, those who present fake result. I mean, someone cited the Enugu State Governor. Is it Enugu? Yes, Enugu State Governor. That case is still in court. So we don't really know if it's, you know, what he presented is actually the authentic NYSC certificate or not. But you see, this is another thing. We live in a society that sees certificate qualifications as an achievement than the skill, the skill that people possess. People go to school, get certificate, but they cannot even use. They don't have no skill set. All right. And that is one thing about their society. We are so much in that space of having certificate, acquiring certificates. As if certificate, you know, is the only thing that will pave ways. You know, in America, people hardly you will see them going to school. Why? Because they believe that they can use their hand to better themselves. Yes, education is good, but education is not limited to acquiring certificates. So going this extent to
Adewale, I think Simba wants to interject. Yeah, Simba, are you there, Simba?
Okay. Yes, Thomas. Yes. Well, what I want to say is this. You know, the initial thing that happened to this lady was that you know, when she released that, because she was the one that released the result to the public on her own. She was one that announced that she scored the highest, and then immediately they heard it. They want to use it as a political tool, and they were brandishing it. That, okay, this is an Igbo girl. She's from Anambra. She scores the highest. So, and that was the beginning of a problem. So now, and so that was so when that one started, she you know, she wrote the people that are now giving her gifts, they are giving her scholarship, they didn't verify because they were carried away by this sensationalism that, oh, she's from our side, because this is not the first time. At least every year we have people that led Jamb, and I don't think any of these people that awarded this lady scholarship has actually awarded any other person that has been having that leading Jamb that same accolade. So now they didn't verify that, and that was how the other people are now asking questions. And that was how Jamb got to know, because some people are saying, hey, what about other people that have done it? The other people, they didn't make it public, and Jamb might not even be aware that they have fake results. There's no way you can use fake result to get to any institution, because the Jamb will send your result, your authentic result, to the institution of your choice. And that's why they normally put your university of your choice or polytechnic of your choice on your results, and they will forward the result to. So you cannot even take that fake result to go to school to go and get an admission. So that is one. Then this one has happened, and the Jamb has already, the investigation has been done and has been confirmed that she falsified this result.
Simba, can we say this lady shot herself in the foot?
No,
because
that
she's
was
the one that
that was
brought
it
her.
now.
She's the
She
one
did
that
it
brought herself into limelight. Nobody knew
exactly.
about her.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. She was one that announced herself. She was the one that announced. Even it was even after she announced herself that we got to know the real person that actually led that job. Nobody knew the other person. So that was the problem. So now we are not debating about the punishment. The real punishment, as I said earlier, is if they take her to court, she will be jailed for 7 years. And we are talking about just banning her for 3 years, and people are saying that, oh, no, it's too much, it's too harsh. Now, what are we talking? If what of the role of precedence? If this kind of thing happen next year, are we going to be saying the same thing that okay, no, we have forgotten that we are laying a bad precedence now, and we are talking about our country. The country is rotting, and we have so many, and we are using that one to justify another crime, as you said, Thomas. So where do we start from if you are not punishing people who have offended or who have done something wrong? And we are always putting emotion and saying no, it's a girl, it's a this, is that. So if another person repeat the same thing, is that the same thing that we are going to say? So how do we correct? How do we sanitize our society? That's my own question. Then the other thing that you are talking. Hello.
Yes, after you, can I come in? That's what I want.
Okay, so now people then some of the time you see people referring to her as a child. She's no longer a child by any definition anywhere in the world. A 18-year-old is not a child. We have people of our age that are already mothers that already have 2-3 children at her age. So she's a grown-up adult, fully matured.
At 19, 3 kids, come on.
Why not?
Yes, 19, 3
even
kids.
I will send a video to you. Even in America where you are living, that is where it happened. This lady, that was the man that married about 6 of them.
Kids. Yes.
They married them at the age of 14. Yes,
14,
now.
15,
So what are you telling us?
Yeah.
So don't say that. It's not even, forget about Nigeria. It happens in America. So already a mother of 3. So forget about it, is a fully matured adult. So that sentiment should not be put in this case. Then people will talk, she's a brilliant child, she's a brilliant child. She's not brilliant as far as I'm concerned. She's just an average student. She's not even average as far as I'm concerned. If she's still at home at 19, she is reaching Jamb at the age of 19 and she's scoring 249. Even me, that I thought I'm I'm not I'm not an average student self. When I wrote Jamb, I scored 278. So I didn't consider myself as being brilliant. I look at myself like even below an average student. So all this sentiment should not be there. She's not brilliant as far as I'm concerned. 249 is an average mark for anybody.
How can you call someone that's dumb enough to bring something like that on TV? I mean, to the public, it's kind of to the public, and don't know that she will be detected. I mean, you should call herself brilliant. I mean, that's not a brilliant human being, man.
No, so let me finish. So then the parents cannot claim ignorance. The father is a liar. He cannot claim ignorance of all these things that she is talking about. You understand? These days, you can verify anything that your child brings home to you. You can do it on your phone. You can do it on your computer. You can do it anywhere. My child cannot come and say, okay, this is what she scored in the job, and then I will brandishing it with that confirming
I believe it was the father that did that scam, man. He wanted
believe me. So for all these people, then somebody will now come. Then Bartholomew came and started saying that he is your child. My child will never do such a thing. We never allow her
if that girl was the Yoruba girl.
So that question does not even come on at all. For whatever you is your child, what will you do?
If that girl was the Yoruba girl, I'll be so embarrassed. I'll even be calling for like serious punishment so that other Yoruba girls can.
As Tinubu, as the girl, they will link it to Tinubu straight.
I'll be calling for her to be punished so that other Yoruba girls will not embarrass me the same way again. But some of these people from the southeast, they'll just the way they are coming out to defend us. You are defending the indefensible. I feel like defending that will not make your ethnic group look good or something. I mean, what the mentality of some people,
If
man.
you find out that girl already has a zaddy, I can tell you that.
Has it what?
She already have a zaddy. Don't mind.
Yeah, I mean, like they're coming to defend that and see like after you defend that, then your tribe will look good. I'm like, you guys are these people are ridiculous, man.
Yeah, let's hear from Remy. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. And I've
Mm.
been listening to you guys. In fact, it's quite appealing. First, I will try to, what I see about this girl are so many things. I see a liar. I see a deceitful person. I see a greedy person. I also see a cheat. But she's not really alone in this scam. I'm damn sure that our family members are also involved deeply. It's just a way to scam the government. Because show me your let's say the father or the parent, and then we cannot equate with the daughter. For example, I can remember the father was also in public saying, "No, this is
Remy, please give me one sec, please. Doopsy, your computer is not connected, so I can't bring you in. If you can go out and come back, then I can bring you in. Yeah, continue.
I can see when the father was saying, "This is my daughter's result," and Jamb is trying to cheat her. Actually, when you look at the whole scenario, I think the ban that Jamb is too lenient to me. They should have banned her for 10 years.
Yes. Remy.
What are you talking? When we were growing up, I don't know if you do your why have banned a lot of our people for 10 years before. Why heck? If you fake any why they will ban you for 10 years. If you are growing up in the 70s or 80s or early 90s, they will ban you for 10 years and nothing will happen.
I don't think banning people from schooling is the right way. I think prison is the better way.
No.
Because you're not helping society by denying someone. It's not a punishment to deny somebody education.
Okay.
You actually punish society because you have less brain. You know?
Mike, look at it this way. You have only one this girl, and then you are not making a scapegoat of her, and there are several hundred or thousands down out there doing the same thing.
I think prison is the better punishment. What I'm telling you.
What do you think will happen in the next 4 years or 5 years when they start graduating? What do you think when they start working? What do you expect?
I don't think you get my point.
No,
I'm not saying punishment is not the way, but I say the better form of punishment is prison than banning them from school. Because you ban somebody from acquiring knowledge. It's not a punishment. It's more of you don't punish somebody by listen. Okay, listen. Let's say you commit an offense now, and I ban you from reading books. I'm not punishing you by not denying you from reading books. I'm punishing the world because now the less brain. You understand? I'm denying you of brain. If you deny of having brain, you're not helping society. You understand?
Let me finish. This is why I called for a long-time ban. I will tell you. When she initially came out that she's the highest, she scored the highest score in this Jamb examination. They already have a premotive that this is what they want, and immediately the public respond. Innocent, immediately 3 million scholarship. And Ambassador government is also willing to maybe sponsor actual education. And I know that a lot of individual or rich people in their region or any part of Nigeria will give her money. So they have a plan. They know what they want. And when Jamb insisted that was not a score, they should have stopped. They did not stop. They continue. They took their place to the public domain by going to the media. So that's why I'm saying that this is a plan that involved not only her, with some other people. And I'm damn sure that our family members are deeply involved in this thing.
But Remy, yeah. if not that they are dumb and stupid, how can they prove a wrong result? And Jamb even knew that this lady has downloaded his initial result.
Thomas, they did not think that Jamb will counter them this way. They think they can have their way.
But they are dumb if they are not thinking in that direction.
So that is the main reason why I called for total ban. Because when you insisted, not once, not twice, not thrice, going around media houses, talking to the public, making a video, and making the assertion that this is your report, This is not a minor anymore. She knows what she's doing. And if she does not know, there are some people pushing her, telling her that you are right. Go ahead, do this thing, do that thing. We are going to make it. Don't worry. So that is, and at 19 years old, you cannot say this is a minor. And at 18, in all over the world, is an adult. You already become an
Remy, yeah, 17.
Yeah,
17.
I know that in America, in some places, 16 is already considered as an adult. But generally, once you are 18 years old, you are an adult. And
in America, 19, you are going to prison for a long time.
And when you look at the pattern in Nigeria now, most people are 16 years old, already graduated from high school. Some of them by 17, they're already in the university. Even if you are brilliant or middle or just a level in the middle bracket student, you will already be in the university. At 19, what is she doing at 16, 17? Let's say, assuming at least she graduated from high school at 17. That means she has wrote, maybe this is not even her first time of writing Jamb. Probably, maybe this is our second time. We don't know. So, and unfortunately, because of the cycle of Nigeria, I can see that from the eastern region, a lot of people are supporting her just because she's from that side. And they are not truthful. And you look at people like Ojukwu, look at people like Charlie, but even at this platform, look at how some people take it. Talking about forensic experts. Some of them are saying, there's so many things. And look at what people are saying, tempered justice with mercy. What do they mean? If she has gone scot-free with this scam.
No, they say Tinubu is a criminal too, forges results.
Okay, if Tinubu is a criminal, at least the university have came out and released all the documents to show that this guy went to their university. So where does he forge the result? I think that is the problem we have in the black world. When they point an accusing finger at you, then you'll be saying, what about Lagbaja? What about Tamido? Is it only me? It's like you are justifying your crime. And the problem with Nigeria is that we are not punishing people as we're supposed to do. I made mention earlier before, there were so many hardened criminals in awaiting trial, or maybe the trial already concluded that they should be hanged. The state government are so afraid because of what? Religion. That if I sign a death sentence for someone, they will classify me as non-religious or I'm a bad governor or something. Just look at it. And they were just there at the criminal, you are feeding them at the prison for 20 or 30 years or even 40 years, instead of people that commit a heinous crime, killing other people, and the court has pronounced that they should be hanged. You left them there. And they were there, and the state will be feeding them for the rest of their life.
And taxpayers' money will be feeding criminals.
Even they were not released from the prison, and you are telling us that the prison are congested. There are so many things wrong with our society. Like I said before, religion is going to kill that continent, and it has started manifesting. Or what can you say about Kenya? That a lot of people went there and are hunger to death. What can you say? And look at Nigeria now. This guy has committed a crime, a heinous crime. Because initially, in the first instance, if she has hold up that, okay, it's me, then I can also say, let's give her mercy. But she continue and continue and continue, and you guys continue to paint Jamb in bad light. This is an institution. The first thing she did was when she get the result, she knew her result from the first time, because she used that scratch card and she knew that she scored 249. And after that, she continued to pester. You can read the report. 4 times she went to their portal to check, and then she continued to do all this stuff. And I'm sure she's not only one playing this game. There are other people, and I think it's high time the police interrogate her more so that they could arrest other people. If they Jamb banning her for 3 years, to me it's fine. But if they want to push it more, I think Jamb should just take this guy to court, because they don't have authority to sentence her to jail. If they continue to push more, Jamb should do the rightful thing, charge this girl to court, and let's see what will happen. Because you people come here and say, temper justice, if it were your son. So you mean if he's a robber, or if he's a thief, or is a kidnapper, or is a rapist, then you also say temper justice matter.
Remy, let me tell you, I can shock you. My son will never do that. But if my son did that, You should go to jail.
Even if your son, if somebody's son do that, that is also a humiliation for the parent. That means you not take care of them, give them the necessary training. I mean, the informal training that you support. We know parents, especially our mother, when we are growing up, they will continue to talk to us when we're young. And I remember my mother, like Adewale said, my mother had different kind of cane, and you cannot escape. If you escape all this cane, you cannot escape that dirty slap.
Let me even tell you, my mother will wait for you when you are in bedroom. When you're already naked in the bedroom, that's when she will enter the bedroom.
When you thought you have escaped everything, no, you are sleeping gingerly at midnight. That's when she will pounce on you. So you can't escape all this training. When you grow up, you do, and that's one thing my parents always tell me: don't spoil our family name. That
name.
Don't spoil our family name. That thing continue to ring in your brain, even when you are outside. Because when you spoil that name, you are not spoiling that name for yourself. What about the other people that are bearing your name?
Yeah, that's why there is this adage that says a good name is better than gold and silver.
Gold and silver. God bless you, my sister.
Madam Rosie, don't you think that what we are demonstrating, even the panelists here earlier, it shows the decadence in our society. The decadence in our society.
I mean, look at
people are promoting criminality. Look at, and everybody was saying it as if they are just talking rubbish, and everybody was. I don't understand.
That is why here in the US, so many nurses are in trouble because of these fake papers. UK, the same thing. And that is how they start. This is how they start. And yet, there's a human face. Let's do this. A pattern in their back. And let her go.
See that pattern,
it's a shame.
Blah, 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 is a fraud. That is a fraud. Oh my God. Why are you justifying this kind?
Somebody came here saying we all have daughters. So what?
You don't have daughters.
What kind of rubbish is that?
Stupid word. Thomas, if it's your daughter, will you?
Excuse criminality
my daughter will not do that. If my daughter did the same thing, he should go to jail.
Yeah.
Any punishment they gave her.
EJIKEME wants to make comment.
We know where it's going now.
No, it doesn't matter. At least he has to.
No, why EJIKEME doesn't do that? Why is he doing that one today? If you want to talk, will I say you want to talk now? Before, does he beg under the comment section to talk?
Please allow him. We need forensic. We need forensic investigation.
Hello, Thomas. Can I talk, Thomas?
Yes, Dupsy. I know you are. I'm coming to you. Let EJIKEME interject. I'm coming fully to you. Yeah. Interject. Yeah.
So, Mr. Thomas, because your mind tell you what I will talk, that's why you purposely kept me silent.
I know where you are going now.
I know. There is nothing I'm going because I've already spoke before. It's just that I've not spoken on your section.
Yeah, I know.
So there is nothing that you know where I'm going. So if that is the reason why you kept me silent, no problem. But what I said before,
I didn't.
What I said before. I said if this my reason for forensic report.
EJIKEME, I haven't spoke with you after this lady confessed to the crime.
You would have asked me now.
Let me land in, my brother. Let me land here. Yeah. So now, I'm not on one man's show. I was in church. I didn't even know what you said. So I want to hear, because I'm particularly about you. That your forensic word is still lingering in my brain till now. So
I know.
Let me finish it now. What is your take now? Now this lady has confessed to the crime, and almost all of us here we say this lady is a fraud. So what's your take now? Then I can go to Dupsy.
Okay, my take, like what I submitted before, I said to one man, all of us in this platform cannot be on the same agreement or on any issue. If I have remained in the same agreement with everybody here, maybe we wouldn't have this second discussion. Because my submission first was based on the girl.
So your submission was deliberate.
Let me finish now. Let me finish. I'm talking. Let me finish. I will land my point. I'm talking. So my first submission was based on the girl, what she said.
No. Ekene, don't call him a girl. It's not a girl. She's an adult lady. Call him a lady.
I don't know. She's a girl. I don't know whatever you
No.
want to call her.
Ekene, I am telling you, she's not a girl. She's a lady. Lady. She's an adult.
Okay, whatever you want to call her. Whatever you want to call her. But
Ekene, it's a promotion of a deeper life school as the best people that produce the smartest people.
Yeah. I'm even very happy. I said it now.
That one is coming, Joe. It's all packaging.
I said it here now. I said I'm even happy, sir, that the church I have been promoting here have made me very proud. So the girl, I didn't say my last submission in this platform about this, I didn't say the girl cannot get his punishment if she was found guilty. But my submission is that let there be a proper investigation. That's why I said I talk about forensic report. I didn't say the girl, nobody will punish her or this and that, or they should protect her, this and that. I said let there be a proper investigation based on there was not an agreement. Many people here said they agree, but then the girl have not come out to own her responsibility. And that is how I judge my own thing. If she has come out to own her responsibility, which I'm very shameful of her, let her face the law. I said it on one-man platform. I cannot just go and prosecute somebody because everybody in the platform agreed that she did it. And it was clear that she did it. Now she said she did it. Let her go and dance the music. I cannot have sympathy for that. I don't do that. It's not my style. You understand? But I cannot just come on the platform and begin to condemn her when I know that she came out and said that she's innocent, this and that. And so when she has now come out, she said,
can I interject you?
Siba, hold on. Let me make this clear. Ekene, but we were here that day telling you that this lady is a fraud. We were here because we know better that Jamb is, you can manipulate WAEC sometimes, but Jamb is very difficult to manipulate. And I told you how they always took this Jamb lesson, even before 24 hours after the exam, you got your result. Is a base internet exam on computer. It's not by written by hand that you can forge. Immediately you are picking your questions, your answers, the computer is marking you. So we told you this earlier on.
But when you did I told you I've ever written a Jamb before? I told you I didn't
we have taken when we were.
But my submission doesn't change on that because I believe even before they could have come to this conclusion, there was a thorough investigation set up by the Anambra State government, which has put her maybe some kind of pleasure on her. Then she has to confess.
But you also said that they should set another question for her now. You said it.
I didn't say they should set question for her. You didn't listen to me very well. I didn't say they should set question. I said they should go.
Hello, hold on. Too much voices. You guys know me. I will not take that. No.
Let me finish. I will not waste your time.
No interjection. I'm going to Dupsy.
Thomas, I just want to ask this question to take it.
No, Remy, you will take it later.
Okay,
please.
Let her ask so that I can.
No, Ekene, please. Ekene,
he said I should go ahead and ask him the question.
No. I'm going to Dupsy. Dupsy just joined us. You have spoken. I will come back to you. Remy, please, apologies. Remy, please, apologies. Ekene, land it in 1 minute. I'm going to Dupsy. Please.
So thank you. There is nothing like the reason why I came is that people are talking about tribal and all that. I'm not of tribe and all this, and you have to understand that. And that was why I brought out the deeper life issue. So I'm being the one that promote that school here. It's not owned by any woman or anybody. But they did wonders in this way. They pick up everywhere. 131 students got in not less than 300.
You keep saying about deeper life and result. What about Don Davis that they nearly killed? What came out of that case? What came out of
there
that
was
Don Davis case with all the cover up?
nobody said that. No, that
So
report
stop
did not say that
promoting
they.
all this saying.
Let me finish. Now that report didn't say they killed the guy. They said they maltreated the guy or whatever.
I
Nobody's.
said they nearly killed him, and Deeper Life
But you said they
covered that
killed him
case.
there, and
I
there
said,
was
no.
if the woman that brought out that allegation
I said
was
they
very
almost killed him. What did
if
Kumuyi
the
do?
woman
Nothing. They covered up the case.
if the woman that brought out that allegation knows that it's true, why didn't her pursue it to the court? Why didn't her take it to the court? Is this a social media thing? Something that has to do with a child's life? You come on social media, rant, at the end of the day, you just ended it.
If you are very what she's saying is ranting. Come on,
yes, it's ranting now. It's ranting. If she's very sure of what
life of a child is ranting.
if she's very sure,
with child is ranting.
Whatever that concerns the life, whatever that concerns the if my child, if somebody did my child to that,
Ekene, please hold on, please. You call the life of a child ranting. A parent.
Yes, it's a ranting as far as I'm concerned. It's a ranting on social media.
Yeah,
if it happens to do with my child, I cannot be talking about social media thing. I'm going straight to the court, to police station, and all that.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kenny. Yeah. Dupsy, you have the floor now. How are you, my sister?
Okay, I'm very well, Thomas. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I don't even have energy to fight with Ekene tonight because I don't have time for him. I'm just here to say that, you see, this kind of girl now that has done this kind of a thing, we should be able to calm down, especially somebody like Simba that is a medical. I keep on telling you, Simba, there are a lot of things that people go through in this life, and they have been educating nurses and medical practitioners about how to treat your patients. This girl has been traumatized. I know people like Kulata won't want me to say
Lucy
yes.
and trauma.
Please.
You have come again with this your trauma again, yeah? Lucy.
I'm serious, Simba.
So she was traumatized to do fortification. I don't know trauma can make somebody to do fortification.
You are a medical doctor. Simba, don't talk like this. You don't know her background. You don't know what she has gone through in life.
Everything is linked to traumatization now.
She came out in public to put herself in a position.
Gypsy, I love you. I always agree. Today, no. You can't link this to traumatization.
You said your child can't do this.
Gypsy, with you, there will be no criminals in the world. There will be no criminals in the world with you.
There will be no. That is what we are trying to eliminate. Yes. There will be. I heard you, Rosie, when you say she just opened her leg. No, don't say that to people. You don't know what people have gone through. Let us be cautious. And some other guy was writing in the comment section that she will be pregnant.
No, Dupsy, what I was saying is that when you are coming to the public, Dupsy, what I'm saying is that when she's coming to the public, she should comport herself in a manner.
Let us be able to empathize with people. That is what I preach. That is what I preach. Let us empathize.
The way she sat down,
I cried for her.
I know.
How can a girl of 19-year-old do that? That it was very, very, very pathetic to me. That is the kind of person that I am. I always look at people's history. What has she gone through before? What is her background? Is her parents are
Dupsy, I don't know with this your trauma thing, eh? Dupsy, with this your trauma thing, I don't know the kind of society that you are going to
my glasses. I need to put my glasses on. What are you talking about?
We should be able to become human. Thomas, let us be human. That is the way we can win people over. That is the only solution to the problems that we have in this world.
Let me say this.
So if a 19-year-old girl come to commit crime against you, she'll rob you. Let us beginning of
she shouldn't have turned to the crime.
So if she would have stole your money, if you would have stole your jewelry, everything, you'd be like, she's only 19, Let us see.
No, she's traumatized. It's trauma that will make her to speak now.
Dupsy, you should have asked Ekene about that Don Davis that was traumatized now, and he's saying this.
I don't want to fight me. I don't have the energy. Rosie, you know that this is not my normal voice. You know
I
now.
know.
This
I
is not my
know.
normal voice. I don't have the energy.
But why are you not standing up for Don Davis now? That boy that they almost took his life.
Ekene knows me.
I know you now.
We fight a lot, but I don't have the energy to fight him tonight because he has been promoting this deeper life school since
this
morning.
Is coming. This coming. It's coming.
Deeper life school. Imagine Kumoye's wife died. Rosie Kumoye's wife died, and he got married to another woman inside that church.
Immediately. Humility at holiness, Rosie, you know me, I trust you, baby. I trust you, my Dupsy baby. I trust you.
See where the Bala school is the best school in the country today. You can go and check it out.
You have started you said you love me. You have started tonight. You know the last time you said you love me, so I don't want to fight you tonight. So
no, this I love your voice this night. You sound so cool. I don't know you are so human like this. I love you tonight.
Namdi Kanu says you don't go to Yoruba man's church. This one you are promoting.
I love you so much. In fact, I never knew you have such a calm voice, though. I never knew you have such calm voice.
Dupsy talked the way she talked because she was traumatized. She talked like that because she was traumatized.
Dupsy is a very sweet lady. She just talks with a lot of passion.
Thank you, Daddy, my darling sister. I love you so much.
Madam Rosie, she talked like that because she was traumatized. She is not as if she had...
No. That one, she's a full-bred woman. She's not traumatized.
I have some question for you.
Please let me just finish this point, Remy. I just want us to be more empathetic with this girl because it's so sad. It's so painful what she has done. So I want us to look at like her as somebody that didn't have people to raise her. Probably that's a biological parent. Maybe they are illiterate or they are not well informed. But she's going through a lot herself. For a child not to be able to face
she's not a child, man. She's a grown adult. She's 19.
She's the adult. She's the adult. You know, men sexualize girls. I saw some guy writing.
I wrote that.
I don't know you. I'm not talking to you. So please let me.
If you want to
it's Adewale. She will get Bele in the next 3 years.
Make you get Bele now.
The Jamb better reconsider that 3 years and give her.
Adewale, make you get Bele now. Who cares? He's alive. He's alive.
No, you can't say that. Society is losing.
No. He's alive. Everybody decide anything.
Thomas. Sorry, let me ask this question. The way Dupsy is talking now, how do we build the society with these traumatized will?
Can you imagine? She's turning criminals to victims.
Question I want to ask her.
She's gone.
And where she learned these trauma in US, where she lives.
Nobody commit crimes.
They put them in prison.
Remember,
in America, they will put you in prison.
Remember, Dupsy is American now. She's American now. So
that's why people surprised now. In America, they don't play with their law. You break their law here. They don't care whether you are traumatized.
No, in America, when you make up, in America, when you mess up, you say you have mental breakdown.
One voice, please.
They don't care. Yeah. America, they will jail you big time.
So my question to Dupsy would have been that in America, you have the largest incarceration of youth in your prison. Or not anywhere in the world. So that means you do the crime, then you can
do the time.
America, especially when you're black. I'm 7 years in the street.
So many of them are black there. So when you are talking about humanity, or you are looking at it from humanity or being traumatized, everybody on your way in your life, you will have one stress or other problem, one or the other.
America, one thing America hates is when you break their law.
Some people that wrote Jamb 6 times before they were able to get to university. Why can't they do the scamming or cheating? We have a lot of people that spend more than 4 years or maybe 5 or 6 years before they were able to graduate from the university. So let's call a spade a spade. Don't everybody will come here and be talking about your human angle. But the reality is that the society whereby the rule of law is taking place, people will live orderly and peaceful. But in a society...
Yes, and I'm not saying she has done anything right. You're not listening to me. So you just want to castigate her.
From the human
I'm not saying she has done anything right. I said it is about empathy. You know, that is what I am talking about.
We don't empathize with criminals. Yeah, that's what you need to know.
You empathize with everybody as long as you're a human being.
No.
You empathize with
law.
everybody. You look at people's history, where they're coming from. I'm
So
not saying she shouldn't face...
talk about Joe,
Listen to me. Yes, my empathize. Because you're not listening. You're not listening to me. Just wants to castigate her. And I'm not saying you shouldn't castigate her, but I'm just saying we have to be more empathetic.
Now you are back now. Dupsy, please listen carefully. The question I would love to ask you is this: you are looking at it from you want to be empathetic with her, or the same time sympathizer. And I want to ask you: you live in America. In America, there is a large incarceration of.
I don't live in America. I live in Canada.
Okay, thank you. But you are just a neighbor, and you would have known what is happening in the US.
There's no escape on this one.
Yes. So what will happen even in the same Canada too, and you know that in US a large age gap of between age of 16 to 25, a lot of people were incarcerated in their correctional facilities. If America look at it from the empathetic angle or humanistic angle, most of them will have go scot-free from the crime they committed. So my question to you is that when you look at that scenario in America, now compare with in Nigeria, why everybody's always look at it from the religious angle or from the human angle, which system or which one would you prefer?
Please, so Dupsy, before you even answer him, I want to say something about you. I know you will not tolerate this for many of your kids. You are a very strict mom, very, very strict. So, please.
We should be careful of what we even say in the public, and we should not be encouraging because the younger ones are listening to us. They are listening to us, and we should not be saying such things in the public. I'm very sorry.
Has Rosie gone?
Simba.
Yeah, Rosie is here.
No, I'm here now. I'm here, baby. But I know you are very strict, and you expect the best from your kids. So,
I'm not saying she shouldn't face the musical. Rosie, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay.
Because you guys are not listening because you are already biased.
Hold on. Which side do we come? Yes, which side are we empathetic to her now? So which side do you think
and
the
system in America, Canada, all these places, they still take all these kids, all these young adults to therapists. They still cancel them. Yes.
You commit crime in America.
She can do that one in jail now. She can do that one in jail. She can do that one in jail.
They will give you therapy in prison. Yes.
They can do all the correction in jail. They can do that one in jail.
This particular one now, I'm not saying that she's not going to face the music, but
I've lived in America for many years. You don't break their law here, and they will take you to therapy.
Let me talk. Mind your business. I've been to now. Oh my God, àbúrò ló máa ròyìn lóyìnbó fún mi. So kí wàá ní gbogbo owó ìjọ
àti Canada.
Dupsy, I'm traumatized. I'm coming over to Canada to come and see you.
I'm traumatized here too.
For your trauma therapist.
Yeah.
No, Rosie, what I'm preaching is that we should be more empathetic.
I understand. I'm just pulling your legs.
I'm not saying she's not. No, she has to face the music, of course. But in Canada, in America, still somebody like her that's committed that kind of crime still have to go for therapy session. Still. Because you don't know. You don't know what people go through.
What people are saying is you can go to therapy in the jail. You can do that in the jail.
Some people won't allow us to talk here. What does therapy have got to do? Therapy has got to do with everything.
You have break to scam somebody. So For colors coming, only therapy.
All the Yahoo Nigeria now need to be going for therapy.
Change a mark to 362. It's funny.
The mental problem don't lead to people scamming people.
Dupsy, Sherry,
Dupsy,
the problem is the boldness.
You are
The
turning a
boldness
criminal to hero now. You are
the
turning a
boldness.
criminal to hero.
Dupsy, the boldness again, you need to
Dupsy, us probably should go to therapy too.
Dupsy, even you and I will not have that type of boldness and guts now. Normally, but imagine the boldness, the guts to face all these people.
What is the hardened criminal? So that is why Timoshe will play only therapy session. I'm telling you.
The two can go. The punishment and the therapy can go concurrently.
Maybe we should just
I hope when your children do something like this, don't take them to therapy.
Maybe we start good for me for therapies for Mmesoma.
Don't talk about my children.
I didn't talk about your children. I'm just saying.
No.
Please, so don't get Dupsy upset. Let her tell us what she needs to tell us, please. She's in a very sweet mood.
Don't traumatize Dupsy. Mike, don't traumatize Dupsy.
My children.
So when you talk to them about this girl now, you tell them that, hey, only if you do that thing she just did, then I will take you to therapy. Is that what you tell them?
So tell who are you talking about here? Tell who?
I'm saying, like, okay, what advice are you giving your children? This girl now, If you are sitting down with your children now to tell them about this,
Mike, we are not. No. Hold on, everybody, hold on. I know we are not going that side, Mike. No.
Going
please.
Where?
Let's hear from UFC. UFC haven't said anything. Yeah, UFC. Yeah.
Goodness.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Yeah. What do you think? Before you talk, after UFC, I'm moving away. I have another topic for us. Today is Sunday, so I have another video and audio for us. So, UFC.
All these you want to start with all these
talking in the comment section, man. This guy doesn't even know what he's talking about.
Please, Thomas, don't come with any scary topic. The other night you were coming about ghosts and people dying and coming back.
You get probation after you come out of prison.
I couldn't go to sleep for a while. I was scared.
No, today is Sunday. We are digging at the Nigerian pastor. Today is Sunday here. So UFC. Let's hear from you.
Okay. See, I normally go to different platform to listen to Nigeria issues and all that. But whenever issue of what's going on in the South is raised, one thing I notice, see, the reason why first there is insecurity in Nigeria is that we always reward bad behavior. The mistake Yaradua made was giving amnesty to the Niger debtors, whatever they are. That was a big mistake. Because if you notice, Nigeria, once you reward any bad behavior, you create more problem. You don't solve it.
Yes,
the only way
to
stop in Nigeria is when you deal with it decisively. That's when you will be able to stop that problem. It may cost life, yes, but it has to be done. Because whenever I listen to all these things, I hear my Eastern brothers and sisters. They always say, "Una de Carlo, they commit any crime that it should be released." It pisses me off. Sorry, I need to say this. I'm not Yoruba. I'm one of the minority group. It pisses me off. You can say yes, he did some things wrong, but the government should you plead for it. You don't just come out and you think you are fooling every other tribe in Nigeria. No, you don't. Look at the EJIKEME and see what he's saying. That girl made a mistake. You should just admit she did wrong. Don't try to support her. Other tribes are observing. It doesn't make sense. You can say, okay, Kanu did something wrong, but in the sake of peace in the Southeast, the federal government should pardon him. That is reasonable. You can't just say release him. He commit crime. Or are you going to tell me that Osama bin Laden, because if you look at it, Osama bin Laden personally shoot anyone or kill anyone. But what he did, he used works to control people. If you look at what happened in Rwanda, the people that caused those things, they didn't even by themselves kill anyone, but they used their words. Words are powerful.
To cause the genocide.
Yes. You can't come out and say, no, the cannot commit any crime that should be released. No. Don't do that. In the long run,
I don't even UFC. I don't even think Nnamdi Kanu has taken gun and kill anybody. I don't think that. But the words go a long way.
Thank you. If you look at it, even in the north, the Shekau didn't kill anyone personally, but what he did, he made orders. He gave orders. You understand me? When you do this, when you just release it like that, you create more problem in the future. You create more groups. And Nigeria government will keep on funding. Okay, for instance, as we speak, yearly, the Nigeria government fund the Niger Delta militant this thing. They fund them. I think they paid them almost 100 or something billion naira yearly. If we should have, just say we have 10 groups like that, you fund them every year. How much is left for the average Nigeria to spend? Or left for nothing. We can't run the country like that just to please people's emotion and all that. No.
UFC, what is your take about Mmesoma so we can move away? If we've had enough.
That she was wronged. And anyone siding her, it's not serious. Sorry.
Thank you so much.
If that girl was Fulani, I don't think
all Yoruba, they will cut his head off. Thank you so much. I have 2 videos for us. I want us to listen attentively. I don't know the video. They are not. I'm unable to download it and play it here. They are not MP4. I can only download MP4 and play on StreamYard. So I'll play it from my phone. So let's listen carefully. Then we talk about that. Maybe we talk about that in 2 hours. We close it in 10 hours. Yeah. Thank you.
The second seed is a seed of a glorious expectation. For every year you have lived on earth, I want you to give 100 naira.
We are not seeing the video now.
Every year you lived on earth, I want you to give 1,000 naira. So if you've lived on earth 35 years, 35,000. You've lived on earth 60 years, 60,000. Those people will stand on the right. Those who are giving $1,000 to the left. 1,000 naira for every year you've lived on earth to the right. Those who are doing both in the middle. $1,000 to the left. 1,000 naira for every year you've lived on earth to the right. Those who are doing both in the middle. Get out of your seat. Listen. You must be able to plug into a seed during these 3 days. The second seed is a seed of a glorious expectation. For every year you have lived on earth, I want you to give 100 naira. No, 1,000 naira, sorry. For every year you've lived on earth, I want you to give 1,000 naira. So if you've lived on earth 35 years, 35,000. If you've lived on earth 60 years, 60,000. Those people will stand on the right. Those who are giving $1,000.
Yeah, that is Ashimolowo talking there. Yeah. You listen to him very carefully. Yeah. The second video, audio.
From value. We don't want to produce anything, we don't want to sell anything, and gratefully, because we're Christians, we know how to pray, and God says, ask and you shall receive. Then we ask for $100,000, we don't want to sell anything. And then they tell you just sow a seed. It's just not practical. I'm not invalidating the giving principle. It's powerful, it's eternal. But to promise someone who has no skill, who has no products, no services, that will become a millionaire just because I laid my hand on his head, people are going to get frustrated and angry somewhere along the line. Our brains disconnect money from value. We don't want to produce anything, we don't want to sell anything, and gratefully, because we're Christians, we know how to pray, and God says, ask and you shall receive. Then we ask for $100,000, we don't want to sell anything. And then they tell you just sow a seed. It's just not practical. I'm not invalidating the giving principle. It's powerful, it's eternal. But to promise someone who has no skill, who has no products, no services, that will become a millionaire just because I laid my hand on his head, people are going to get frustrated and angry somewhere along the line.
Yeah, so that's the second video. That's if you
Adeyemi,
know that voice.
Adeyemi is that Adeyemi now?
You are very conversant. Then this last one is a video, but I'm very fortunate I can't download the video. Just listen to the lady. So this last video, the lady was shown, her eyes was swollen up. They said the pastor gave him a blow. He now said, now so that they do deliverance. The pastor just came out and gave him a blow. I will start with Dupsy. Yeah, Dupsy, you have a floor. Do we have Dupsy? I don't think we have Dupsy. Yeah, Rosie. I will start with Rosie then. We don't have Rosie. Can anybody hear me?
I'm here. I'm here.
Yes. Dupsy. Let's just start with Dupsy. The first video was The first video was let me just analyze it. Make it a little bit The first video was Ashimolowo is saying $1,000, 1,000 naira for the life you have any age of yours. If you like, yes, like Rosie now, maybe Rosie is 70 years or high, I'm 100 years. That is times $1,000. The second video, yes, the second video is Samadeyemi talking that we Christian like to turn God to magic. You are not producing anything. You are not working. Then you are telling people to bring a seed of 100 naira. That 100 naira will translate to will multiply to $1,000. He said, why? How will that happen? The third video, the lady was giving a beautiful blow from a pastor doing deliverance. If you saw the video, the lady was just coming out of the church lamenting. If you saw her eye was swollen up. So what do you think?
The pastor that has just smoked ganja just gave the lady a blow. Most of them smoke Igbo. So when they are doing that deliverance service, if you're not careful, or that spinal cord. So if you're not careful, if you go to churches like that most of this pastors, they smoke marijuana, you're going to go to your house a disabled person. Most people won't be able to come and tell them what they have gone through in their church. So if you like, continue to go to this kind of churches now, Nasabi. You know me, I'm not a Christian. I'm talking from a biased mind. So I'm not going to say anything good about any of them. Sam Adeyemi, the second video.
I'm a Christian.
You're asking for my opinion now.
Yeah, of course.
Ogagun Thomas. You're asking for my opinion now. I'm telling you what I feel about these people. Yes. So Sam Adeyemi is a half-throat speaker. Half-throat speaker. And they're the most dangerous people. When you see somebody like Ashimolowo that is telling you 100% lie is better. But when somebody is telling you a 50% lie, run from that person. That is the most dangerous of them all. Because half-truth speaker don't want you to go out of that, burden, of that cage they put you. That is why they use one part of their mouth to tell you the truth and the other part to lie to you. So they are called the half-truth speaker. They are the most dangerous. People like Adeboye, most dangerous. So you will continually be in that coven. You will never leave because they will tell you one thing today. It's not good to pay your tithe, but it's good to give church something. It is not good to do this. I can never tell anybody to pay 1,000 when they are not saying anything. But in another manner, you're going to collect the money from them anyway. So Sam Adeyemi is a fraud. A half-truth speaker is the most dangerous. So the other papa, not in London, what's his name again? Ashimolowo. And what's in Jali Latin? So he's been lying. So we know them. So somebody like Sam now cannot come and bamboozle us with half truths. So we know that Ashimolowo is a fraud, a liar, a scam that has been collecting money from people. He's desperate. Or he is collecting money for the life you have spent as the assistant god. Can you imagine? Can you imagine that?
Lucy, how people think? How people think they can just talk God to a magician? You are not working. You are not selling anything. No goods and services you have, and you are saying God should bless you.
Thomas, Adeyemi himself, what does he do for a living? Apart from being a pastor.
He's a pastor.
What does he do? So what is he himself, what is he producing? He's producing souls.
So
what does he produce? What does he produce himself? Because he's asking that people are not producing. So he himself, what is he producing? Is he productive?
He's a pastor. He doesn't need to produce anything.
He's a half-truth speaker. He is the most dangerous of them all. He ran away from Nigeria in Jamaica.
But Lucy, the question I want to ask this question. Lucy.
Yes, please.
Because the concept of people saying they are representing God and they have to collect money on behalf of God for your prayer to be answered. Where do we get that one from?
Because they said my people perish for lack of knowledge. So
is across all religion. No? Even Babalawo, they say you have to pay. You have to pay this for their service that rendering for you.
Don't go that way. Mike will come after you. Mike will come after you.
One sort of rodo see one to Ifa and one to Fawo. They will just put them. They would put their money in their mouth.
One they go sort of where see. Then you drop it.
They practice that in the
church. Yes, and
it is called Asha Jeon. That's what it's called.
So my people perish for lack of knowledge. If God has given you this brain, this brain is there for you to be able to survive this world, and you have decided to pocket it, to just go and close it inside one cage. And like Barilo, my jaw for life.
You said a lot of people have been traumatized. What about those people with their brain?
Religious trauma.
And Dupsy, you are quoting the Bible, but yet you say you are not a Christian. You are quoting the Bible. Okay.
I'm always saying it. I don't deny that. I was born in an Anglican church.
Because you are quoting the Bible very well.
I always say that. No, I always say that here. I don't deny it. Both my parents, I was born in an Anglican church.
Look, if you work in the temple, you will eat in the temple. Let them eat, man.
So let me just conclude, Thomas, by telling you that all these people, they will forever scam our people because they are traumatized, just like the way Remy said. It's religious trauma, religion trauma. I don't know, whatever. It's called something.
So they are traumatized. Syndrome. So they are Lucy, they are duping people, and you are also relating that one to trauma. Well, I would like that kind of trauma. No, I like that kind of trauma.
No,
that will give them brain.
I mean, most of our
to be
people
duping people
through religion. No. I'm talking about the congregation right here. You're not listening to me. I'm talking about the congregation. Most of our people have been traumatized through religion. That is what I'm telling you. Because they are always hopeful. That's why they will go to church on a Monday morning. Hopeful that something will come up. I will pay 10 naira, then I will get you 10,000. They turn God into a money doubler. So they are
is that not a kind of fraud? Is that not fraud?
It is a fraud, but that is what has been introduced to them. They don't know any other way. So you have to pay 10,000 naira to be able to get 100,000. Can't you see the way Sulaiman did it in Texas? That said miracle money.
The Mumu people in Texas used US.
Texas.
But we won't go to buy in US. So
please, don't cost my people low. Please leave my Texans alone.
Yes, so Rosie, so that is how people are so traumatized that they are looking when you didn't work for a thing. As in somebody like me now, I wake up on Monday morning and I saw like the kind of amounts in my bank that is not mine. I'll go straight to my bank to report it. That is a normal human being. Not saying
But
that my pastor has prayed for me that I should get a miracle money. I'm listening, my brother. I'm listening.
Why is it that this thing is common among we blacks? Is it? Are we? Because
poverty,
the question,
poverty mentality.
Poverty.
No,
Why are we
I think
poor?
our
Why are we
brain is
poor?
our brain is
No, it's
black
not
too.
only black. So what about Joyce Mayer?
Yeah, it's not only blacks. It's not only
I'm not
blacks.
saying it, but it's common among
But it's
blacks.
common.
It's
That's
common.
what
It's
somebody
common.
say. Yeah. That's what somebody say. Yeah.
So why are we poor? Why are we created the same time with the whites? Are we created at the same time with these white people? Why is our brain so dull?
They saw the light before us. They were more enlightened before us. You know, you understand. Before today, they were backward. They were building churches. If you go to England, London, you will see a lot of cathedrals built with loads of money. All these cathedrals are being abandoned now because they left that religion and they started using the brain. That is what's called civilization. When people drop religion and start using their brain, Simba, then you become civilized. So that's why they are called developed world. So we are developing because of the brain. The brain will reach level here to be able to understand that that brain is given to you to develop your life, not a miracle. So you're still going to use your brain.
But
so
Dupsy, such thing is happening here in the US now. Look at the Puff Puff. Puff Puff will be selling water for people.
It's not that common. I know some pure white in America does that, but it's not that common. Let's check, is it still a minority religion in the States? You can't compare it to the black African to African countries.
Yeah, you are right. You are right.
Yeah.
But what is it because like this pastor now, Dupsy, that is relating seed sowing to age.
Yeah.
That okay, if you are 35 years, you pay 35,000. If you are 50 years, you pay 50,000.
Oh, but when as an assistant God.
You are paying him.
And this is the same pastor that established an estate that is selling in millions.
Yes.
He has an estate that is selling now in Nigeria.
So imagine his congregation having that knowledge.
Is this not the pastor?
Knowledge.
Dupsy, is this not the pastor that said he's supposed to be the 16th president of Nigeria?
No, it's not.
No, that's
Bakari. That's Bakari.
Okay.
That is
Okay.
Thomas, you see why Tinubu is having increased tax? We realize if you have money to pay your pastor, then let me increase tax. Then if you have money to pay your tax.
That's good. Yeah, pay your tax.
No, Nigerians will complain about tax, but they will not complain about thousands that are paying to their pastors.
Just look at the whole world. There is no country that is paying tax that is prosperous. Just look at the whole world. It's tax. It's all about taxation. So when they give you that mirage that it is about tax, there is no way you'll be able to be developed.
Tinubu needs to go after the churches, man. He needs to be taxing the churches.
No, you won't be able to do that. You won't be able to.
He will not be able to do that. That's the problem.
He needs to create law, man.
That's sentiment.
They will say they are charity organization.
They need to change the law there. Nigeria needs to change it. They need to go after the churches. Because there's too many of them and they are all making money. So
Mike,
a church
between the diaspora church and Nigerian church. Most of the diaspora church are registered as a charity home.
You have to register and you have to account for how much your money too. That's why you have to account.
Let me just set an example here. My own church, there is a auditing that comes from the tax office every end of the month.
Yeah.
You account for the offering that you get from your members. You account for it. You can't just say I collect offering today, then I pocket it. There is auditors.
I can't buy private jets.
No, they don't pocket it. They send it to God.
But because there is accountability, because they know you are in church, fine. Because they still get grants from government.
So government
Thomas,
has
it's
to
a
be
church. It's a church, a
accountable.
Nigerian church. Is it a Nigerian church?
No. It's a
Okay.
Congolese church.
Okay, no wonder.
You the dance
The
Congolese.
pastor
Your
is from
pastor is a
Congo.
You the dance my pastor for church.
So yeah, give
I
me
can't go to Nigerian
Congolese
I
pastor.
can't go to Nigerian church.
Let me conclude so that
Almost so
Rosie
yeah,
can
give your own money to Congolese. Yeah.
let me conclude so that Rosie can take the floor from me. So what I'm saying is that until our people seek for knowledge, information, that is when they will be able to remove themselves from the shackles that that has been put on them. So there is no way you can know God without knowledge. It's about knowledge and information. That is the only way you can navigate this life. Or else, I want to my back in your journey. So we should be careful what we do, and we should be able to have an open mind. Don't let us close our mind.
I have a question. I have a question for you before you go. Okay. Why do you think we're still on this problem in Nigeria? And let me create the scenario. The pastor will come out and tell you, give 10 naira to God, you will get 100 naira. It has never happened like that. You still go the next day to your daily work to earn your living. There was no Ghana must go of money that you find at the back of your room or under your bed. So why people still continue giving this money, following these rhetorics every time? Give 10 naira to God, you get 100 naira. The next day, they are not getting 100 naira. They will still go to their shop, go to their office, did the normal activities to earn money at the end of the month. But they still go back to the same pastor and give him the same money. The prophecy that he said yesterday, it didn't come to pass, but they still continue giving this money.
Yeah. So
I think it's
Thomas,
greed. Greed is part of the problem.
Yeah, it is. Then when you
testimony,
lack,
fake testimony to mention, fake testimony.
Then when you lack critical thinking, you won't be able to think about things in a proper manner. Okay, it's you that you're looking at it that they did not get the money the next day or the next week. So because they are Alagbari now, we tell them because your faith is not enough. That is why God is not answering you.
Dupsy, there is no miracle in this country.
Yeah.
You have to work. There is no miracle anywhere. I look for miracle everywhere. I couldn't find any miracle. You have to go to work to earn your living.
When you lack that critical thinking, Thomas, you will continue to go back to that same thing that did not work because you won't be able to fathom it. You know, to say that this thing doesn't work for me. Why do I, when you're sharing, to continue to go back to something that did not work for you? Because you lack knowledge.
But you said something earlier. They are brainwashed people now. They still made them to believe that even the little that they are getting is God that's providing it for them. It's through their prayer.
It's a miracle.
Exactly.
A pastor came out, who is member of the church, that God told him they should empty everything in their pocket into the purse. And the same pastor, people were trekking home. The same pastor was in his car driving home with his family. And people were trekking home.
So are you
because
blaming
they dropped their transport fare, they dropped everything.
Mike, you are not a nice man. Is that how you blaming the pastor?
Your boss money, your first money. You have no government ceremony. He said empty your pocket and you too empty your pocket. So Thomas, so if you know that if you tell some people to empty their pocket and they will empty, you won't tell them. You will tell them that.
So you have to. It's not easy to have a critical mind, Thomas. It's painful to be able to think. It's not easy. It's a very painful thing. If you want to think, it is not easy.
Mindset.
So it is. People will just continually be in that space.
Dipsy, let me say this, Dipsy.
Yes.
I think maybe because you people are living in Western world, you are a little bit immune to all this because you don't see people around you that share this kind of sentiment that we are talking about now. If you are still in Nigeria, you still face
That's
a lot
not
of
true.
pressure.
That's not true.
It's
Even
not,
here
it's
in
not
the US,
everybody.
you have
It's not
Nigerians in
everybody.
US now that have been here forever and they still scam them now.
Yeah, a
You
lot
have
of
them
them
in
No,
are.
what I'm
UK.
saying is not
So
about scamming. No, oh no, Rosie,
It's those
understand what
ones
I'm
that
saying. What I'm saying,
they only hang around their fellow
if
Nigerians.
you like,
They don't
if somebody like Lucy is living in Nigeria now and she has this kind of mentality that she has now, this kind of understanding, she will still face a lot of pressure from friends, from
I agree.
family. That they,
I agree.
you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
You understand that they will say, "Why are you
Even till
behaving
now.
like this?"
Even till
Okay,
now.
okay,
I
okay,
face a
I
lot
got
of
you
it.
now.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
And a lot of people call me atheist already.
I
They
think
say
I
I'm
think
an atheist. I
I've
don't
said
believe in
it on
God.
this platform before. I think maybe Thomas will remember when I the story of my younger brother that had brain tumor. You remember, Thomas?
Yeah. I remember.
That one of my friends came to my house and said, "This is your brother. I don't think this thing that is happening is normal. I think it's spiritual." And he dragged me to an affair that actually collected the goat and money from me. I was ashamed of myself that me as a medical doctor, not even a young doctor then, and I
Oh my
was
God.
lured into
No,
this kind of thing.
I think you must have been desperate to save your brother's life.
Yeah.
So you know, if
No,
somebody is,
no, let me tell
We
you.
can't blame
look,
you.
if
No,
somebody is
okay,
drowning,
it's
if
not.
somebody is drowning, even if you see a straw, you will hold on to it. So you must have been, traumatized about that, and then you were looking for
No,
solution.
let me tell you my. Let
So
me tell you.
Simba, do you consider yourself an atheist? Or, I mean, what do you believe in? I mean, what's your own?
Simba, hold on, please.
Yes.
Do you know this guy? I'm just saying something. I just want to confirm. Peter Odoche's son. Are you seeing him with his
Okay.
wife on internet fighting? Are they acting
The,
or
the
it's real?
second wife or the first wife?
I don't know. I don't know.
No, he married a second wife. That is the problem. You
No,
are
but
talking
I'm
about
seeing
you,
something on the
Edochie.
internet, audios. I'm watching something now. They are chasing themselves with cutlass. I think this is acting. They are acting. Don't let us even there.
No,
Because
it
I
might not
heard,
be. No, I don't. It's not true. That is not true.
yeah,
It
maybe
might
they are
be. It
acting.
might be because the second wife is actually an actress also. So it might be.
Yes. Maybe they are acting.
Yeah,
No,
let
sorry to.
Rosie give us her own opinion.
Right,
Thomas,
yes,
thank
Rosie.
you.
Yeah, let's hear from Rosie.
Yeah. Okay. For me, I'm a Christian. But my own Christianity is not with foolishness, because the Bible said we should be as wise as a serpent,
Look at
but
that. Look at the way Madam Rosie qualified love with foolishness. I like that.
the Bible said we should be as wise as a serpent, but as meek as a dove.
As a
Most
dove,
of the but most of these people, the thing like Dopsy said, they lack knowledge. Instead of them to sit down, study the Bible and study it, it is what my pastor says, what my pastor says, what my pastor says. And then another thing again.
Rosie, sorry for cutting you short. Let me tell you a little bit what I've seen in this country. This church I'm going, we pay bills. At the end of the year, they will share everything, the bills, electricity bill, water bill, the mortgage we pay for the church, everything will realize at the end of the year. There is accountability. I give offering in the church today because I know where my money is going. We pay bills.
So you see, are
Church
giving
have
offering.
boss. Yes, why not? I'm a Christian. I give offering.
Thomas,
So
even
you're
if
not
you
different
give
from the
offering,
people.
Accountability. At the end of the
Thomas,
year, we have
if you,
AGL. They
but
tell
Thomas,
us how much we. Yes.
if you give offering, you get it back from the government now. You claim it in during
Yes,
tax
I
refund.
can claim it in my tax.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I don't do that because I give it for God. I don't, but there is
You give it
accountability.
to
That's
God.
what I want to. Yeah.
What do you mean you give it to God?
That is my belief. Yeah.
So you are not different from the people we've been talking about. Then
God
you
don't
too, you
have an
believe you are
God,
giving.
does God need your money? What will
Thomas,
God use your money for?
Thomas, does God have an account? Does God have an account?
Simba,
Did
we
God
are
tell
the
you need
ones.
your money?
Does he
Mike,
have an account?
Mike, what I'm telling you is when we give in church, we give to God. But that
How
same
do you give
money,
to God?
let me
How do
finish
you
it
give to
You are
God?
not
now.
giving to God. You are not giving to God. You are giving to
No,
man. God doesn't spend your
no,
money.
Okay, give it to your
no.
pastor.
God doesn't spend our money. We are giving the
Are
money
we
for the work
discouraging
of God.
giving?
No,
That's
Better,
You are
not
giving
God.
better.
we
what?
are giving the money for the work of God.
Okay,
Because
better,
that
better.
And what
That's
is
$20
this
that
work?
I paid today or that $50 is being utilized. I see what they are spending my money on.
What are they spending
What
on?
did they spend your money on? What did they spend your money on?
Yeah, we pay mortgage for the church, we pay water bill, we pay gas bill, we pay electricity bill. There's bills to pay.
So why are you paying
And we are
bills? Do you live there? Why are you paying bills?
I'm
Why do
worshiping
you
there.
need to go to church? Why
Why are
do you
you
need
going
to
to
go to
church? You're going
church?
to be paying bill. You don't have your own house bill. Why don't you go
Uh,
and buy a mansion and pay?
Come on, don't let us go there, my sisters. Rosie, let's go to
Yeah.
Rosie.
Okay. Like I'm saying, I am a Christian. I believe in going to church, but I think we should still be knowledgeable in the Word of God. Most of these pastors, whatever they are doing, is not based in the Word of God. Where in the Bible did Christ say you should come and pay money for living? Where?
But Madam Rosie, which one is word of God?
Okay, like the scriptures in the
I
Bible.
did the word of God.
No, okay, the scriptures, the Bible, where the foundation that was laid down. Is that the foundation Christ laid down? He said, no other foundation should be laid apart from that which I have laid. So most of these people, they are just scamming people. They are scamming people in the name of Christ. You know, you saw the way Judas sold Christ for money. That's what a lot of these pastors are doing. That's what they are doing. They're selling the name of Christ for money. They're selling Christ for money.
But why
They
is Christ not doing anything about it? That's the question.
because, you know, he has given us a free will. He has given us a free will. If you want to be deceived, you will be deceived. If you want to,
you want Christ to do like Shango and use
so for me,
and thunder to strike all of them.
So for me, all these things, there are a lot of people that are being deceived, and sometimes it's not ordinary. They use hypnotism to hypnotize some of these people because how can a professor, a well-educated professor, a medical doctor, a lawyer that go to court win cases will come under one pastor, and the pastor will be telling you
that is not even educated though, but
and
the
yet,
name of God will deceive
Yes,
professor.
that God is dropping money from heaven. God is
sometimes
paying money to people's
okay,
accounts.
what did the Bible say? The Bible says he will bless the works of your hands.
Of your
But you're not
hands. If
going,
you don't work, you are not going to be blessed.
yes,
Isn't it?
you are not working. You go to church Monday to Sunday, every day, every day, every day. And then the pastor is getting richer, you are getting poorer, and yet you are not waking up. So sometimes they hypnotize them. Okay, look at in Africa. Did you not see there was one pastor that made his people to start eating, they were chewing grass. He told them to
Eating
go
grass.
out.
Yeah, eating
They
grass, of
ran out.
course.
Is that ordinary? Is that ordinary?
Yes, Daddy. Yes,
Okay,
Daddy.
what about the pastor that brought out he brought out petrol and gave them to be drinking? He said he was trying. So all
It's
these
called
things.
faith.
So most of the time, it's not ordinary. Okay, look at Edumeje. If he will stand on the altar, people will
The
be
liquid
spraying him.
metal.
People will be spraying him money. He'll be dancing on
I
money.
like him.
Is that natural? So sometimes some people they use some mystical means to control these people, and they use them and they get everything from them. Because where in the Bible did Christ say, "Come out and pay for your life"? Look at the basic things of life. The air we breathe, oxygen free of charge. You don't pay for it. Water, most of the time. These things are easily available. But these pastors will say to come and pay for your life. Is that not foolishness?
Pay for your life.
So nobody should bless anybody to be scammed. All of them, most of them, they scam people. Okay, they tell you they come to the US to come and evangelize. They're coming to collect dollars. Why can't they go to Nigeria?
Rosie, do you know the problem? The fake testimony they always arrange people to share.
It is marketing. It's marketing strategy.
But why did they monetize religion? Why did they monetize religion?
Because they want to make
generally,
money.
it's not about Christianity alone.
No.
But religion generally have been monetized.
Okay, look at, they say they want to evangelize souls. They want to win souls for Christ. They're not going to Nigerian villages, so they are coming to the US and to UK and to Canada to collect dollars. Okay, they say they have private
exchange rate is better now.
They say they have
Hard
private
currency.
jets. They have private jets. Their private jets cannot go to the villages in Nigeria, but they are flying private jets to come to the US to come and
come and preach to people that are already okay.
Okay, they tell you that you should believe in their stickers, believe in their olive oil, but they're coming abroad to get the best treatment. They are taking medicine, but they would tell.
Do you know Suleiman could have been dead by now? He was attacked. God saved him because he has a bulletproof car. All this entourage, the church members, the police were taken down.
Okay, look at Adeboye, look at Kumuyi, look at Oyedepo. They all have bodyguards, armed bodyguards. But they will sell their sticker to you for you to go and use this as your own bodyguard. You will put your sticker on your door but they are moving around with armed bodyguards.
Leke is selling bracelets now, rubber bracelets. And he said he said he's an ordinary robber and he said he make his work in the first million from selling bracelets.
But Leke has bodyguards going with him. So why is he not believing those? Why is he not expecting that bracelet to protect him? So it's all scamming. Most of them, they come and scam people.
Okay, I want to let me say this, Madam Rosie, because at least from my own experience, I'm a Muslim, and my experience in Saudi Arabia, they don't practice Islam the way we practice it in Nigeria. I've never seen them organizing any kind of preaching, or maybe whether if they are doing anything like a naming ceremony or doing anything that people will be donating money in the name of prayer. But we do all those things in Nigeria. So why is our own so? And I'm very sure it will be the same thing in Europe. People will not just be donating money foolishly. That the way we give them money foolishly in the third world country. Especially in Africa.
In Saudi Arabia that you are there now, do they wake you up at 4 a.m. during the Ramadan period to come and pray? Do they go on the loudspeaker and be shouting on the streets?
No. You know, they do that. They do that. No, they don't go out. They don't go out.
No, but
it's only corporate. They go only call for prayer.
No,
but like in Nigeria, they will be dancing and be singing and all those things. They don't do all such.
Simba,
okay, so
the mosque
okay.
Simba, do they usually call for ya to walk or like
No, nobody do that. The only thing they do. That's what I'm saying. Adewale, they only call the prayer. That's all. No other addition. They only call prayer, and that will just maybe 2-3 minutes after that. You will not hear any other noise again.
Simba, we have mosques here. They don't bond them where to call for prayer, to shout. That is noise pollution. They will go to jail.
But you cannot, because they believe that it's purely an Islamic country. So you cannot compare it with a secular country like Australia.
Come on, give me a space to speak.
You said?
Hello.
So can I continue?
Yes,
okay, continue.
So to me, I'm a Christian. I believe in the existence of God. I believe that the Bible is the word of God. I believe to study the Bible, but I don't believe that any person should come and scam me with giving me some stupid doctrines. I don't believe in that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, from Ekene. Yeah, yes, please. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Thomas, thank you very much. Being a Christian is not something we just go to church, look in the church and come back and we expect miracles to happen. Though if you are a Christian, you should understand all these things that is happening in the world today. They are all there in the Bible. So when you talk about Christianity, when you go to Jude in Jude, there is a portion of the Bible that is Jude. I think verse 4 or so that said, "For there are certain men."
Why don't you stop working and expect God's miracle? Don't go to your shop on Monday, then
No,
and you
anybody
expect.
that gives you touch preaching is deceiving you. That's a fact. You understand? You should be able to understand. Though, for me, I'm not surprised. It is people that are surprising that such thing is happening in the church. So just like I wanted to say in verse 4 of the Jude, I said, "For there are certain men that crept in unawares, who were before of old ordained to this condemnation. They are ungodly men, turning the grace of God, of our God, into lasciviousness, and denying the only God, our Lord Jesus Christ." These are the men that are doing such thing. You understand? The grace that God has given to them to use it to save the life of people, to make people understand the reason why they came into the world and preach to them about the kingdom of God. They now turn it into lasciviousness, and they are denying the grace of God. But in verse 11 of that the same chapter, the Bible still spoke to them. I said, "Woe unto them, for they have gone into the way of Cain." We talk about Cain, and they ran greedily. That is what is pursued, what is making these people to do all these things. It's a form of greed. It's recommended here in the Bible that these men were doing this thing because of greed. They are after their own greed, after the errors of Balaam. They are pursuing their greed and for their own reward. And they
First of
perish
all,
into sin.
why are you people following Bible, sir? Why are you people following? I mean, who wrote the Bible that you guys are following it? You know? Can't you follow your own logic? I mean, why do you have to follow a book?
No, what I'm telling you is in the Bible. What I'm telling you is what is in the Bible. You see,
and that's what
when
I'm
you read,
saying. Like,
you
if
know
it's
that
in the
these
Bible,
people,
so what?
these people are doing opposite of what the Bible said they should do.
Why
And
should
that
they
is
be
what I'm
doing
trying
what
to
Bible
say.
said they should do?
Ekene, try and listen to what Mike is saying. He's asking you a question.
What
I
I'm
follow
saying
my
is,
conviction. There is nothing like why I'm following the Bible. I'm following the word of God, and I have to follow it in the right way.
wait.
You understand?
Which word is word of God? How do you know
The
what is word
Bible
of
is
God?
the word of God. So as far as I've looked into the
According to
word of God,
says who?
I don't want to go to that direction you are going. But as far as I look into the
No,
word
you
of
don't
God,
want to
and
go
I
to
know
common
He
logic.
want to make you to sin. He want to make you to sin. Don't mind Ekene, don't mind Mike. He want to make you
so
to sin like that.
when I look in,
Mike,
when I
can
look
I
in,
answer that
Yeah, that's the
question?
problem of Africa. We don't question
Mike,
things that we know.
can I answer that question? The Bible
Okay.
is the word of God because the people that wrote it, they were inspired by God to
How do you
write
know
that
that?
word. Yes.
They said they were inspired. They said they were inspired.
Okay, it's just like these people that believe in African traditional religion. Don't they pass it from generation to generation like this Ifa? Don't they pass it from generation to generation? So why do you believe it?
Mike,
Yeah. Why do you believe it?
Mike, you can't be asking that kind of question now.
What
No,
kind of
it's
question?
okay. Let
Why can't you ask
him
No.
question?
It's
ask.
their
Question is
religion.
question.
No, you don't. No. You don't do that. No.
You don't do what?
He cannot be asking you why do you believe Ifa? You can't
Yes,
know.
you can ask now.
That is our conviction. That's why religion sometimes is so
You know, the
sensitive.
problem with
Yeah.
Africa is
Dupsy,
we
yeah.
don't question. See, the reason why the reason why a lot of people do stupid things, you know why? And it's so obvious to some people, and it's not obvious to them, is because we don't question things in Africa. We just it's like we don't things don't have to make sense to us. And that's our and the reason why white people or Igbo people advance is because everything have to make sense to them.
Okay,
That's
but
why
what
they
about
are advancing. When
about
in
this
Africa things
African?
don't have to make sense to us, and when it doesn't make sense, when you ask questions, they will get angry
Okay.
at you.
What about African religion? They
Mike, I
pass
just
it
taking
from.
over my
There is
space.
no
It's
such thing
not
as
allow me
African
to
religion.
finish
We don't
what
have
I'm
religion in
saying.
Africa.
Let me say this, Rosie, please. Let me say this. I'm not siding Michael because I'm fighting with him tonight. I'm not siding him. But what he said is very valid. The act of questioning, please, Thomas, don't tell people not to question. We have to question everything.
You
And
can't
Rosie has
question
done
people's
well.
belief. That's what I'm
No,
telling
he's
you,
not
Dupsy.
questioning people's
It's
belief.
not.
He's not
I'm not
Yes,
questioning
questioning your belief.
Ekene,
I'm just
I like
questioning
Ekene.
things that
Ekene, you
doesn't
don't need
make
to
sense.
answer that question. No, you can't question people's
Rosie
belief.
answered. It's good. Rosie knows what she's doing. She answered him. Its act of questioning is important. Please
No,
don't
you
let
can't
us.
question people's belief.
It is not people's
No.
belief. It's act of questioning.
And I think you can question it because look, God can do.
Very important,
You know,
please.
certain things can
It
happen
is
in your
part of
life.
critical
Even
thinking.
as a
if you believe
Christian.
in eating grass and I'm
No,
questioning your belief, now
something
why do you
can
eat
happen
grass?
even as a
There's
Christian.
nothing wrong with that question.
Something can happen to you, and you can question God. You can say, God, why? You go to the Bible, you search through, you can ask God questions. That God, why did you allow this to happen? Did I, so there's nothing wrong in questioning. There's nothing wrong.
Thomas, do you know?
Please, Mike, let me say this. Rosie, do you know this is why our brain is being dulled down? Because we can actually question.
No, we need to question because, like my children, when I tell them, when I give them instructions,
children are different. So don't even bring them. They are different.
Yeah, when I tell them, don't do it, they will tell me why, mommy? Then I have to explain.
Different.
You have to explain. You cannot just tell them something. They won't accept it. You have to give them reasons.
You have the effort to stand in front of a church and say, if you're 35 years old, you have to pay $35,000 or $35. If you're 50 years old, you have to pay $50. Because there's no act of questioning, Thomas. That is why somebody will have that effrontery. Please, it is part of critical thinking where you'll be able to question every stage of your life. And what is this person saying to me? He said in Luke 6:6, what is there? Let me go and read it. Then please don't mind this.
Do you know why you are talking like this? You are once a Christian. That's why you are talking like this.
No, you can question.
No. I know. You know what I'm talking about.
It is
you are once a Christian. That's why you're talking like. I can't question Muslim. Why? Hold on, please. I can't be questioning Muslim. Why are you following Muhammad? I can't be questioning the.
Let me, Thomas. You know, I've been asked such a question before. I went for an interview at Baptist Medical Center, Ogbomoso, and as a doctor looking for work, and the only question they asked me is that, why am I a Muslim? And I didn't get the job.
What did you answer them?
I told them the reason, and the man just said, okay, you can go. Because that question is uncalled for in the first place.
No, but there's nothing wrong in questioning. There's nothing wrong.
It's just a question. I don't understand how people have
there's nothing wrong in it's like you go to a doctor and a surgeon. He says he wants to perform.
If you are confident in yourself, in everything about you, then you shouldn't be offended about
you can explain to you why is the Bible word of God? It's word of God. That is
you can get to understand.
No, you can't tell me it's word of God. You have to prove to me that's word of God. I need proof.
What you have just said, Thomas, is even wrong. You said the Bible is the word of God, but the Bible has been adulterated and has been added and subtracted from. So when you're talking about the scriptures, it's different. That is the Latin Vulgate. You read scripture in the original text. That is different from what people are carrying around now. So what you are arguing about is not valid.
Thank you. Let's hear from Josepha. Josepha, you want to come in? Let's hear from you.
Please, excuse me. I'm sorry. Can I ask a question, please? I'm very sorry. Please.
Let's. We are hearing from Josepha first. Then you can have that question later.
Okay.
Josepha. Yeah.
I'm sorry, my network is so bad. I'm using a VPN, so it's really not good. So you have to bear with me.
Yeah, we can manage it. Yeah.
Okay. Religion is the opium of the black man. Religion makes a black man lose his senses. A black man does not reason with religion in him. You see, when people say God, the Bible is the word of God, we have to know these people. See, somebody wrote the Bible. Who wrote the Bible? The colonizer wrote the Bible. And they wrote the Bible. If you trace back to the history of Christianity, you know where it started. You know where the word, that dude Jesus, how they brought him into the Bible. It was Constantine. You understand? In ancient Rome, that's who introduced Jesus.
No. If I might interject, please. If I might interject, can I interject? Before you continue, it wasn't Constantine. It wasn't Constantine. Please don't give us wrong information. It wasn't Constantine.
Who was it?
it
Who
was,
was the one that introduced?
wait, let me tell you about Constantine. Constantine was like an emperor in Rome. So when Christianity got to Rome, they wanted to go fight a war. So he said they should put the sign of the cross on their sword so they can win the war. He did not introduce Christ into the
Who
thing.
introduced
So please
Christ?
go read the church history. Please go back and read church history. You are not giving
Madam
us
Rosie,
right
who
information.
introduced Christ?
You see, let me continue, please. You see, Christianity was brought, you see, let us trace back why Christianity was brought to Africa. If you, I don't know if you've read about the Haitian Revolution in Haiti. After the Haitian Revolution, they deemed it fit to introduce the Bible to all their colonies, all the slave colonies in America. And the Europeans brought it to us in Africa because religion is a tool to manipulate, control, divide, and rule you. It's never for your purpose. Like, it's not for the good purpose of mankind. And when you look at religion is based on fictions. It's not reality. All the stories in the Bible, none of them happened. Trace back. None of those stories in the Bible happened from the creation of man in the Garden of Eden. If you want, I can line up, just put things to you. Like, when you look at it logically, you know that it never happened because after Cain killed the brother, Cain took a wife from where? He took a wife from a far place. He didn't marry the sister. He took a wife. Who were those people that he went to marry? So you should know that while God was busy doing let there be light and let there be water, Africans were building civilizations. And that was why when they came to Africa, they destroyed African civilization just to sell this scam of a religion to us. And that is what is keeping the black man today not being productive. Because I've not seen anything religion has done to Africa. Sincerely speaking. So when we come here, because when you talk to an average Nigerian, hello? Are you hearing me? Oh no, my network is bad.
We can hear you.
Hello?
Go ahead. Continue. We can hear you.
Okay. So the thing is this. You see, religion has always been bad for Africa because one, we are spiritual people. So everything that was thrown at us.
If I may ask you a question. Okay, when you are talking about African religion, okay, what about religion that were using human sacrifice? What about in Calabar?
There's no religion using human sacrifice.
What about Calabar that they were killing the twins? That Mary Lesser came and banning the killing of twins. So how do you explain that?
Okay.
How do you explain that?
Let me come to that. You see, all the stories
they were killing twins in Calabar. Mary Lesser came and stopped that.
Rosie, are you saying the Yoruba religion they kill twins?
I said in Calabar, they were killing twins. When Mary Lesser came, she stopped that. So what is wrong about that? What about some African religions that use human beings for human sacrifice? Is that right?
Which one? In Yoruba land?
I don't know, but I know there are some African religions that use human beings for sacrifice to their
Sacrifice
idols.
for what?
Mike, you need to go find more about this. I shouldn't be telling you.
It's not true. That's what I'm telling you. It's not true.
Excuse me. Can I say something here now? Just keep quiet and I can listen. You see, when you talk about our religion, we are killing people, we are killing twins, we are doing this, we are doing that. You understand? All those things were stories. They wrote. We didn't write it. They wrote these stories. Mungo Park discovered River Niger. Africans have been here billions of years ago. So Africans didn't know that the River Niger was there and they were drinking it. Then a man came from Europe and came and discovered, oh, this is the River Niger. Oh, and people started drinking it. See, the stories that have been put out there for us, most of them, 99% of them are lies. Killing of twins. So do you mean we've been killing twins since billions of years we've been existing here? So we should stop taking all those lies and do our own investigation, do our own research, and know our true culture and tradition.
I have the investigation of what Rosie just said. Even in my town, 2 twins was being saved during those times that they were killing twins and all that. In fact, as in because of that purpose, they were being taken away to their motherland. After some time, many years back, those guys, they just died a few days back. They became a great family. Their children is rich today. But these children, they were condemned to be killed as a twin. And this is what religion has done. Christianity has done.
Well, can I in the origin of the
Mr. Rose, I wanted you to ask me the question you wanted to ask me so that I can conclude. I want to go out. I needed that option.
Rosie, by the way, if you look up Orisha Ibeji, Yoruba land, they worship twins. They worship Ibeji. Orisha called Ibeji. They are twins. They are deity. So how can we be killing twins when we worship twins in Yoruba land?
It happened in my own side.
Maybe your side. I don't know what you guys do there.
Yeah.
I mean, not your side. I don't know.
All this is what the religion has been able to solve.
I'm not saying
but let's.
I say some parts of Nigeria they kill twins. Even let me tell you, even from my village, it was not too long ago that they stopped believing that twins were evil.
Which village are you from?
I'm from the River Rhine side, from Bayelsa.
Oh, okay.
They used to think that twins were evil. It's not too long ago that they started really accepting twins. They still have that connotation that if you have a twin, it's like you have evil children in your family. So in those days, what they used to do, they used to drown. It's a river area. When a woman they go drown them. They think they are evil. So they were doing the same thing that these Calabar people were doing.
So what's the source of this, your information? I mean,
this is what you said. What the source of what's information? I'm telling you from my.
Is this something you heard somewhere? I mean,
I said this is something even in the village that they used to do in those days. They drowned those twins because they felt
how
they were
did you
evil
know this?
children.
That's what I'm asking though.
My dad told me. My dad told me.
So, Mr. Rosie, where is the question? I want to go. I want to listen to that.
The question is about the question. Even sacrifices. Don't they? I don't know if it's a lie, but there are some Yoruba movies that we watch that they will say.
Now.
Is it not part of what happens at the
used to act
movie? Because they said sometimes they said one fair rubo, alejo no ma fi rubo.
Those things are lie, they are propaganda. That's the thing.
So why are they acting those in the movies?
Listen, this is what's going on in Africa. People are using propaganda to push agenda, to push their religion and everything. And it's very unfortunate. Those that wanted to spread their Christianity, they started using propaganda behind it. They have to eliminate one thing, so they use propaganda to kill. They say we want to kill a dog, give it a bad name. And those that control most of our medias and the movie industries, they are Christians, Muslims. So they try to make movies and they to promote their religion, so to kill another religion. So that's what they would do. It's propaganda. So if you want to learn, you go and sit down with people that actually practice the actual tradition, sit down and ask them question, they can give you an answer. You can't be going through a movie. You understand? You can't be going through a movie designed by one Christian. I mean, come on. What is it going to do? If I'm a Christian, I want to make a movie about African, this thing. Will I make it look good? Of course, I would create whatever is in my head and just make up.
So you mean there was no human sacrifice practice in any of the African religions?
In Yoruba, I mean, I'm from Yoruba now. I don't know what they do in Calabar or somewhere. I'm not from there. And in Yoruba land, who are we giving human beings to? Who are we feeding human beings to? When we feed, when we are, let me tell you something. When we are doing animal sacrifice or whatever we are giving, it's like we are feeding our ancestors, our orishas. And who's our orishas? Most of them are our ancestors. They are the first humans that lived. And we are their descendants. Like the Shango, the Oya, they were humans, so they don't eat human beings. What they eat when they were here, they all have their favorite food when they were here. Like Obatala, for example, he like to eat snail. Shango like goat. So when they are God, they are spirits now.
So Ogun like dog.
And the Ogun like dog, exactly. That was their favorite food when they were here. So when we sacrifice those, we give them what they like.
Mike, you want me to believe what you are saying now?
I'm not telling you to believe what I'm saying. I don't care.
But you don't want to believe. Hold on, please. You want me to believe what you are saying now?
No, I'm not telling you to believe what I'm saying.
But you don't want me
to
believe
the Bible.
The Bible is the word of God.
No, I'm questioning the Bible. I'm questioning.
Thomas and Madam Rosie. Don't you think that that is one of those things that they have succeeded in doing for us by demonizing our own religion and make us to believe that whatever we have is not good for us?
Exactly, my brother. Exactly, my brother.
Nobody did that. Why?
That's what they
Nobody
do.
did that.
That's
You know
what they
what she just
do.
put right now? She watched a Nollywood movie, and she's telling me, "Is that not part of it?"
Thomas,
Why are you still doing?
exactly
Why are you
what
still
they
doing?
did.
Why are you still doing traditional now? Who forced you to do that?
Religious is
So
by
it's a way of
choice.
mine.
Religious is by choice. And I
Black
believe
Why am I
everyone
doing
has,
tradition?
everyone has to respect each other's choice. So there
That
is
is
nothing like
it.
why did you believe in the Bible and all that? You
I
are making
don't
your choice.
disrespect
Other
my
people have
friend,
make their
my
choice.
brother.
Allow
Tell
them to
me,
live with their choice.
my
That
brother.
is
Tell
it.
me how what I've said today to disrespect your choice. All I did was ask question. She asked me a question about mine. I'll give her my own explanation. I ask you a question about your own, and you tell me I
When
can't.
you ask and I say I
You
don't
tell me
want
I
to
can't
answer,
question you.
when you ask and I say I don't want to answer, you have to respect that.
Okay,
It's
it's
my choice.
fine.
The
And did
reason
that
is
put
that I
God
don't
on
want to
your
go
head
into
to
the
answer me?
controversy. I don't want to go into the controversy because I know that nothing I will take to believe it.
No,
So I
but
better stay away from answering the question.
there's nothing wrong in asking questions. That is how people learn.
They get
Maybe he
upset when
wants
you
to
ask them a question.
There
know.
are things I don't.
Maybe
There are things I don't
he
have.
wants to know. Maybe he wants to know about
No,
Christ. He
no,
wants to know
no.
I'm
You
trying
about
to
the
cannot
make
tell
faith.
me.
sense out of it, and you're upset.
You can.
There's
No,
nothing
you cannot
upsetting
tell me
about it.
that he wants to learn in
I'm
by
trying to
asking me
make
like
sense
that.
out of.
No, I don't answer. I don't answer questions like that in terms of religion and all that because these are the things that you take very seriously.
Then
It's a
you're not an
spiritual thing.
intellectual,
I don't
then.
just come in and begin to answer
Ekene,
your
that's
question. Yeah.
what you were made to believe in your church. That is not right. If you have to be versed in what you believe in.
I've already given my
Wait,
opinion here. We are talking about greedy men
Ekene.
of God, and I'm trying to bring out my point.
Listen
And
to
we are
me.
talking
You
about
have to be
greedy men of God.
Wait, listen to what I'm saying. You have to be versed in whatever you believe in so that you'll be able to defend it anywhere, anytime. Don't go with what they told you in church that you don't involve yourself in argument.
No, it's not all about. Mr. Thomas, if you want us to talk about what we believe, maybe you should make it another topic. But now we are talking about greedy men.
Everybody, please hold on.
Was able to answer the question.
Everybody, hold on, please. Everybody, hold on, please. Please. I don't make this as religious word. No. What the topic, please, with due respect, everybody, the topic I brought, that is what I want us to talk about. Please. It's not that
we have talked about it, so change the topic. We have already talked about it. Change the topic.
No,
you don't want
people
us
have
to
not
talk about
finished their
religion.
No, people have not finished their assertion. So if you guys finish, then we can move forward. I don't know.
We are telling you that we are finished. We are finished.
No, it's only you
I have
that
not even concluded my thought before they just ran into me.
Hold on, please. The next voice I want to get now is Ekene. Ekene has not even finish before Mike hijack for him. Why do you believe in God? Why do you
What did
believe
I
in
hijack?
No. We are not doing that. We are not doing that. No.
Doing what?
We are not. We talk. No, we are not doing why you believe Bible is this. No, that is not the question I asked you.
What do you mean we are not doing?
Of...
What are you talking about, man? We are
Mike,
not asking
please.
questions. Is that what you're saying?
Mike, please.
You know, you have to kind of make sense now. The thing about
no. I'm not making sense to you. Fine. The video I brought to you, does he ask the question you are asking, Ekene? What is the
somebody
correlation?
made a statement. He said the Bible is the word of God, and I say, how is it a word of God? Because I'm trying to make sense out of it. It's a question out of what he said.
I didn't even make that statement. I was
or
talking
something
about
like that. Now I know he
men
said
of God.
something, and I asked question
You
about
don't
what he
stop in
said.
and ask, why did I believe in the Bible? I didn't even make statement of that such statement. I was still explaining why these men are greedy in this time around, and I'm trying to make a point that these things are in the Bible. So I'm not surprised that they are happening as a Christian. So just that the Bible has given an earlier warning about it, that was what I'm trying to point out before you ask me why I believe in that. So that's my point. So I can go on. I can go on and on in some other verses of the scripture that point out those issues. You understand? So it's not something new. If you are a Christian, you should understand that these men of God coming there to dupe a lot of men and all that. is something that is very clear in the Bible. It's also there in it's also there in Matthew chapter 24, around verse 11 or so, that said that many false prophets shall arise and they shall deceive many. Go there and check it. It's in the Bible.
Even in the elect, they will be deceived. So yeah. So
even the same elect shall be deceived. So why that's what the point I'm trying to make, that these men of God, the prophecy is already there in the Bible. So what is happening today as a Christian should not, if you are a real Christian, should not give you much concern. As far as you know the God you are serving, all you need to do is to stand firm, believing the word of God, doing what is right. That is my point.
Why do we call them men of God?
That's what they call them.
Why do we call them men of God?
They will get mad at you now for asking that question.
The Bible called them false prophet. The Bible didn't call them men of God. He said in the last days, false prophets shall arise. They will arise to deceive many.
Are so sensitive, eh?
You understand? These men are there for their own belly. They are there for their own belly. They are serving their own belly. They're not serving. They're not serving me.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So is Kumuyi a man of God? The way you're saying it, is he a man of God?
He's meeting up to my spiritual need. So I took him as my.
Is he a man of God?
Yeah, he's meeting up with my spiritual need.
So it's about you.
That's my point.
To your spiritual need. That is.
Yeah.
So if I begin to meet up to your need now, you make me.
You are always talking about transactions. I've told you God is not about transactions, it's about transformation. I'm asking you a question, and you're just putting it about your own. It's not about you, Ekene. It's about.
It's not about me, but you asked me a personal question now. You said he's to me a man of God. I said
yes or no. It's not about any transaction.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen.
Listen to me, Dusi.
Ekene, if I said hold on, I have the power to mute anybody here. It's too much voices. You are not even making sense. Too many people are talking at the same time. Please, land your point, Ekene. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Somebody want to interject.
I call Ekene, please. Ekene, land your point.
Yeah, the point I'm trying to make about man of God or anything. You see, the reason why Bible said that the judgment will start in the church in the last days. He knows the reason. So I cannot be a judge over any man. The only thing I know is that the man is meeting my spiritual need. So when that judgment day comes, I'm not going to be the one that will judge him in the heaven. And it's very wrong to judge him. It's not only him, all the other prophet and all that, wherever religion, there must be a day of reckoning for every one of us. So when that day comes, maybe that day we'll know who is the real man of God. You understand? So the judgment, we know, as the Bible says, will start in the church, not even in the places. So, and the people that are, it also that the people that are first will also be last. So that's why a Christian life is a very critical something that you need to work with all sensitivity to be able to get involved to the very end. So we should be able to know all these things. So being man of God or not being man of God, what I know is for me, I have to read my scripture to know all these things. It's not
Thomas,
just telling me.
A question.
Yes, you can. Yeah.
Okay, Ekene, I want to ask you a question. Do you believe there is heaven?
Yes, I believe. I believe there is heaven, and I can give you a passage that says that, and I can quote it to you. You can go and read it out. You understand? So it's not a.
Can I ask you a question? Is Jesus Christ a white man or a black man?
Jesus Christ is the Son of God. Jesus Christ is the Son of God.
I ask you. I didn't ask you.
I don't know about black man. The Bible didn't mention him as a black man or the black man, the white man or black man. The Bible mentioned him as the Son of God. He is the only true Son of God. He died on the cross for my sins and others.
Well, we all see his picture now. I mean, we know what.
But do you believe?
You
believe
in the picture. You can believe in the picture you want to believe.
There's a statue of Jesus in,
I
think in Anambra or somewhere. That big statue.
I don't believe even in the picture and all that. What I believe is that the Bible said that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. He died on
Is
the
this
cross
Son of God or God
sin.
or God Himself or God Himself?
He said that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. He said a child will be born, and they shall call him Emmanuel. He will come to save us from the sins.
The white man come and save in Africa.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, Ekene, that Bible that is writing and putting all these things, who wrote that Bible? Is it Africans? Was that Bible written by Africans?
You can go and search that one who write the Bible, but as far as I know, the Bible was written by the direction of the Holy Spirit. You understand? So you can now go and maybe you can go and Google the people that wrote the Bible on your own self. Yeah.
Excuse me. You know the problem of Christians in Africa and Christians in Nigeria? They are boxed. They just stay within that box. They don't want to learn more. You understand? If I start quoting the Bible for you and disputing what is written in the Bible, you open your mouth. Okay, look at Noah's story. You've read the Bible very well. Look at Noah's story. Noah, an ark. Do you know how big an ark is? An ark, just bigger than it's a small boat. And all the animals in the world, sea animals, the ones flying, everything in that ark. They had food, they had everything, and you believe those lies. These things are lies, man. Just understand it. We did not write the Bible. Our ancestors who built the greatest civilization in the world did not tell us about Jesus. They did not tell us about Sky God. Jesus and the Sky God was man creation.
These things were written for our own learning.
Who wrote it?
You understand?
Our
Those things were written for our own learning. He said, study to show yourself, approve. A workman rightly dividing the word of truth. This is doesn't mean that we're see the story of the ark. Do you know what can you interpret that? Do you know what it means?
It doesn't
in Christendom. You just read a story. If you cannot give a direct Holy Spirit guidance of it, Holy Spirit interpretation of it, then you don't know it. So you see, it's not just reading a story of the ark.
Thank you. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. I think I have to close this conversation, please. Yeah, we are moving forward. Yeah, thank you so much, everybody. I think the conversation is going. No. I don't. Please, let's just move forward. Yeah, I think this topic is giving some. No, maybe we just move forward. Maybe we go back to politics.
Thomas, I want to say something here. Just let me.
Is it about what? Hold on, please. Hold on, please. It's not about religion. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
It's not about. What I want to say is this: we Africans, we have to be discussing the hard talk. There's these topics we have to be, because let me tell you, if you look at the genesis of African problem, you know that religion is part of it. It's number one problem of Africa. You understand? You see, Africans have been programmed to go to heaven. They've been programmed. They want everybody's working towards heaven. Meanwhile, our heaven is on earth here. We have refused to build our heaven. Americans have built theirs. The Chinese have built theirs. The Arabs have built theirs. The Asians have built theirs. Africans are the only people refusing to build their own, hoping to go to a place they don't know. No address, nothing. And why I asked Ekene about reincarnation, our ancestors told us about reincarnation. Just like Yoruba name, they say Babatunde. That means my father is back. In Igbo land, it's the same thing. We have reincarnate. Like every one of us here are reincarnate of somebody that is locked to like so dear, like it's very close to our hearts, you know. So if there is reincarnation, we are all going to come back. If some people are coming back twice, 3 times, life is a cycle. So when somebody is telling you about
that is your belief. Some people don't believe that.
Yeah, they don't believe that because what you see for 400 years of brainwashing. You know what?
Please let me interject you, brother. What's the name of this? Please let me interject you. So, Thomas, let me tell you something. You said we should stop discussing what we are discussing at the moment. You are the co-host. You have the right. But let me tell you something, brother. You see, knowledge is very deep.
It's not about bashing some people like
Dupsy, it's not that I don't want us to discuss it.
Yeah.
I brought a video that we are not discussing that now we are deviating to why do you believe in Bible? Why do you believe in Ogun? No, I didn't bring that discussion. It's you guys are open that. And let me finish this. Those argument is too sensitive. My Christianity is important to me. I will not let anybody talk against it. I will not talk against Islam. No, I won't take that because your belief is your personal conviction. Yeah.
And I don't think anybody's talking down on any of the religion here.
No. He's going that
I
south.
don't think so.
No. I know what I'm sensitive. I'm very sensitive. It's going that route, and I don't want to go to that route. Okay. That's why I
agree with you.
Thomas, I want to say this. I want to say this final point. Okay, sorry, my dear. Continue. I thought you have landed.
My dear, I'm sorry for shouting on you, my dear. Thomas. So what I want to say to you is that it's not about bashing some pastors. It's about seeking knowledge. So this knowledge that we talk about is a deep thing. It's not something on the surface. Please, my brother, just open your mind and have a thick skin. Christianity is not your original religion. So please, have a thick skin. When people want to criticize, have an open mind. Please, don't run away from it. I'm begging you in the name of God tonight. It is important we all open our hearts to knowledge because my people perish for lack of knowledge. That thing you think in your mind deeply that you believe in might be false tonight. I'm telling you the fact.
Exactly.
I'm not castigating your religion. I'm not saying anything, but I am begging you tonight to have an open mind. Seek knowledge. Let people talk. Listen to people. Please understand what they are saying and learn. That is what I have to say tonight. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother.
Can I come in here?
Then we move forward, please.
Okay, just like Thomas said, you see, this thing is something that is very sensitive to me as a Christian. I don't just talk about my religion.
Ekene, it's sensitive to all religion. Maybe Ogun worshiper, maybe you are Islam, Christian. Our religion is sensitive to us. So
worshiper is not sensitive to them.
But I believe there is one thing that brought us together. If you can check very well, if you can check our background very well, you know that it's the religion that bind most of us together today. Most of us, Igbos, Yorubas, we have most of our relation in the church, who is a Yoruba. And that is because of religion.
It's not true, man.
You understand? So
trade, they are bound people together. Trade.
That is true. It's a pure truth. No. When you come to the church of the living God, what binds us together is what the Bible says, command that say, follow peace with all men and holiness, without which no man shall see the Lord. That is that peace that Christ has brought to us. That is what is still keeping the church today. And I think without all those, there is what happened last time that I became angry with the Southeastern very much in media when our pastor wanted to go to the East to preach. They gave some warning to him and all that, all this IPOB of stuff. In fact, that crusade was not able to hold. In fact, I was very angry. I spoke very angry to my people. You understand? So why would you bring such thing to the church of the living God? Not the man has set up a crusade, wants to go to, the money has been put out, everything has been put out. You send a letter, you send all these things. Why should you do that?
Okay, let me just
you are saying that the Yoruba pastor will not, this will not come here to preach and all that. You are sending warning saying see, when it comes to religion, you don't do all those things. Even if you don't like the man or so. So religion is still what keep us together today. Because there are areas we will go today to my brother that is a Yoruba in my church. That whether you're an Igbo or any, as far as I know that he's my brother in Christ, you cannot go that area with him. You understand? So that peace that religion has brought to us as a nation, we must be able to
sure? Are
comprehend
you
it.
sure that religion has brought peace to us? Which peace?
Yes,
Which
religion has
peace?
just
Which
that we
peace?
cannot comprehend
Which
it.
peace has religion brought to us as a nation? Forget it,
Religion
Akene.
brought peace to us as a nation. You might not
It's
like
not
it.
true. What you are saying is
It's
not
true.
true.
They
Not
are
true. Which
there in the church
religion
of
has
God.
brought
It
peace?
might not be there. It might not be there.
Even forget about even Muslim pastors or Christian. Even within Muslim, there are still problem within them. Within Christianity, there are still problems. So what are you talking about? Which peace has it brought?
I know. No, when you are a true Christian, see, let me tell you so. You know, when you come to the platform, when I come to this
all these things
platform,
that you are saying that are true. What do you, how do you identify a true Christian?
No, well, you know, when I come to this platform, sometimes there are people your minds go with in some certain areas.
Ekene, please. What I want to say now, I want you to agree with me, please. Say what you want to say in 1 minute, then we'll move on.
Okay,
No interjection.
maybe
I want to stop this. Yes, I want to stop this religious something, please.
Yeah, maybe I've
brought
concluded,
it,
but I still believe in that peace. In that peace that Christ has brought in us as a Christians. So we Christians, we know ourselves, we have to live with that peace. And forget all these fake prophet and these ones that want to fill their bellies and all that. I told you, they are there in the Bible. It's all about greedy, lasciviousness and all that. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. I'm through. I'm through. You can move on.
No question,
Yeah.
Josepha. I just finished. No, Josepha. I just finished speaking now. I want to close this chapter. Do you listen to me, please? Let's abide with the rules, please. Let's move forward. I don't want to go there anymore. Please. I'm very sorry. Thank you so much. We are shutting down in the next 40 minutes. Has anybody talk? I don't know who has spoken about we exhaust the Mmesoma story. We are not going there anymore. The only story here is the what they call the Ojukwu's brother that said no Igbo man wants Biafra, that they are just disturbing themselves. So if anybody wants to talk on that, then we can call it a day. It's in 10 hours. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, let me just say a little of that on that. You see the agitation going on in that country, be it in the east, in the north, in the west, wherever it comes from. It's all about the system is not working. The system is not working. If the system was working, I don't think every sane person, because the bigger the country is, the better for all of us. You understand? So if the country was working and things were moving on well, I'm telling you, everybody will be happy in that country. The thing is this: we've elected leaders who do not have the thinking capacity to develop a nation. I live in China. If you come to China today, you see how fast these people have developed themselves over the last 30 years. You'll be marveled that these people could do this thing. Why can't Africans do it? And when we say, oh, we stop talking about something, everything still has to go back to where the original problem is. The original problem is we have left our culture and tradition and follow something that is alien to us. That is the problem with Africa. One, let's assume we have our culture and tradition. We have the Ogun, we have the Amadioha, we have the Ofos, we have this thing. Our deities are there. Now,
my brother, what you are saying now doesn't correlate with the question I asked. I said I want to move away from religion. Can you please hold on, please? Hold on, please. Please hold on. I'm not a kid. We are going back to where I don't want us to go. Please talk about Nnamdi Kanu. If you don't have anything to tell us about Nnamdi Kanu, let others speak, please.
Okay, let's see. Let me see. The thing is this: for the country to be one and indivisible, we have to do the right thing. We have to elect people that are credible, that are going to give us the dividends of democracy. For the Southeast has never, you see, You could be seeing the agitations here and there now because of the marginalization. We've talked about it severally on this platform, that there is marginalization. If you don't see it, fine. But we, the Easterners, we know there are marginalization in the Southeast. You don't expect a Southeasterner who is his trade is he is a trader. He does his business. He imports. You don't expect him to go all the way to Lagos to bring down his goods down to Onitsha and sell. If a seaport was given to him, probably in Calabar or in Abia State or in Imo State, where we have seas, we have um, 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 we have a network to get to the sea. Why can't you build a seaport for them there? When you build a seaport for them, with time you get an airport, an international, not all those stuff in Enugu, a well-renowned like that of Lagos. Then you see everybody will feel belonged. Everybody will feel that this is my country. But while you're not doing it, people will feel kind of rejected and they want to agitate.
You know there's seaport in Calabar, right?
No, it's not functional, my brother. You see, when you look at what Ojukwu's brother said, Ojukwu brother said majority of Igbos don't want to leave. And if you look at it, it's true. You understand? I know some people will say, no, just put a referendum and people will go. You understand? But the thing is this, in their innermost of the heart, most of us don't want to leave. But it's just because of the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria. That is why a lot of people now decide, oh, let's just go our separate ways. You understand?
Joseph, I'm very sorry. There is nowhere you are going. Ask me why.
Why?
You are landlocked.
How?
No, it's not Thomas.
Yeah, come in. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, it's not we have countries that are landlocked. They can still exist in landlocked.
But they are inside Nigeria. Unless the South
Lesotho is inside South Africa.
Lesotho is inside South Africa.
So and
no, that is Lesotho. You guys hold on, please. You want to cite example? People will be citing example of America. We are not Americans.
No, Lesotho is not in America. Lesotho is in Africa.
I'm just saying example. If we are talking about something that can work elsewhere, that cannot work in our space in Africa.
Why can he not work in? He's in Africa. I just told you, Lesotho is in Africa.
There are so many countries in Africa that doesn't have seaport, and they are existing. Niger doesn't have. So many countries that doesn't have. Yes.
Simba, I'm not a daft. I know Lesotho is in Africa. I just had the example of America that people will be comparing something work in America. It should work in Nigeria. It doesn't work like that. Southeast is in the middle of. No, that is to try. You are trying to say Southeast is between Nigeria. Yeah. So are they going to carve? Hold on. How are they going to carve Southeast out of Nigeria? Can you tell us?
Can. It's easy. We know where Southeast is. We know where they are. They can't.
They are boundaries now. They are boundaries.
They have boundaries. You just really draw the boundary and then they go.
Thomas, you see, let me tell you something. You see, when you say Southeast is landlocked, it sounds so ridiculous because one, you've not gone to the Southeast to see why it's landlocked. You see, these are the narratives that have been pushed, just like what they pushed. Melissa Lesso did this, Mongo Park did this. Just these are narratives, and with time, it sticks on the narrative. Everybody starts talking about it. Let me tell you something that you should understand. Even if Southeast is landlocked, Calabar is there. Is Calabar landlocked? Port Harcourt is there. Port Harcourt landlocked. Uyo is there. Is Uyo landlocked? So
is Uyo Calabar Southeast?
Nah, you are talking of. I don't know where you're going. You're saying you're not telling us that you asked.
No, you are not getting Thomas. Let me put your question to him. You are talking. There are two questions. He's talking about being a country, Biafra country. The Biafra country is landlocked. Do you agree with that?
I don't agree. I don't agree with that.
The Biafra.
Thomas, can I answer that? Thomas, can I answer that?
Yeah. You are Southeasterner, yeah.
Okay, there was a day you asked me this question and I gave you some answers. I told you that, this Biafra and all those things, this man saying that Igbos did,
My brother,
many
you
Igbos
are
didn't
going
believe in
long
Biafra.
way. Is Southeast landlocked or not? That's what I'm
That's
asking you.
sure now. It's sure because I already told you that the Easterner, for me personally, my view, how can I survive with those land in the north that will cultivate what we eat in the south and all that? Same thing with other parts of the country. So everybody from the south is know that our space is very small to maybe to perform some activities. When you talk about this, if this Biafra of 18 you are talking about, if the people from the south didn't agree with it, how can it work? Because you are talking about seaport that is in River State. The River State people most of them are not aligned with the Biafra of stuff and all that and all that. So you see that it's still something that is very.
Your answer is yes. So Thomas,
that's what I said.
Say yes. It's say yes.
My point is this. My point is this. Me knowing this and I understand all these things. The problem we are having is let's have a very good. Let leadership do good by bringing governance down to the people. If they can bring governance down to the people, all this issue will be of Biafra of stuff will be over. I can tell you here, like when one man asked all this question, I told you, yes, there is agitation, but I can put a percentage. 30% of the Igbo population may strongly believe that they want a Biafran nation. But I can tell you that 70% don't want it. You understand?
Well, the percentage of people sitting at home, I mean, that's too much. Nah, that doesn't
no, it's not. It's not about 70. It's not about 70% of people sitting at home. I'm talking about as in.
I mean, that's the referendum on its own, because for them to be sitting at home, they must believe in Biafra. They want secession.
No, yeah. If the government should do the right thing, bring government direct to the people. Bring the government, local government to local government. Let that government work for everybody. You see, all this agitation will go, and I believe that. It's even the reason why I'm talking about this. The reason why I'm talking about this Biafra of 18 is nothing because of the killings of my people. That's my only concern. If they will stop killing people today, I don't care. I go where I want to go.
Boy, Kenny, you are the one killing yourself. Nobody's killing you.
I don't know. Yes, maybe I'm not the one killing them. I'm not there. I'm not carrying gun. I don't go there to kill them. But if they should continue, I know that the reason why I still call on the president to do something, because he's the father of the nation. So anybody can dispute that, but he's the father of the nation. He can still do something. His voice will be heard openly in a loud way. So he is the father of the nation, and this is one of the promises he gave to give security to life and properties. So I want to see him. Although his government is too early, I'm not beginning to doubt him on that capacity. I will still wait for some months, maybe by the end of this year, when his government will be set, then I will know how far he will go. Because I don't believe he's from the south. Southeast is part of the south, no matter how the voting pattern has went or whatever. So he needs to work to the interest of some people, because I believe even you are talking about APC is not gaining ground in the southeast. They are the majority party now in the southeast. So what are you talking about?
Because I think there was a time on this platform that you are complaining that they militarize the East. Are you ready for the military now?
Those are part of their concern before they started all this IPOB of stuff and all that. You understand? So the only thing I want, if you want to bring security, bring it down to the people in a way that it will be friendly, that will not make lives to be lost. Let it be security for those miscreants, those people that don't want people to sleep in that region. I don't care who they are, as long as you are wasting life in that region.
When they are cooperating with those miscreants, it's very difficult for government for security forces to do that.
People are complaining. The light-minded people are complaining. Many of us are complaining.
No. If those miscreants are telling you to sit at home and you are all sitting at home, they are cooperating with them.
No, Mr. Mike, you should understand this. You should understand this. Even if they are miscreants and they tell you to sit at home, it's not that people don't want to sit at home. You can see just little thing. If the government can give confidence for people, you don't want me to come and risk my life just on Monday just because of
all 20
I want to
million of
prove
you,
everybody wrong. You
all
understand?
20 million of you are scared. If all 20 million of you
Mike,
have,
you see, no life is one to be lost, no matter what. Even if all of us decide to come, and these people carry gun and kill one or two people, it's not good.
Yeah. Okay, try and listen to what Mike is saying. Let me tell you one thing. No matter if they bring 1 million soldiers and the people are not ready to cooperate with the soldiers, there's little they can achieve. If you have the criminals living among you and you don't point them out, then how would the military or the security men be able to deal with them? That is what Mike is saying, that you need the cooperation of the people. If your people are still having sympathy for these criminals that are killing you, then there's a little the government can do.
No sympathy for them at all, Mr.
They have sympathy for them.
Let me, no sympathy for them at all. The only thing is this, there is a way you put in security in the region. People will be confident to come out. What are you telling me? Why won't I want to do my business on Monday in the Southeast? Even students are not going to school. But there must be a certain level of security presence in that area to give you that confidence to come out. You don't just come out in an open field for people to come and shoot you. So when they prepare those grounds and tell us to come out, then if they didn't come out, then we know they didn't want to come out.
If you all come out in your millions, those
Mike,
can't do anything for all of you.
Let me say something. I want to say something, please. Please, my brothers, I beg. I know. See,
go on.
The problem in the southeast is very, very pathetic. We are causing ourselves pain. We the Igbo, we are causing ourselves pain in the southeast. There's no two ways about it. But the thing is this: you see, are we being marginalized? Yes. And one of the things, you see, let's look at the structure of Nigeria, for example. You see, there are insecurity everywhere. If we want to stop this insecurity, our government know what to do. I don't know what our National Assembly is doing.
I don't know how you guys are being marginalized, though. That one I don't agree.
Excuse me. Okay, we are not marginalized. We are enjoying everything. Okay, I don't want to go there. Okay, so excuse me, Mike. Make I laugh.
No one is enjoying in Nigeria now. You can't say because you are not enjoying.
Everybody, we are enjoying. The Igbos are enjoying very well.
So everybody else is enjoying. Fulanis are enjoying.
Only we they enjoy. Others they suffer.
Well, you guys are enjoying more than most people say, to be honest.
I they talk now we they enjoy fast. Okay, Mike, let me learn, please. You see, the National Assembly should pass a law to create state policing. State police will solve the insecurity problem in Nigeria. See, all the central police system is not working again in Nigeria. There are too many people in Nigeria. There's no jobs and there are criminalities everywhere. Even the government officials are criminal. Not to talk of the populace.
Josefa, can I bust your bubbles? If you will let me land this words, this is what I want to say. Okay. There will not be state police in Nigeria. Ask me why.
Why?
It's because of the Southeasterner. And let me lay the foundation. Yeah, let me lay the foundation. Yeah. If they want to recruit a police officer in the Southeast, who is going to be the most beneficiary of that policing? The Southeasterner, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. If they want to recruit a policeman in Oyo State, I think the Yorubas will be the most beneficial in that state, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So if you guys are still agitating, you in Abikanu create ESN, government is still there. So you want Nigerian government to recruit ESN into Nigerian police force? Let me finish now. Let me finish. You can counter me. That is my own thinking. That's my own opinion. You people want, because I know if they are recruiting in Enugu, the most people that will benefit, they will be the Southeasterner. IPOB.
They will be the one person is at home.
Yes. same people, Nigerian governments or state government will now recruit you so that they can weaponize you. It's not going to work.
Thomas, what happens in the north with Boko Haram? So they'll be employing Boko Haram again to come and divide the country too. And
when are they having that employment? Can you confirm that they're employing
No,
Boko Haram?
I'm asking you. You just made this thing on Southeast. Now I'm telling you what about Boko Haram? What about the north?
What happened to Boko Haram? What happened to Boko Haram?
But Thomas, if they, let me support Joseph's point. They in the recruiting process, they'll be careful who they recruit. So it's not necessary that will be.
How are they going to be careful?
Thomas,
background check. There's a process of, even right now. There's the process of. I mean, I don't know if in America and all these countries, they don't just recruit anybody into the police force, So they can carefully do that. And in fact, I think it'll be even easier.
They know the right time for head.
No. Thomas, let me tell you why it'll be easier to even recruit the right people when we make policing local. Because people in their locality know who's a good person and who's not.
No,
I agree with you.
Exactly, Mike.
Mike,
I don't know where
I'm not against state police now.
It's easy. The reason why it's always easier to recruit the best people in America and all these countries is because the officer they're recruiting is from that community. So everybody already know that this person is a good person.
This person is this person, exactly.
Yeah. But the reason why Nigeria recruits so many criminal armed robbers into police force is because the person that's recruiting you go join from, you might come from one place, they don't know you, so they really don't know you well. So they just show up, they can just you can be an armed robber, I don't know. But if it's your locality that's recruiting you, if you're one Agbero in that neighborhood, everybody know who you are. If you say want to join the police, they will say we know you now. You can't join because you're a bad guy, But if you
And Mike, another thing is this: why can't Nigeria have cameras all over the federation?
Come on now. Come on
it's
now.
too expensive now.
This is not America now. That's what I'm saying earlier on. This is not.
If we you know why it'll be good.
How do you power that camera? How do you power that camera?
You can power it now, solar and everything. But
solar is there.
I don't hear
No. But my brother, what the problem is that we don't manufacture cameras in Nigeria. That's the problem. Because if we actually manufacture the cameras, it will be a good idea. Because first of all, it will create a lot of jobs. Because now the camera factory. And it will be cheap, and then we know the money stays. Wait, you will know the money will stay in the country. But right now, if we have to do that, we have to be importing it, and that will cost the country a lot of money. And don't forget, cameras, you have to maintain it. Okay, you have to check batteries, all those things. So on a daily basis, that means there will be like tens of thousands, if not even millions of them. And on a daily basis, some of them will be having faults. You have to repair them.
Mike, if they install that camera and solar today, the next day, the boys they don't carry them. They don't go sell them.
So you have to keep on importing the parts and all those things. Yeah.
Thomas, why can't we be positive for one? Why can't we be positive?
I don't hear you. I'm positive now.
No, you're not. We have copied the American system. Why aren't we saying the American system is bad for us? The American style of governance.
My brother, I am telling you the truth.
But something positive that will happen to the country, you are saying it cannot happen.
My brother, what works in America, it can't work in Nigeria. That is what I know.
Why can't cameras and state policing work in Nigeria? Why?
Because of your people.
Josepha. We are not technologically advanced to that, and we don't even have the money.
Hey, oh my God! Where is the money?
My brother Mike, no talk say where the money where these people they steal. Come on.
No. Just wait. Josepha, we have the resources where we are not using our resources. Apart from petroleum, which other resources that we have that we are making use of? We are not making use of them.
Excuse me, my brother. Do you know that I was listening to, is it Arise or Channels? And there's this northern man that came he was talking
Okay, that is talking about the gold that they are the money that the one that they are stealing is equivalent to what they are getting from oil.
From crude oil, my brother. Thank you very much.
You know what you are saying, Betty? No, wait. That is not only in the Sahara that people are stealing natural resources. Every other places where we have solid minerals, people are mining it illegally. What we are saying is that the money that we are generating, even the crude oil that we rely on, people are still stealing it. And they are not foreigners, they are Nigerians. What we are saying is that the money, look at our population. It's very easy to say somebody have stole the 20 billion, 30 billion. How much is 20 billion? Even if our budget, if we are having budget of, let's say $500 billion, it's not too much for our own population. How much is that one per head? But look at what we are having, like Naira, maybe it's 10 trillion, 11 trillion budget. What can that one do for us? But we always have this mind that Nigeria is rich. Rich in what sense? Well, Nigeria is very poor. It's one of the poorest nations in the world. We have the natural resources, but we are not making the best use of our natural resources. That is the problem.
We export raw material, national resources, but then we import finished goods. So we import way more than. So that's what the problem is, man. You look at how much crude oil we sell, but you don't look at how much things we import.
The crude oil, let me even Mike, even the crude oil that we are talking about, Saudi Arabia with a population of 35 million, they are selling about 11 million barrels per day. We are still dealing with 1.3 million for 200 million people. What can that one do?
Simba, even to meet that quota is wahala.
I said we are doing that. That's what I'm saying now.
For us to become a rich country, we have to become
one barrel to like 200,000 people, and meanwhile in Saudi Arabia you have one barrel to three people, one barrel to three persons.
And brother, what's the solution now?
We have to become productive.
Because exactly, we have to become
we have to learn to make things that we consume.
All of us have to change. Like, look, I don't know, Josepha, if you have been listening to what our people are saying, we're also, even we that we are complaining about corruption, we are complaining about criminality, we are the one encouraging it. Look at the way our people are talking this morning and say that somebody who has committed forgery, that okay, because some people have committed it before, we should leave the person. Is that the way we want to go?
You see, on that case of that girl, the penalty Jamb melted on her is right. 3 years is no big deal. She just stay in 3 years. If she had the mind, before I was thinking she was 16, but now I found out on your platform. I found out she was 19.
It was 19. Yeah, she's an adult.
Is an adult. She's an adult, so she should bear the consequences. You understand? If she has the mind to do that, she should bear the consequences.
But you will see people, you see like in fact, the last panel, the last group of people that talk on this panel, during one man show, all of them were saying they should be
Tampa with justice.
They should tell if it's your daughter, what will you do? You know, all those sentiments. And we want to move forward. And that is why sometimes I used to ask questions that, do we even really, as citizens, do we really know what we want for that country? At one time, we will say, okay, this is the... I don't know.
Simba, they will say that Tinubu is a thief. Why can't Mmesoma thief? Still.
My brother Thomas, if you look at all these our politicians, from head to toe, you will find out that most of them have something with them. You know, they present fake CVs. They present fake certificates.
Josepha, let me tell you this.
I want to land first. If I land, you can continue. Our problem in Nigeria is this: we have over the years encouraged corruption, encouraged all this wayward way of life. We've encouraged it. We've clapped for people like that. Look at Akpabio. Akpabio stole in NDDC. Akpabio stole billions. Today he's the Senate president. So a child that is aspiring to become like there are people that will be aspiring to become become like Akpabio. So we have to. You see, that's why I like what Jam did to that girl. What Jam did to her was really, really good. You understand? We should start penalizing those are fraudulent, that are break the law. We should start penalizing them, no matter how high they are. And that is why America is good today. That is why UK is good today. That is why other countries, developed countries, are good today, because if you go against the law, there's a penalty for it. But in Nigeria, we are encouraging them. Even your politicians are corrupt. Politicians,
Josepha, do you know if people, Josepha, do you know what tempt people not to commit crime? These people, all this country you are talking about, because they know the consequences of
that
that
is what I'm saying. There's no consequences in our country. There's none. There is none in our country. Look at now.
There's
Look at
no
this guy.
consequences.
Look at this
Josepha,
guy.
I know now. It's this Australia. If I run the red light, if there's camera there, I'm going to get fined. So what will I do? I will not run the red light.
Exactly.
Because there is law, and they carry out the law to the letter.
In Australia, you cannot drink and be driving. But in Nigeria,
you can't drink and be driving. It's 0.5. You can still drink, but if they give you the
even the policeman that will stop you is already drunk. The policeman that will stop you is already drunk.
Can you imagine? One of my friends, they were traveling from the East. They said the policeman even asking them, give us drink. Policeman with that has gone is asking them to give them drink. And they let them go. They don't even know, maybe they have a head of the kid, a child in the boot. They don't even care. Maybe they are armed robber.
Give them drink. Thomas, a friend of mine said he went to Rwanda. He traveled to Rwanda while he was crossing the immigration, and nobody asked him, God bless us now. Waiting anything for the boys. But if you drop in Nigerian airport, Damurikala, now the begging has started. Everybody, the immigration, police, everybody will be begging. You see, that's why people don't take us serious again. We are so corrupt in Nigeria, and how do we stop it? And it boils down that if we cannot stop it with the judiciary because it's corrupt, let's go back to our deities. That is the only way to stop corruption. Let's go back to our deities, and you will swear by Ogun.
Maybe we should be using gun to swear instead of carrying Quran and Bible. Now they should be using gun to swear.
God no go work. Wetin go work na Ogun. Carry Ogun. If you do this, people Ogun strike you dead. Amadio has strike you dead. We have all those things. Let's bring it out, because the Bible and the Quran is not doing these people anything. That is why they can swear with the Quran, swear with the Bible, and go back and steal billions of naira. The thing is so pathetic, man. Look at the money Buhari has borrowed now. Tinubu has to pay it back. Tinubu is still going to borrow his own, and the next president is going to pay. So it's just, my brother. Nigeria no dey go anywhere. Nigeria no dey go anywhere. When we're in a deep shit in that country. So
but to me, at least if we want to, we have to start from somewhere. But the way we are going, as our people are just rationalizing now, criminality now, we ethnicize it, we put religion on criminality. That because the Muslim, that's why they are doing this.
Almost living in a private chat message.
So to me, I don't know how we are going to start. That question that you're asking me, Josepha, I don't think I have an answer for it too, because everything is so messed up.
My brother, we have to, you see, the West are not waiting for us. Nobody is waiting for us. We have to start moving while they are moving. We should start somewhere and start moving. And if Tinubu, I don't know. I don't believe Tinubu can even stop corruption in Nigeria. But if he will reduce it to 60%, I'll be so grateful. Because the money these politicians steal could be put into the economy, or could be used in building little infrastructures. You know, another thing they keep on lying to us is that they tell us, do you know how much they use in building this road? This road, if you come to China here, if they construct a road in China, If you go to their website, the company website, the amount they use is there in building this road and bridges. But in Nigeria, look at Ibadan Expressway. Oh my God, man, Nigeria is doomed, man.
They they were awarded. They were awarded 4 times. The same road, they were awarded 4 times.
And you see, you see these politicians, and that was why what happened to Ekweremadu. The day I heard it, I was so happy. I wish all the politicians would be going like that. But it wouldn't even teach them any lesson, though.
Hey, did you see how the Nigerian politicians were pleading on behalf of Ekweremadu, and they didn't even show any kind of remorse to the victim?
My brother.
It's so embarrassing, man. Like they were all pleading, like like they don't even care about the crime.
Why would they even take us serious? Why would they take us serious? Somebody committed a crime, you are pleading on his behalf, make they release him to owner, make you go start jail time for Nigeria. You know, as Nigeria be now, after 2 months, and go release him, he go become deputy senate president again. This guy's my brother. Sometimes when I think of Nigeria, you know why I like this country, China. China has a zero tolerance to corruption. Now death sentence. They will just come out to you. But now they don't relax the law. They don't relax the law now. But they don't entertain corruption. And that is why the country is so good, well developed.
But Josepha, you think that if you have a president in Nigeria that is doing such a thing, do you think we will like him?
My brother, some people, that is where tribe and religion comes in. The people from his tribe will cry. They will cry loud. The people from his religion will cry loud. But we know which is good. We don't go cry. We say, continue, my brother. You understand? A leader you have to have the balls to do things in Nigeria. You understand? You have to. We have to fight corruption. If we don't fight corruption will kill us.
Even the people who are not ready to make that sacrifice. Are we ready to make that sacrifice? Even the citizens, are they ready to make the sacrifice? Because if you want to change that country, both the leaders and the citizens, we have to make some sacrifices. But are we ready for that sacrifice that will make our country great?
The populace are kind of ready. The leaders are not ready. And it will still boil down at a revolution. I see a revolution in that country in the nearest future. And nobody is going to dispute that because when you push the people to the wall, there will be a time. Everybody will come together. The Yorubas, the Hausas, the Fulanis, the PPOs, the Igbos, everybody will come together. Everybody will go flush these people out of the system. The French had their revolution. America everybody had theirs to fix their country. We must do it. You understand? Because if you leave these people, man, they cannot do anything for you. It's always stories. Oh, no problem. By the grace of God, we will develop this country. By the grace of God, we will do this thing. I don't know which country God developed. Oh, I don't know. Even that.
No, if you go that direction, it's not one of the things that's making us to retrogress. Is actually religion. We lie against religion. It's not making us to be productive. There's so many things. But some people will just come and say it has some. I've never seen the positive things that religion is doing for us as a nation.
Nothing, my brother. Nothing.
It divided us more. It creates more problem for us. Some people are using it to loot, and there's a lot of.
Mike, why do you change your name?
You should know you that change it.
my brother, there's another thing. There's another thing wrong with Africans and Nigeria, for example.
My brother, make it one sentence. We are shutting down, please. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Thank you for this. Listen, you see, the problem with Africa is this: our history, our story has not been told. Our history not been told anyway. Our history is not written by us. It is the colonizers are still writing our history. Until we start writing our own history and start writing it accurately, then you see what the black race have achieved in this world. So we have to go back to our roots, and that is the solution to our problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Josepha.
Okay,
Simba,
bye
a
bye.
simple,
Bye bye.
just give us, take us home, just a simple sentence.
I mean, I don't have anything to say. Just for at least, I just want to thank you for giving us the opportunity, and then also thank our viewers and our subscribers also that tomorrow we meet again. So goodbye.
Thank you so much, Simba. Yeah, I'll call you later. Yeah. Guys, another day, another dollar, as one man always say. So there's nothing that brought us here every day is to speak about our country, how it's going to be better. So thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Thank you for our listeners. The comment section, you are the strength of the platform. Yeah. Come back again. We'll see you tomorrow. And I said, peace. Happy Sunday to you guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, God bless.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Biafra. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know? Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. I know. Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know? GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. We know. GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya. You Yaya. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń sẹ̀nu wúyẹ́. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ. Yaya Bello. Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.